Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a Quincy's fairy tale in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 71, Rage and Sorrow. So, you're Jalal, huh? Bambietta could barely contain the anger in her voice. I've heard quite a bit about you these last 8 hours. Apparently, you're the reason those jackasses kidnapped Urza and made us come all the way over here for some payback. Gonna be honest, not how I wanted to spend my vacation. She then punched her left fist into the palm of her right hand as she narrowed her gaze. But now all your henchmen have either gotten their asses kicked or they work for us now, so all I gotta do now is kick your ass, save Urza, and I can go back to enjoying my vodka dash. Before Bambietta could finish her rant, however, she caught sea grain out of the corner of her eye, before looking back at Jalal, then back to sea grain, then back to Jalal before finally looking over her shoulder at Urza and Lil Tato. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. Of course, there are 2 of them. Urza snapped, the stress of the situation causing her to lose her composure, her frustrations growing. Bambietta, I swear, if that was a reference to one of your movies, I'll dash. Bambietta heard it in Urza's voice, the Quincy once more realizing how much everything about this place was getting to Urza. She had merely wanted to bring some levity to it for her own sake, but... And no it isn't. Bambietta blatantly lied, her eyes looking into Jalal's own, though she kept sea grain within the corner of her eye. But now it's just the 2 of us against just the 2 of you bastards. The red-headed mage gasped then as she misinterpreted Bambietta's words, her thought process scattered from all of the stress. Just us? What do you mean just us? What about the others? Did they dash? Bambietta quickly shook her head as she looked at Urza. What? No. They're totally fine, Urza. Well, okay, no, not fine, they got beat to shit by that one jackass guild master, but they're now plenty far away on a boat, safe and sound. I can still sense their energy, so I think Wendy's doing her job right. Seeing Urza let out a sigh of relief, the Quincy turned to Jalal once more. So, you know what's gonna happen now. Bambietta raised her left hand then, the explode at the ready and giving rise to several orbs that floated about her hand. I'm gonna kick your asses all the way down to the bottom of this tower. Bambi, hold it, Lil Tato interrupted. I know that you're gung-ho about putting these assholes down. Trust me when I say I know how you feel, but if I recall right, that guy, she pointed at sea grain, was a wizard saint, and he was just 1 rank below Jose. I don't need to tell you how close it was when we dealt with someone of that kind of power, and last time, we had almost the entire guild. This time, it's just the 2 of us. Bambietta frowned as she looked at sea grain, memories from her brief visit to the Magic Council flashing through her mind. Oh, great, I recognize this asshole now. Fuck, just what we needed. Another powerhouse to deal with. Bambietta had grown as a fighter since her last fight with Jose, but not enough for her to think victory was so casually within reach. She then looked back at Lil Tato before she smirked. Lil, I know we're not exactly in an ideal situation, but we still got Urza with us. With those new armors of hers dash. Bambi, her power's been sealed. She's powerless. Lil Tato said as she walked over to her. Fortunately, it's not permanent, but from what I saw when I grabbed her, it's going to take a long time before it wears off. Bambietta's eyes widened with concern as she looked back at her friend. How long are we talking? If I were to be extremely generous. Lil Tato paused before she answered. 20 minutes. Bambietta froze up on the spot, her voice a quiet voice, little emotion evident in it. All that rang true from her tone was a quiet reservation, the Quincy knowing full well what troubles she and Lil Tato had gotten themselves into. Oh no. Yeah, not exactly what I'd call a winning scenario, Lil Tato said as she stared at the 2 blue-haired mages. That said, if we focus all of our firepower on the original, we should be able to take it. If we knock him out, it's possible the wizard saint should fade away. Oh, and just how did you deduce I was a thought projection so easily? Sea Grain asked. No one among the Magic Council nor the wizard saints was able to do that. Tell me, what gave it away? I can tell that this tower was made specifically to absorb magical power. Luckily for you, it was able to absorb that large blast of magic, but it also has its own share of side effects. Lil Tato then pointed at his hand. Take a look. The wizard saint looked down, only for his eyes to widen as he noticed his hand beginning to turn translucent. What? Because you're just a thought projection, the magic that created you is also being slightly absorbed into the tower. You may not have lost any of your power, but your structural integrity is falling apart. If we just knock out your original self, then you'll just fade away. You really think we can take him out so easily? Bambietta asked. I mean, he may not be as strong as the wizard saint guy, but he's no pushover. Maybe, but it's the best chance we got. Lil Tato informed her. So when they start their attack dash. Song of Choice, Birth of Fused Zamesa. Jelal smiled. Oh, I do believe you two interlopers scarcely understand the situation. And a lack of such knowledge could prove fatal, Seagrain added as he walked towards Jelal, his body becoming translucent and incorporeal. To the twin Quincy, it appeared as if his form was fading away, his particles of being flowing into Jelal. Then, he was gone, and white light flared about Jelal himself, mingling with the darkness. Light and darkness are one. I am whole once more. Jelal hissed, his left eye flaring with the mark of Zeref. This power. I had almost forgotten. He grinned wildly as he looked at Bambietta and Lil Tato. Bow in reverence, and be gone. Lord Zeref's hour draws near, and only Urza and I, the chosen ones, are to be a part of it. Bambietta and Lil Tato took a step back as they felt the sheer power emanating off from Jelal as the two beings had become one. Compared to any of the enemies they had fought before, Aragor, the hollow-fied monster of Clover, even Jose Porla, Acariga, and Dispute, all of them paled in comparison to the power they were sensing from the madman who reigned over the Tower of Heaven. It wasn't very often when Bambietta would consider running away from a fight. Most of the time, her pride simply wouldn't allow it. She could count on one hand the times she had ever run away from a fight. And the sheer difference in power she could feel right now would have normally forced her to do just that. Lil Tato was of a similar mindset. She knew better than to take on a foe far above her level. She wasn't full of pride like Bambietta and Candace were. She was a woman of logic, first and foremost. It's what had allowed her to survive and climb the ranks of the Wandenreach, as well as this new world she lived in. If this was a normal situation, she was sure that she and Bambietta would have made a run for it. However, there was one thing, one single distinct and important fact that prevented them from making that rational choice. One person, who had done so much for them in the months they had spent in Earthland. To one, she was like an idol, a person to look up to and admire for the strength, courage, and kindness that she possessed. To another, she was a reminder of her past, of the one person in her family who ever truly cared for her. The first person she had ever considered family to her since her family had so cruelly thrown her away to save their own hides. And for both, she was a woman that they both owed a great debt. For saving both of their lives, for her commitment to making sure that they fit in with the guild, for helping them move on from their own dreadful pasts. It was only appropriate that they did everything they could to help her move on from her own. No matter what. The two Quincy's looked at each other momentarily before vanishing from Urza's sight and appearing above Jelal, Bambietta firing an arrow from the right while Lil Tato fired an arrow from the left. Song of Choice, Haja no Senkaze, Fairy Tale Ost. Jelal's body glowed then, shining like gold across the sea of chaos that was the battlefield. He slid between the arrows with little effort, his speed breathtaking. Hiran Kyaku. Bambietta asked as she began to fall back down to her feet. She hadn't even seen him move out of the way as he dodged their attacks. One moment he was there and the next, he just vanished before the arrows hit their target. No, it's faster dash. Lil Tato was caught off guard as Jelal appeared before her, kicking the Quincy away with a spin. He turned back to Bambietta then, glaring at her. I told you both to leave, Jelal said. I gave you a chance and you two squandered it. Well, so be it. I'll simply spill your blood in tribute to the grand resurrection. Oh, shut up. Bambietta yelled before she vanished with Hiran Kyaka once again, appearing right before Jelal with her sword held up high above her head in her right hand. She swung it down, but Jelal simply dodged backward with little effort. Snarling, she tried to strike at him with her sword once more. Again and again she tried, but each time, her strikes were nowhere close to landing a hit. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Bambietta cried out before she swung her sword once more. Fuck off! She smirked as it came close to hitting Jalal's neck, only for him to grab the blade in between two of his fingers. What? Is this all that you've got? Jalal shook his head. And to think I wished for Altair to bring in one of your kind, but even Quilge was a disappointment. Not like that, other one. Other one. Bambietta furrowed her brow. It doesn't matter. Jalal threw Bambietta and her blade aside, watching as she skid across the floor. Once my lord is resurrected, even that fool will be nothing more than a footnote in the history we will create. Lichtdragon. Lil Tato yelled out as she appeared above him with Hyrenkyaku, her bow firing upon the madman with thousands of arrows. I may not be able to land a hit with just one arrow, but we'll see how well you handle 1,000. Heavenly body magic, meteor. Jalal paid the attack no mind, his body glowing gold once more as he began to move subtly through the hail of arrows, his every motion deliberate and quick. As he did so, he kept his focus on Lil Tato, his eyes never looking anywhere but into her own. And he drew closer still, shifting about, never being struck down as he drew closer. Then he was before Lil Tato, leaning over to look her dead in the eyes, his expression cold. How quaint. With my spell, I can walk between the raindrops. Compared to that, your attack means less than nothing. Her eyes widening just as he closed the gap between them, Lil Tato quickly activated Blood Vene to defend herself before Jalal landed a powerful right punch to her stomach. Despite using the defensive technique, Lil Tato was sent flying through the air as she felt the blow shatter her ribs. She skid across the surface of the tower as she landed, and nearly fell off the tower had it not been for her right hand grabbing onto the lacrima's surface and halting her momentum at the last minute. She took a few painful gasps of air before she tried to stand up, her feet wobbling from the effort. I don't believe it, with just one punch, he's already broken some ribs. It was like I never used Blood Vene at all. She then felt something rise up from her stomach before she felt herself puke up blood. Lil Tato! Urza cried out as she watched on. She tried to stand up, tried to summon one of her armors, but the instant she tried, she felt her magic snap right back into her body thanks to the seal Jalal had placed onto her several moments ago. Damn it all! I still can't use my magic. She looked at Lil Tato then before she spoke. Listen, you have to dash. We're not going anywhere, Urza. Bambietta said as she jumped up into the air. We already told you earlier, we're not going to leave till you're back with us, safe and sound. She then narrowed her eyes at Jalal before she formed some explode orbs in her hands. Here. Try. These. On. For size. She then began to throw orb after orb of her destructive shrift as fast as she could, desperate to finish off the former wizard saint. Fools. Jalal began to bob and weave through the orbs, drawing ever closer. I gave you all chance after chance to leave, but all of you remain out of some foolish bond with Urza. So be it. Your deaths are your responsibility. Oh, fuck off with that holier-than-thou bullshit. Bambietta roared, lobbing more of the explode at him. Stupid, foolish woman. Jalal replied, once more evading them. Haven't you realized by now that I'm untouchable? Oh, I bet I wasn't the first woman you've said that to, ass clown. Bambietta said, raising both hands up, giving form to a larger explode orb. But what about this stupid, hellhole tower of yours? What? Jalal looked back for a moment, keeping his guard up. He could see explosions ringing out, as well as the remnants of previous ones. As the smoke cleared, he could see craters forming along the surface of the tower. Looks like now that it's absorbed all that power from the Etherian that it can't absorb anymore. So, that gives me an idea. I'm gonna tear this place down one explosion at a time if that's what it takes. Bambietta shouted, throwing another orb forward and creating yet another crater. You're bluffing. Jalal shouted, turning back. Dumbass prick. Bambietta retorted. I never bluff. She prepared to throw another orb of the explode but before she could, Jalal glowed gold once more before he vanished from sight and delivered a powerful right punch to her left cheek. Before she could even think of retaliating to attack, he quickly sped around behind her and delivered a powerful left kick to her back, her spine cracking in ways it never had before as she was sent flying. As she hurtled towards the ground, Jalal appeared before her yet again and delivered a powerful right punch to her chest, sending her up to the sky. As soon as she managed to stop her ascent into the air, she was soon pelted with a quick succession of punches from all sides. Each hit was as if she was being hit by a freight train, and they were all leaving her in pain, disoriented, and completely unable to fight back. Finally, Jalal grabbed her by her long brown hair and threw her to the ground, the Quincy screaming out in pain as her back hit the massive lacrima. She let out a low groan as she tried to get up to her feet, wobbling as she did so. Damn, if that guy doesn't know how to throw a punch. If it weren't for blood venet I might have, no, I definitely would have died from all those attacks. She narrowed her eyes as Jalal slowly descended, and grit her teeth. But the worst part about fighting him isn't even how hard he hits. It's his speed. Bambietta slowly turned over to look at Lil Tato before she spoke. Lil, use Blitzraketschritt. Now. Lil Tato's eyes widened as she heard Bambietta's suggestion. But Bambi, that's dash. Bambietta rolled her eyes in annoyance before she quickly interrupted. Yeah, I know, it's forbidden and could fuck up our bodies. Look, me and Kendi had to use it earlier to pressure some geisha swordswoman assassin and we were fine. Right now, as things stand, we aren't even going to be able to land a hit on this asshole, let alone win. We need speed, Lil. Blood venet isn't going to last us forever. Lil Tato looked down at herself, not sure if she could follow along with Bambietta's rationality so recklessly. On the one hand, it would provide them with the speed and power needed to win, but on the chance that it didn't work, they would be helpless. She looked back at Urza then, and upon seeing the S-Class wizard's distraught face, she clenched her fists before she nodded. Yeah, alright. Let's do it. For Urza. Bambietta nodded back. For Urza. Song of choice, Extremum belly code vein. Blitzraketschritt. The two cried out in unison. The two Sternritter glowed with riot, so then as the veins in their legs glowed with power. They took off after Jalal, their speed far greater than it was before, blades drawn. Jalal smirked, only for his eyes to widen in surprise as they came at him much faster than expected, the blue-haired mage barely dodging out of the way of the attack on time. Quickly adopting a more stoic expression as they continued to strike at him, the mage moved back just in time to narrowly avoid getting cut. Get back here! Bambietta shouted as she and Lil Tato chased after him with their new speed. Jalal kept his distance, but his opponents were constantly within a few feet of his presence as they continued slashing at him with precise and synchronized attacks, never ceasing for a second until one or both of them would finally manage to connect their weapons to Jalal. So far, their attacks hadn't landed, but they were getting closer and closer with each strike. It was enough for Bambietta to smile with satisfaction. What's wrong? Are we too much for you to handle, you smug bastard? From where she was lying, Urza hopelessly watched on. She grunted in desperation, seeing something that the two Quincy couldn't with their desire to win clouding their judgment. No, damn it. From their perspective, it might look like they've got Jalal on the ropes, but he doesn't look even the least bit concerned. Come on now, you bastard. You've gotta realize nobody wins a fight with defense, alone. You can't keep avoiding us. Lil Tato said uncharacteristically mad before Jalal hit his back to a wall of the lacrima structure. She and Bambietta slashed in unison the moment they had an opportunity. Right as it looked like they'd cut him, all they saw were a couple of gash marks in the lacrima wall. What? Where did he go? He couldn't have just disappeared. Bambietta said in surprise when she and Lil Tato looked for any sign of the man. Even if he did, we literally had him up against a wall. How could he slip by us? Upon hearing a chuckle, the two turned around, surprised to see he was almost at the other edge of the platform they were all standing on. The young women were completely surprised and practically speechless at the distance he moved. It was insane to think that he could escape them without any detection at all. Upon seeing their shock, Jalal chuckled once more before answering the unasked question he knew they wanted. Well. I move as fast as I can for just a fraction of a second, and you two end up stupefied. Guess those enhanced forms aren't so strong after all. Though taken aback, Bambietta and Lil Tato quickly prepared themselves and moved even faster as the Ryotsu around them glowed brighter while bursting out more. They were gone in flickers as Jalal stayed where he was, unfazed by their pseudo-vanishing. Just after turning his head to his right, Bambietta emerged above him with her sword swinging down, but he grabbed her wrist, surprising her. In the next instant, Lil Tato crouched with an upwards diagonal swing at Jalal's left side, but she felt Bambietta slammed on top of her before both of them were kicked back by him. They stood again, and with their eyes on Jalal once more, the pair moved themselves as far away as they could to get themselves at a safe distance, but once more realized he had vanished once again. Right behind them then, they felt something akin to air pressure momentarily brush behind them before they heard Jalal's voice almost directly in their ears. "Is this the full extent of your Blitzraketschritt, you called it? I suppose if I was just Seagrain, I'd be struggling, but as I am now. This is mere child's play." Somewhat out of fear, the Quincy pair turned while attempting to strike him down, but one more did Jalal vanish behind them with an amused grin and arms crossed. "Alright, if close combat isn't going to work, we'll just use ranged attacks," Bambietta thought before she continuously used her explode powers to release volleys of bombs, while Lil Tato, quickly catching onto her ally's plan, fired as many arrows at once from her bow. Using blood artery in the hands and arms, the projectiles were much faster, but Jalal's confidence stayed the same. A massive dust cloud was in place of where he stood, but he quickly emerged unscathed from it. Gritting her teeth in fury, Bambietta began shooting anywhere she saw him, but it was futile. None of them came even close to hitting Jalal. Just then, coming up with a plan, Lil Tato's eyes widened. She glanced to Bambi, then to Jalal before reaching behind herself, taking out a handle of some sort, then ran another direction. When Bambi noticed, she smirked before she went back to blasting at Jalal more. However, firing the explode without end was something even she couldn't do after all the damage Jalal had inflicted, and eventually, the Sternritter panted heavily from exhaustion as she slouched. "Fucking hell. Just sit still, you bastard." "Finally done," Jalal said in a taunt. "Looks like your spray and pray technique didn't work after all. The fact of the matter is neither of you is fast enough to damage me." "You think so?" Lil Tato said firmly from behind Jalal. Looking back at her, Jalal smirked at the sight of her holding what seemed to be a sword with a glowing blue blade. "You already tried using swords. What difference will that one make?" Lil Tato smirked. "Oh, trust me, this one will make a big difference," she said before stabbing it to the ground. A little surprised, Jalal saw the energy from it expand upon the ground. Just as he tried stepping away, he found his legs unable to move. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw his entire lower half was covered by the same energy that pooled from 5 streams, each coming from a blade planted in the ground, each like the one Lil Tato had, and all symmetrically forming a Quincy's icon. "You're done for, Jalal," Lil Tato said as she took out a capsule and opened it before pouring a droplet of glowing blue light over the hilt of the sword nearest to her. "This is what you get for being so damn cocky, Springer." The moment the droplet touched her blade, the entire weapon glowed brighter with more power and sent a stronger stream of rising flame like Reishi towards Jalal. He couldn't move away no matter how he tried as the other parts of the trap glowed and rushed towards him. A column of energy consumed him as the symbol he was centered in turned more into a pentagon shape that was quickly filled to the brim with the power blasting Jalal. A massive smoke cloud rose as it ceased, Lil Tato and Bambi sighing with relief before the explosive brunette spoke. "Good job, Lil. We really showed him. I told you it was a good idea to have a backup plan in case yours didn't work," Lil Tato said as she walked to Bambi. "If we could find some way to make Jalal move about, I knew I could plant the Seal Schneider while he wasn't paying attention. Then, Springer could finish him off. Though I'm surprised you were able to ensure he was moving in a way I could line them up perfectly so he could be in the middle while you were throwing your tantrum. Guess you're smarter than I gave you credit for." "Hey. Shut up, Lil. I'll have you know, outside of algebra and geometry, I got straight A's and B's in the Wandin Academy." Bambietta growled as she glared at her ally before turning back where they kept Urza safely at bay. "Anyway, let's get Urza out of here." Once they picked her up over their shoulders, they were about to leave, but the pair heard footsteps coming from the clearing smoke. Bambietta and Lil Tato were shocked as they saw Jalal come out with only a slightly singed look. He smirked before he clapped his hands. Well, that was a rather clever ploy. I must say, if I didn't merge with my thought projection, you could have done some damage with that attack. But if that's the best you can do, then it's pointless to resist further. He quickly dashed forward then, faster than their eyes could track, before he grabbed Lil Tato around her neck and dashed to the other side of the tower. The petite Quincy was left dangling over the tower as he looked into her eyes. Oh yes, getting a better look at you, you're the one that Urza seems to have some fondness for. I wonder, what would her reaction be if she saw you perished before her eyes? Using blood artery, Lil Tato tried to kick at Jalal best she could while she used her arms to try and pry herself free, but it was no use. Her kicks did little more than annoy the dark mage, and her attempts to loosen her grip were just as pointless. She even tried using the glutton to take a bite out of his hand, but her teeth crunched down harmlessly against his skin. The blue-haired mage laughed as he watched her struggle. I see, so that's the power you were given by that man, was it? What tripe? He then punched her stomach as hard as he could, creating a loud crunching sound, the small Quincy coughing up blood as her mouth went back to normal. Now then, how's about dash? Let her go, you monster. Turning his head, Jalal was surprised to see Urza charging at him, sword raised above her head in an attempt to strike him down. As powerless as she was, however, Jalal simply raised his spare hand and caught the sword with little effort. Oh, please, Urza. If you couldn't defeat me when you had all that power of yours, what really makes you think you have a chance as you are now? Kicking her body as he let go of her sword, Urza tumbled across the ground before she slowly managed to get back to her feet. I don't care how powerful you are, or how weak I am now. I promised to myself after Grandpa Rob died protecting me that I would never allow someone I care about to ever die for my sake ever again. You could be 10, no, 100 times stronger than me, and I'd never back down. These aren't just my guild mates. No, these two are something much more than that, they're my precious comrades, and I'd sooner die before I would even consider giving up. Jalal shook his head before he chuckled. You talk as if dying to protect these two is some noble cause. Please, what this really, truly is you trying to throw your life away to appease the guilt you've felt for all these years. Far as I'm concerned, there's nothing noble about any of that. If anything, I'd say it's pathetic. You simply lived your day-to-day life for the sake of one measly guild. My thought projection worked from the Magic Council, as a wizard saint, for a goal far grander than that title. Yes, being a wizard saint is nothing compared to my true aspirations. Everything I've done since the day I've seen the truth is to bring about the revival of the great Lord Zeref and reshape the world as we know it. A world where everyone is free to do as they please. No more would we need to be shackled down by the Magic Council, or fear being enslaved by dark guilds. He then gave Urza a maniacal grin. That, Urza, is a true cause. You could never understand the grandeur of my dash. Song of Choice, Passionate Duelist. Japanese Yu-Gi-Oh! Ost. Oh, shut up. Just then, Jalal felt it, a massive pressure weighing down on him and a gust of wind blowing behind him before he turned to see Bambietta Basturbni, her left hand's fingers curled as her other hand held onto her wrist, her hair billowing into the wind. She had taken the moment since Lil Tato had been snatched away to charge up her attack, fueling power into it faster than she normally would. Her left hand was slowly burning away at itself from how much energy she had generated in such a short period of time. It was sloppy, and crude, but more than effective in charging up a powerful attack as fast as she needed. As the 7 magical circles appeared before her left hand, she looked at Lil Tato. Now, Lil. Her eyes narrowing, Lil Tato managed to hit Jalal with her right knee as hard as she could with blood artery. Distracted from the power Bambietta was generating, the madman was forced to let go of her. Quickly using Hirenkyaku, she soon appeared right next to Urza. Jalal looked over at the pair before he narrowed his eyes. Why, you dash. Super Atomic Blast. A massive, torrential blast of magical energy, easily comparable in size and power to that of the Jupiter cannon, fired towards Jalal at speeds that far exceeded anything the Quincy had managed thus far. His body quickly glowing gold, Jalal thrust his right hand forward in an attempt to block the attack, but to his surprise, The attack had far more force behind it than he anticipated, and he was almost immediately thrown off the tower. The overwhelming momentum of the attack kept him pinned to the magical blast, unable to escape its range. Jalal quickly added his other hand to try and hold back the attack, but to his surprise, the attack still pushed him back. He gritted his teeth in frustration as he tried to divert the attack, his magical power pouring into his arms, but the blast of magical energy began to build up towards his end, and it was only a matter of time before it would finally burst. Letting out a mighty shout then as he finally realized that he wouldn't be able to divert the attack, he was soon consumed by the blast, which was quickly followed up by a massive explosion, one so massive that it filled up the night sky with light. "What was that?" Levy asked as she and the other members of Fairy Tale watched on from the boat as they continued to sail away from the tower. Candace grinned as she looked at the attack. "That's one of Bambi's moves. Considering what that did to that pink-haired bitch we fought, I'd say she just won that fight." "Most impressive," Ulquiorra stated as he watched on. "If I hadn't known any better, I'd have thought the attack was a Gran Racero from Neutra. It's not nearly enough." Everyone looked over at Quilge, the Quincy having watched the entire fight intensely, and without a word until, just then. Gray frowned as he tried to get back up to his feet and glared at him. "Are you kidding me? You saw what Bambietta just hit him with." "There's no way dash. It was a powerful attack, that, I cannot deny," Quilge answered the Ice Mage. "But I fought Jalal before I joined his forces, and I know full well what his true strength is once he's fused with his other half. I've done the math. It's not going to be enough, not even close. If something like that won't be enough, then how in the world are they supposed to win?" Totomaru yelled. Lucy slowly walked over to the edge of the boat then, one hand gripping onto the boat's handrails as she stared back at the tower while the other clutched at her chest. "Bambi, please, come back to me." Bambietta panted as she fell to her knees, her left hand covered in first-degree burns. She had known the risks of attempting to gather so much power so quickly, but the pain she was feeling was more than she had expected. Still, she couldn't help but grin with some satisfaction. Finally, after all this time, they could go home and... Impressive. That one actually had me concerned. Her eyes widening with terror, Bambietta turned around only to find herself being punched hard across the face as she skid on the surface of the tower. Looking up, she could see Jalal Fernandez. He had some minor lacerations around his entire body, as well as a few singe marks, but nothing more. Slowly, he made his way over to the Quincy, floating just a few inches off the ground as he did so. "Had I not gotten out of the way just before that massive explosion and instead taken the full brunt of your attack, you likely would have done some real damage there. In fact, were I merely using Seagrain's power, you probably would have even won. You have my praise, Miss Basterbine, for being able to unleash an attack with that kind of power." He looked down at his right hand then, his hand having taken more damage than any other part of his body, covered in light burns. "But all you've done in the end is prove why I am Lord Ziraph's chosen warrior. Now, where were we?" Bambietta grit her teeth and prepared herself for the worst, but just as Jalal was about to rush forward with his magic, the two felt an immense pressure followed by a mighty gale of wind from the other direction of the tower. Turning around, the two could see a massive pillar of light, the structure of Reishi topped by a five-pointed cross. Bambietta's expression quickly took on one of concern. "Lil, no. You can't." Soon, the massive pillar faded to reveal Lil Tata Lampard, complete with halo and wings. She gave the blue-haired madman an intense glare filled with contempt before she looked over towards Bambietta. "Go to Urza, right now." "Lil Tato." Urza spoke quietly. She knew full well what the side effects her current form had on the petite woman. While it gave the user an extreme boost in power, it came at the cost of wreaking havoc on the user's body without the use of a lacrima to rein in the excess power. "You don't have to do this, Lil Tato, I dash." "Yes, I do." Lil Tato interrupted Urza as she glanced over to her. "You've done too much for me these last few months for me to just turn tail and run because it's dangerous. You didn't do that with Jose, and I'm not going to do it here. You and Bambietta helped me out of my self-loathing and guilt. To remind me what it means to truly live. If I just ran away to save my own skin, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. So, don't worry about anything Urza, I won't let him hurt you or Bambietta ever again. Jalal grinned then as he looked at Lil Tato. Ah yes, the Quincy holy form known as Volstandig. I had Quilge demonstrate its powers to me once he joined my side. It's a rather impressive power increase. If I recall correctly, it's this very form that allowed you to fight on Par with Jose briefly. But I am not Jose Porla. The man was the superior of my thought projection, but I doubt that he would give me a challenge as I am now. You're only prolonging the inevitable dash. Before he could continue his rambling, however, Lil Tato had vanished from sight only to launch him into the sky with a blood artery-enhanced uppercut. He glared down at Lil Tato before he felt a sharp pain on his nose. Unconsciously rubbing his hand against the injured part of his face, his eyes widened as he noticed blood on his arm. Blood? But how? Quilge was stronger than that girl was before she entered that form, but now her power is greater than his would have been in his own holy form. How is this possible? His eyes widened as the revelation came to his mind. I see. Quilge was only able to use his because the lacrima absorbed the excess amount of power that his body normally wouldn't be able to handle. Since she lacks a lacrima to protect her body from this excess power, her overall increase is far greater. Lil, you have to get out of that form right now. Bambietta tried to reason with the empowered Quincy as she appeared next to her with Hyrenkyaku. Even with Volstandig, there's no way you'll be able to beat him, your body can't hold it for long enough for you to dash. I know. Lil Tato interrupted Bambietta. But right now we need to buy enough time for Urza to break free of that seal, and fighting him 2-on-1 just isn't working. So, while I hold him off, I want you to do whatever you can to try to weaken it. In this world, we Quincy subjugate magic and draw it into ourselves. We then convert it into Ryuryoka for our own techniques, replacing our former usage of Reishi with our own Ryutsu. If you use that same power of subjugation to try to weaken the seal on Urza's body, we just might help her break free of it before it's too late. And if I can't? Bambietta asked trepidly. You will. And with that, Lil Tato vanished into the air to confront Jalal once more. Realizing time was of the essence, Bambietta rushed over to Urza and knelt next to her, focusing her effort on trying to break apart the magic chains sealing her power away. Don't worry about me. Urza chastised Bambietta. There's no way she'll be able to win against him, even with that power. You need to go to Lil Tato right now and dash. How many times do we have to tell you this? We're not leaving you, Bambietta returned as she looked at Urza. You have consistently stopped me from doing some really stupid things. Things that would have ruined my second chance at life, even if I didn't see it that way at the time. Well, now it's about damn time I returned the favor. Bambietta kept her focus on Urza's chains, but her eyes unconsciously shifted towards her fellow Quincy. We're both willing to risk it all, because to us, you're worth it. Urza turned her gaze upwards at Lil Tato as well, the wizard touched beyond words at how much she meant to them. Lil Tato, please, be safe. Jalal's eyes followed Lil Tato's form as she finally reached the same height as him in the night sky. He scoffed before he spoke to her. Not a bad punch, but don't let that get to your head. You may have gotten me off guard once, but that's a mistake I won't make twice. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, neither of you is a match for my divine power. Lil Tato clenched her fists as she glared back at Jalal. Yeah, you're probably right, without a doubt, you're the strongest person Bambi and I have faced in Earthland. I'm not expecting to win this, frankly. But, for her sake several memories of her bond with Urza flashed through Lil Tato's mind, the meals they shared, the missions they took, the comfort they provided each other in their moments of need, all of these moments and more were a blur across her vision before she finally glared back at Jalal. I have no choice but to give it my all. Song of choice, tears of passion, unexpected feelings code vein. The two warriors burst forward with inhuman speed before they clashed, their elbows pressing against each other as one tried to overwhelm the other. Lil Tato threw a right punch at Jalal's face only for Jalal to dodge backward and tried to hit Lil Tato's head with his left elbow, the determined Quincy quickly ducking underneath the blow. She then tried to hit him in the stomach with her left hand, followed up by another punch to his face with her right after the first blow was dodged as he flew back, only to miss Jalal yet again. He then punched her hard in the gut with his left hand and sent her skidding back in the air. Lil Tato quickly rushed back at him and tried to land a kick, but Jalal blocked it with his right arm before returning the favor with a left roundhouse kick. She managed to dodge underneath the oncoming kick only for his fist to meet her halfway, uppercutting her with a quick blow to the chin as he flew below her. Lil Tato tried to retaliate with a flurry of punches once she stopped her ascent, but Jalal blocked each one with his arms before he delivered a series of powerful left and right punches of his own to her head, each one causing her skull to be jolted from one side to another. She let out a furious yell before she attempted to throw another right punch at Jalal's face, but Jalal easily caught the blow with his left hand before counter-attacking by punching her across her face with his right. Lil Tato snarled right before disengaging from her opponent and ascending high into the air to gain an aerial advantage. Upon reaching a satisfactory altitude, the winged archer pivoted in midair before she began to let loose a hail of arrows. Jalal dodged and weaved through these bolts of light as he flew upwards to close the distance. Lil Tato responded by flying up even higher, beyond even the clouds themselves, but Jalal continued to give chase. Just as he broke through the clouds, however, he was met by yet another barrage of arrows from mere meters away. This significantly diminished distance gave him a similarly diminished amount of time to dodge despite his speed and forced him to actively defend himself, much to his frustration. His body glowed golden with the use of meteor before he waved his arms about in a defensive manner, deflecting each of her arrows until the barrage stopped. He smirked with confidence upon having fended off the attack only for Lil Tato to appear right above him with Hiran Kyaku and send the mage plummeting below the clouds with an axe kick to the head. She immediately dove in pursuit, firing arrows as best as she could while falling at high speed to keep up the pressure. To her annoyance, Jalal recovered in time to stop his descent and activate his meteor spell, augmenting his speed once more and allowing him to fly through the barrage of arrows with ease. Before Lil Tato could even catch her breath from loosing so many arrows, the Lord of the Tower had joined her in the air once again. She saw him place his hands before his face for but a moment before her world turned white, a short burst of his heavenly body magic rendering her momentarily blind. Almost immediately, Lil Tato was sent tumbling through the air and gasping for breath, air and spittle escaping her body. If she didn't know any better, she'd think she were sparring the superstar himself. Thoroughly winded, she blinked back the remaining stars clouding her reddened vision and rocketed towards the bastard. The Quincy prodigy tried to land a flying kick at his face, but the wizard saint simply flew around her and landed a spinning kick of his own to her back to send her plummeting down to the tower below. The winged woman barely managed to stop herself from hitting the tower before she flew back to Jalal, screaming as she ascended. Her anger at the man overtaking her, Lil Tato's rational mind faltered as she tried to deliver a flurry of punches. While some of her blows did connect, for each punch she managed to land, Jalal's reach and speed allowed him to return the favor tenfold as he sidestepped and countered her barrage with a golden flurry of his own. Lil Tato grimaced through the pain. In such a physical exchange, Jalal had every advantage, and she knew it. Thus, she decided to switch tactics before she got herself killed and used Hiran Kyaku to get some distance. Sankt Bogan. Pushing past the strain on her body, Lil Tato conjured a massive bow about the size of a small house before firing 3 massive arrows at Jalal. This advanced form of the basic Heilig Bogan was simple in both execution and purpose, to utterly erase the enemy. She hadn't used it up until now for that very reason, but right now, the petite Quincy was more than willing to take her opponent's life for all that he's taken from Urza. The 3 arrows hurtled towards Jalal as though loosed from a ballista. He barely had time to marvel at their sheer speed and power before they were almost upon him. The mage rushed to form a defensive spell, any spell. Fast as he could, he clapped his hands together, an icy blue magic circle springing to life beneath his feet as he shouted, 6 stars, pillars of Padma. 6 frozen orbs appeared and laterally surrounded his body for a moment, 1 orb forming between his hands, before 6 icy pillars were erected in their places, the pillars enveloping the evil prodigy and forming a frozen barrier. This was a technique primarily designed for sealing the enemy within 5 pillars of ice, but Jalal found that it performed just as well as a protective spell in a pinch. The ice had barely finished forming before the spiritual arrows collided with the foremost pillar in a cloud of frozen mist, the resultant shockwave creating massive waves in the ocean and even blowing Lil Tato back a few paces. Eventually, the mist cleared, but much to Lil Tato's dismay, while the barrier had been cracked open, and the former wizard saint had indeed taken some damage as evidenced by the new cuts and bruises that now covered his body, he was mostly unharmed. Not bad, Quincy. If I hadn't protected myself, that might have done some real damage, Jalal complimented Lil Tato before he smirked. I might actually have to try a little. The heavenly body mage held both arms before himself, his right palm on top of his left. The index, middle, and ring fingers of his right hand and the index and little fingers of his left hand were all splayed outwards. Now, I do believe it's my turn. 5 stars, heavenly flame assault. 5 balls of fire grew from each of Jalal's extended fingertips until they were each as big as Lil Tato herself. Launched in her direction. The Quincy fired arrows at the flames, hoping to cause them to burst, but to her horror, her arrows disintegrated as they came into contact. She quickly raised up both of her hands to defend herself, as all 5 fireballs made contact. She let out a wail of pain, the flames burning her skin. When the attack finally finished, the Quincy was much worse for wear, tears flowing from her eyes from the pain of her newly inflicted wounds as both of Lil Tato's arms were covered in second-degree burns. No. No. Damn it all. Urza spoke as she watched the fight from the tower's surface. The difference in power between the two wasn't that large, she could tell from how many blows Lil Tato could take from Jalal, but the gap in versatility, speed, and Lil Tato's current emotional state hampering her ability to think clearly was certainly giving Jalal the edge. If things continued like this. Lil Tato. I'll admit you're certainly skilled to have lasted this long. Jalal spoke as Lil Tato tried to land one more punch aimed at his face with her right hand, only for the madman to grab her by the wrist with his left. But if this is all you can do, then you're no match for the likes of me. He then brought her arm down hard on his left knee, creating a loud snapping sound as he broke her arm. The Quincy squealed in pain, but before she could retaliate, Jalal proceeded to punch her again and again in the head with both of his hands, each blow now starting to leave a new painful bruise on her face with every strike. Lil Tato tried to open her mouth in an attempt to take a bite out of Jalal, but the dark mage simply grabbed a hold of her extended mouth and yanked her body forward before he punched her hard on the face with a left-handed jab, breaking her nose. Down an arm and thoroughly disoriented, Lil Tato was doing all she could just to stay in the air, much to Jalal's amusement. The madman cackled as he grabbed her broken arm and squeezed, a sickening crunch filling the air. Biting down on the scream that threatened to slip out, Lil Tato reached for his head with her remaining hand in a desperate maneuver, grasping nothing but air. The Quincy had barely enough time to register that Jalal had even vanished before he reappeared behind her in a golden flash and delivered a powerful chop to her left arm, breaking her only working arm and eliciting yet another painful wail. No. Lil. Bambietta whispered. She had known her friend was in for a rough time fighting Jalal one-on-one, even with Volstandig, but to see her being beaten to a pulp like this, it made her sick. Urza fared no better, far worse in fact. Her entire body was trembling as she helplessly watched her friend being beaten by the former wizard saint. Half of it was due to the sheer rage she was feeling at Jalal for tormenting her friend. The other half was the sorrow of knowing Lil Tato was suffering only because of her. No. It's supposed to be the other way around. Urza cried out in her mind. I should be the one up there protecting them. Lil Tato, please. Just run away, Lil Tato. Urza screamed with all her heart. Ha! It's time to end this. Jalal flew above Lil Tato and hovered in place before thrusting his arms out before himself. He placed his right hand on top of his left, the middle and index fingers of his right hand held out while his left hand remained completely splayed open. May the 7 stars bring judgment upon you. Grand Chariot. 7 magic circles appeared behind him, forming into a construct that looked like the Big Dipper. Each of the circles fired on Lil Tato with a mighty blast of light, this 7-fold onslaught of power blasting the weakened Quincy out of the sky and sending her smoking body careening towards the tower until a fresh crater formed in the giant lacrima with a resounding crack. For a moment, as she struggled to regain her breath, Lil Tato couldn't tell whether that noise had come from the tower or her body. However, upon trying to move, it became abundantly clear. Her whole body felt fuzzy. She tried to push herself up, but she merely fell back down with a fresh gasp of pain, her limbs refusing to listen to her. So, you're still alive? Consider me impressed, Jalal mocked as he slowly floated down to look at Lil Tato. You Quincy are indeed a powerful warrior race. However, I'm sure you realize that, in your condition, victory is completely beyond your reach. Give up now, and I'll see to it that you'll have a place in my new world. His words barely even registered in her mind. Pain. Pain far greater than Lil Tato had ever known in her time in Earthland racked her entire body. Her pitiful attempt at standing up earlier had done nothing but shock her body into exchanging its fuzzy feeling for all-encompassing pain. No mere words could have been adequate enough to describe it. Any ordinary person would have at least considered Jalal's offer at this point. Victory was beyond impossible now, and she knew it. Even so, even as Lil Tato acknowledged the inevitability of her defeat, thin blue strings of light surrounded the broken Quincy in increasing numbers. Her body screamed in protest, yet her focus on Ranso Tenge did not wane. She whimpered in agony as strings pulled on her broken body, yet still did she rise. Finally, she glared at Jalal with disdain, her determination not having faded in the slightest. Lil Tato spit to the side before offering a reply. No. Song of choice, soundscape to ardor, bleachost. Lil Tato. Bambietta breathed. She had known that Urza and herself had meant quite a bit to the Quincy, but, to see her friend, the brilliant yet lazy Lil Tato Lampard, continue to rise despite the sheer amount of punishment she had taken. She didn't know the Quincy had it in her. Urza, for her part, could only clasp one hand over her mouth as tears streamed from her left eye. Part of her felt overwhelmed by just how much the Quincy was willing to put up with for her sake, but more than anything else, she was in utter despair watching her close friend suffer such horrendous torment. This had long ceased being a battle. This was a beating, plain and simple. She felt as if a small hole were forming in her stomach, her distress growing with every cry of pain until this torture, this brutal massacre of one of her comrades was simply too much for her to bear. No. No, Lil Tato, please, you can't win this. Just run away. Lil Tato took a weak step forward before she spoke. You think, something like this, is going to keep me down? To abandon the people I care about more than anyone else? This pain. These wounds, are nothing. Urza has, gone through far too much in this tower, and I will not let her suffer any more. I am Lil Tato Lampard, a former member of the Wandenrijke's Stern Ritter, and a current, proud member of Fairy Tale, and you will not land so much as one more hand on her as long as I live. Jalal for his part could only shake his head. You reject my mercy? Fine. So be it. Flashing over to her faster than she could possibly hope to react, Jalal punched her hard across the face, grabbed her by the shoulders, and slammed his knee into her stomach, Lil Tato puking up blood as a result. He followed this up by lifting Lil Tato up by her throat and burying his fist deep into her stomach over and over and over again, each punch contributing to an increasingly dark purple blotch over her stomach. Lil Tato kicked at him as best she could, but he held her up too high and far away for her to do anything. Finally, after using her broken body as a punching bag for well over a minute, he admired his handiwork with a malicious smirk. Well? Regret your decision yet? Jalal sneered. He could easily kill the Quincy in his grasp right now, but no. Torturing her before she died would be the perfect way to break the spirits of both the other Quincy and his perfect sacrifice to Lord Zeref. There would be no more resistance from either of them after such a horrific display. However, much to his surprise, two hands then weakly grasped his arm with the aid of Ranso Tenge. The battered blonde's first words came out as little more than a bloody cough. Ugh, not yet, I can't lose. I'll perish before I lose. Reaching deep inside of herself to claim the last embers of power she had previously thought she had extinguished, the Quincy opened up her mouth, its depths burning with a mighty blaze. Fire Dragon's Roar. Jalal's eyes widened for a moment before they, and the rest of him, were consumed by the dragonic fire. The wizard saint actually grunted out in pain as he was forced to release his opponent and dash backward from the emotion-fueled flames. Because of the emotional nature of these flames, as well as the fact that they were released point-blank, she managed to injure Jalal far more than any time previous, first-degree burns covering his body. Lil Tato's Volstandig faded upon her attack's completion, the Quincy convulsing in pain once the technique took its toll on her body even as she collapsed to the ground. Jalal grunted in more annoyance than pain as he made his way over to her. Insignificant pest. Do you think wounds like these will do you any favors? You are nothing compared to me. I am the Dark Lord's chosen, and you? You're just some lost little Quincy who had the misfortune of befriending the wrong woman. Now. Jalal's right hand glowed a brilliant yellow as he looked down at Lil Tato. It's time to finally remove this piece from the game. Prepare to dash. However, just before he could finish his rant and execute the Quincy, Jalal was suddenly kicked in the side of his head, the wizard skidding back across the ground before he saw the perpetrator. He snarled in contempt. That's the second time you've done that to me today. There won't be a third, Bambietta Basterbine. Lil Tato just barely managed to muster up enough strength to look at Bambietta before she spoke. Bambi, why? You were supposed to get Urza free of those chains. You should have just dash. Let you die? Yeah, no thanks, Bambietta replied without looking at her friend. I made about as much progress as I was going to anyways. The majority of the seal's been eroded away, but the rest was like a brick wall. I wasn't going to crack it any time soon. All we can do now is just buy Urza the time she needs. Besides. She then gave Lil Tato a grin. You'd do the same for me? Jalal shook his head in utter bafflement. So, yet another fool rushes in to die? What do you hope to possibly accomplish? Even if you do succeed in freeing Urza of the spell I placed on her, the two of you would still be no match for me. All you're doing is just wasting my time, and your life. You don't know that, or just how strong Urza really is. Bambietta answered. Do you really think you fought Urza at her best? Not even close, buddy. Before she fought you, I could sense Urza had already gone toe-to-toe with Quilge. She might have regained her magic since then, but she still wore herself out. Act high and mighty all you like, but you can't deny those facts. This is Urza's fight, so listen up. I'm not just fighting you as a member of Fairy Tail, and I'm not just fighting you as a Quincy. I'm fighting you, on Urza's behalf. Song of Choice, He Who Howls and Rages, Naruto Shippuden. Reappearing in front of the madman with Hirenkyaku, Bambietta tried to swing downwards at Jalal's head, but he simply shifted slightly to the left to dodge her blow. Undeterred, Bambietta continued her assault with a flurry of sword slashes. And just what do you think you could possibly accomplish all on your own? Jalal genuinely asked as he casually dodged and weaved through her swings. Compared to your friend from earlier, your strength and speed aren't even close to her level, not to mention dash. Jalal immediately shifted and delivered a powerful punch to Bambietta's stomach, sending her rolling across the ground. Your durability is nowhere near your friend's after she entered that form. Damn it all. Bambietta sputtered as she slowly got to her feet. Much as I hate to admit it, the bastard's right. If I keep fighting him as I am now, I'm not going to even last a minute. No choice, then. Looks like I'm going to need to do that after all. The Quincy closed her eyes as she slowly began to take in the surrounding ether nano still present in the air as fallout from the Etherian. She, and Lil Tato as well, she suspected, didn't want to even consider trying this earlier due to the volatile nature of the power she was trying to control. If its mere presence was enough to affect Seagrain who, despite being a thought projection, was still a wizard saint, then the odds of it wreaking havoc on their bodies was quite high. Not to mention, the amount of ether nano she'd need to take in to be enough for a significant boost would almost certainly be too much for the condition her body was in. The theory quickly proved itself sound as the headstrong Quincy lurched forward in pain and multiple cuts opened up throughout her entire body. Her body was already rejecting the unstable ether nano, and she had barely even begun taking it in. Bambietta heaved with both hands on her knees, trying desperately to remain standing while she focused on taking in this power. Suddenly, one of those hands shot up to her mouth, cheeks bulging before she couldn't hold it in any longer, and a cascade of crimson bile fell to the floor for longer than she felt comfortable with. It seemed even attempting to control a small portion of that kind of calamitous power was dangerous at the level of strength she currently possessed. However, despite these injuries and the pain racking her body, Bambietta could indeed feel herself growing in power. It was far from enough, Lil Tato's Volstandig still proving to be her superior, but at least for a few moments before it inevitably wore off, she would have more power than even a Karaga had. She just prayed that would be enough. Jelal was less than impressed by both her power and appearance. I see, so, you decided to absorb the power of the Etherean to give yourself a temporary boost in power. I can't tell if you're a genius for pulling it off as well as you had, or a fool for the damage you took. But in the end, it hardly matters. I doubt you managed to absorb enough to truly make a difference. Oh yeah? We'll have to see about that. Bambietta protested before using Hiran Kyaku to rush forward. However, despite her increase in power, Jelal was still perfectly capable of outspeeding the bombastic Quincy even on her best day. He vanished from her sight before grabbing Bambietta by her long brown hair and yanking it backward with his left hand, bringing the Quincy's back into contact with a powerful right kick. Bambietta quickly turned around in an attempt to horizontally slash at him with her sword, but Jelal easily dodged under the attack and gave Bambietta a fierce right uppercut to her chin, sending her flying into the air and coughing up more blood. The fairy tale mage eventually managed to stop her ascent, though her body protested the exertion. She bombarded the surface of the tower with her shrift, but the attempt was futile. Flying through the air faster than a falling meteor, Jelal quickly closed the distance and grabbed Bambietta's face with his right hand before dashing down with his meteor spell and slamming Bambietta onto the surface of the tower. Before she could even attempt to remove herself from his grasp, Bambietta then felt Jelal press the back of her head harder against the tower's lacrima and drag her along at high speed, her body grinding painfully against the hard material. She kicked and punched him as best as she could to get him to let go, but the madman only laughed at the pain he was causing her before he finally picked her up and kicked her upwards, Bambietta barely managing to land safely on the ground. Okay, that's it, no more games. Bambietta yelled out as she concentrated her power into her legs. This was a stupid idea, trying to use Blitzraket Schritt in the terrible condition she was in, but right now, she needed every bit of speed she could get. She simply hoped that she would survive to make use of it before her body well and truly gave out on her. Bambietta burst forward with a speed like none other she had ever possessed while in this world, the power of Etherean fueling her lightning rocket step to further heights. Blitzraket Schritt. It was almost overwhelming. The Quincy could already feel the bones in her legs cracking from the strain, but she paid the pain no mind. She was so close to him now, and with his eyes full of surprise, he clearly wasn't expecting her to go this fast. Her right fist was less than a fraction of a second away from him now, and soon he'd fug dash. Bambietta couldn't breathe. Looking down, she could already feel bile rising up again as she saw Jelal's left hand retract itself from where it had slammed into her abdomen. Bambietta instinctively hugged her wounded middle before once again vomiting blood, her bloodshot gaze returning to Jelal's. She attempted to grab onto his arms only for her entire body to be pelted by a barrage of blows, her stomach and face feeling like they were getting hit by a jackhammer. The attacks were less than a blur in her eyes, even in her enhanced state, and with one final kick that she could barely see coming, she was sent skidding across the tower in a bloody heap. Well, that wasn't half bad momentum you had there, Jelal told her. I'd say you were almost half my speed. But even if you were my equal in that regard, it's not hard to counter your opponent when they move in such a predictable fashion. Bambietta panted for a few seconds, wobbling between conscious and not, before she leveled at Jelal a gaze overflowing with intense ferocity rarely exhibited since she had arrived in Earthland, her murderous intent clearly evident. Fuck off with your holier-than-thou bullshit. Once more did she try to intercept Jelal with Blitzraket Schritt only for the man to appear right in front of her and deliver a brutal right hook to her face, sending her flying through one of the tower's crystal-like structures and right over the edge of the spire. Bambietta stopped herself from moving any further, solidifying the air just a few feet short of the tower's surface. Why, you son of a... Before she could even finish speaking, Jelal had already kneed Bambietta's gut, further cracking her bones and bruising the organs within, before he clasped both of his hands together and slammed them down onto the Quincy to send her hurtling down towards the ocean. Bambietta was able to stop her fall about halfway down the tower, but just as she regained her foothold, she noticed a growing source of light above her. She looked up to see Jelal with one hand lifted above his head and a smug grin on his face. Oh, fuck me. Heavenly body magic, Pleiades, he calmly uttered. 6 rays of light fell from the sky before crashing into Bambietta, consequently causing her to crash into the dark waters of the ocean below. Jalal smirked just before he looked back at Urza and Lil Tato. One down. Only for him to hear something burst from the sea, his body instinctively moving to the left just in time to dodge Bambietta lunging forward as she rocketed past him. Unsurprisingly, the Quincy was looking much worse for wear, her entire body now covered in blood. Not dead yet, asshole? Jalal raised an eyebrow as he looked at the Quincy with befuddlement. Even after all that, you're still trying to defeat me? Haven't you realized yet that it's hopeless? Bambietta smirked as she brandished her sword once more, the blade taking more time than usual to appear. Do or do not, there is no try, dickhead. I'm not fighting because I think I'll save Urza. I'm still fighting because I will save Urza. Jalal scoffed before lifting his offhand and summoning forth a large blue orb of pure water magic. As one orb became 3, one on either side of the middle, he calmly cast 3 stars, raging baptism. Massive torrents of water erupted from each orb before combining, the deluge flowing forth at such speed that the bloodied Quincy could do little but hope for the best. Bambietta weakly crossed her arms in front of herself to defend herself from the attack, but the force of the water was simply too great. Bambietta tumbled along what felt like a torrential flood before her back slammed against a spire. She would have gasped at the impact had there been any air to be spoken of, but the water simply kept coming. This quality of magic. This was like if Juvia had a Volstandig of her own. Even if some part of Bambietta appreciated the fact that his spell had managed to wash off most of the blood from her outfit. This asshole is just going to drown me at this rate. Thankfully, the deluge eventually came to an end, Bambietta succumbing to gravity and falling to the ground from her place against the lacrima. She coughed and sputtered, her lungs working overtime to replace the water inside of them with air. She attempted to get up only for Jalal's left foot to slam itself onto the back of her head, keeping her low to the ground as he glared at her with contempt. You two have kept my destiny from me long enough, Jalal growled as he ground his heel against the back of Bambietta's head. Now, if you want to live, kneel before me and grovel for forgiveness, and I might consider letting you live as one of my enforcers in the brand new world Lord Ziraf and I will create. Music of choice, Inishi no Maha, Fairy Tale Ost. Bambietta could feel the lacrima shards digging into her face. Even so, she made sure to turn her head enough to look Jalal dead in the eye before she gave her response. Go to hell. You have no idea what Urza and I have been through. Urza's the main reason I've had such a good life up until now in Earthland. I've met so many people I've cared about, because of her. Changed so much because of her. I've made so many mistakes in my time in the guild, like trying to take an S-class mission before I was ready, or trying to kill someone over a fit of rage on more than one account. Lots of things that could have gotten the guild into some pretty deep shit. And yet, every time I did, she always told me that she never made a mistake when she brought me to the guild. I came as far as I did in this damn place for only one damn reason, and that's to take her back home. She started to get up to her feet before Jalal pushed down harder on the back of her head. Even still, however, her determination did not fade. She made no mistakes bringing me to this guild, and I'm not making one right now. You might as well just kill me now, because I'll never, ever, betray her just to save my own skin. Jalal scowled then before he placed his left hand in front of him, pointing it directly at Bambietta. Then perish, you worm. Heavenly body magic, Hyades. His hand pulsed with energy before a rapid barrage of golden yellow blasts erupted from his palm, each eliciting a piercing scream from Bambietta. Her body shook as much as it could underneath Jalal's heel, but despite this, every blast hit its mark. Finally, after blasting her hundreds of times, he took a step back. Bambietta's back was covered in blood and blister burns, not a single speck of her pristine skin remaining unharmed. Believing her to be either unconscious from the sheer amount of pain she had experienced, or having passed on to the afterlife, Jalal stepped over Bambietta's body before slowly making his way over to Urza. Now that eyesore's been properly dealt with, I believe it's about time we got back on schedule. Urza slowly rose to her feet, her fists clenched with rage. All the pain and misery he had caused her had been one thing, but the complete and utter thrashing she had watched him give to her friends was another matter entirely. I won't let you get away with what you've done to them, Urza promised coldly. I assure you, you will pay for all the suffering you put them through. Jalal chuckled at her threat. In the condition you're in right now, your attempt at intimidation is about as terrifying as a little kitten. Just give up now, and I promise you your last moments won't be full of pain and... How? How could you do it? Jalal whipped around as he heard the unexpected voice, his eyes widening as Bambietta slowly got to her feet. She was breathing heavily, and the Quincy couldn't help but clench her teeth from the sheer amount of pain her body was in. Still, she stood before him, and somehow, she looked as determined as ever. What nonsense are you going on about now? Jalal asked with annoyance. Just what would it take for these damn Quincy to die? You know what I'm talking about. How could you betray her? Bambietta demanded with anger. Her lips parted into a snarl, and she clenched her hands as she expressed her emotions clear as day. You two were friends for so long in this hellhole. Urza told me all about it. I don't know the exact specifics, but I sure as hell do know that you don't go through something like that and not cherish the people you do have. Oh? And what would you know of it? Jalal wearily asked. Were you a slave as well? Not like you and Urza were, but I may as well have been with my own bastard of a father, Bambietta spoke. The only things I had for comfort growing up were my mother and step-siblings. It may not have been the same kind of hell you two endured, but I had my own hell. One where failure to meet his standards was met with starvation, beatings, and, if my father willed it, death. My mother did everything she could for me growing up, but I lost her far too soon. After that, all I had were my half-siblings, until he made me kill them. Everyone's eyes went wide from that revelation, even Jalal's. Lil Tato was most surprised of all, the broken Quincy having never known that part of Bambietta's past until now. He made Bambietta do what? Your father made you kill your siblings. Urza asked with shock and horror. Why on earth, how could he ask you to do such a vile act? My father was a madman who wanted the ultimate progeny to one day surpass the father of all Quincy, that's why, Bambietta spat. It was all part of a cruel, sadistic process to weed out his weak children. He was a monster, through and through. But this isn't about me. No, this is about you, Jalal. She glared back at the former wizard saint before she continued her rant. You betrayed her right when you could have all gone home. You could have left this entire nightmare behind you, yet for some goddamn reason, you decided to stay and make her suffer for it. Your best friend. She suffered for years blaming herself for everything that happened to you, and for not being able to save everyone. I may not have shared the same experiences you did with her, but I know Urza is one of the kindest, loyalest, and best kinds of friends you could ever have. A friend who would always be there for you, to fight with you, to comfort you, to die for you. So, why in the hell did you do it, Jalal? Why would you continue in the very same footsteps as the same people who caused you to suffer so much in the first place? You want to know why? Jalal asked as his eyes narrowed. It's because the world that we live in is a farce. When Urza and I tried to escape this tower with the help of my friends, I had believed that we would be free. But the truth is that true freedom doesn't exist in this world. For people with power such as us, the laws that the Magic Council has in place are bars on the cage of society that keeps us confined in our daily lives. I didn't understand this until Lord Ziref's spirit spoke these words into my ear. Magic shouldn't operate under such limitations, nor the mages who wish to use those powers. But it's not just mages, no, but even the people without magic who are restricted by rules and laws. In the world that I will bring about with Lord Ziref, I will eliminate such laws that constrict the people. When I finally revive him, he and I will bring about a world ruled by only the strong. A world ruled by strength, not the corrupt elected committee that uses their positions for their own gain. A world where the laws can suit the individual, and not simply to please the masses. A world where the power is back to where it belongs. In the hands of not the government, but the people whom they lord over. He then gave Bambietta a nasty sneer before he continued. That's why I betrayed her, to embrace my true destiny. Simply living a life of mediocrity is a fate worse than death in my eyes. I deserve nothing short of being the new Messiah who brings about this new world. Living with my friends, being a wizard saint, it all pales in comparison to my true purpose. Everything I've done since I met Lord Zeref, since I have seen the world for what it really is, has been for this one purpose. That's it. That's it. Bambietta growled as she slowly took a step forward. You betrayed Urza, and lied to all of your friends, just because you wanted to fulfill some damn fantasy that you came up with. She clenched her fists then as she continued. All that pain, all of that suffering, all of that guilt she felt for years was just because you decided to listen to some damn ghost, is that it? Slowly then, a flame-like aura of brilliant crimson and dark yellow began to surround her. You damn monster. I can't stand people like you. Anyone who betrays their friends for their own gains, they're the absolute worst scum of the earth in my eyes. You're going to pay for everything you've put Urza through, do you hear me? I swear to God, you're going to pay. She shined with a brilliant light then as her voice reverberated, the others atop the tower having to shield their eyes from the all-consuming light before it faded. Jalal's eyes slowly adjusted before they snapped wide open at the sight before them. Bambietta was now fully healed, her hair now partially taking on a golden-orange appearance as two energy-like pauldrons covered her shoulders, her eyes glowing with an orange hue. Jalal felt himself sweat slightly, the lord of the tower recognizing the form she had taken on. This must be the power she used to defeat Akariga. Song of Choice. Flaring fighting spirit overcoming a detestable fate, G Gundam. Jalal. Bambietta cried out as she burst forward at a speed that impressed even him. She's fast. The mage scrambled to get out of the way of her attempt to grab his face with her right hand before quickly taking up to the sky as he glared down at her. Ha! Your form is still nothing more than a parlor trick compared to my power. Now, be judged by the 7 stars. Grand Chariot. Just like before, 7 magical circles surrounded him before each fired down a powerful blast of energy. The 7 attacks converged on Bambietta, but, to Jalal's surprise, Bambietta simply jumped into the attack and flew straight through it. What? Jalal cried out as she rapidly closed the distance. While she wasn't uninjured from the attack, the Quincy singed from head to toe, the attack didn't slow her in the slightest. That's impossible. Shining finger. Bambietta cried out before she grabbed onto Jalal's face in the palm of her right hand, the former wizard saint grabbing it with both hands as he tried to lodge himself free, but it was no use. The glowing Quincy now possessed strength greater than even his own. Jalal yelled out in pain as he felt the holy energy in Bambietta's palm sear his flesh. A blast shot forth from her hand, forcing her to let go of Jalal as he was sent flying back. However, Jalal wasn't a wizard saint for nothing, and the crazed wizard managed to maneuver most of his body out of the way just in time with the exception of his left shoulder. The blast continued downwards until it hit the sea, creating a massive explosion that eclipsed the tower in height off in the distance. Jalal crashed down onto the surface of the tower, creating yet another crater on the already pockmarked surface. Groaning in pain, he struggled to get to his feet. He winced at the pins and needles sensation in his left arm, though his focus soon shifted as his face was in utterly agonizing pain, the likes of which he had never experienced before now. Urza gasped when she finally got a good look at him, as most of his face was scarred by third-degree burns. My face, how dare you? Jalal screamed at the Quincy with a mixture of utter contempt and agony. How could this have happened to him? He was supposed to be the chosen one, yet somehow this woman had actually managed to scar him. He tried to lift his left arm to cast another spell, only to find that it wouldn't move. Damn it, she's done far more damage than I thought. There's a lot more where that came from, you son of a bitch. Bambietta yelled back. Now that I got this power back, you're as good as dead. She rushed forward then, fully intent on defeating Jalal with this next attack. Jalal braced himself then, unwilling to let something like the loss of an arm prevent him from fulfilling his destiny. However, just as she was about to make contact with him did the worst come to pass. Her divine power, the last hope she had of defeating Jalal, vanished as suddenly as it had arrived, the golden-orange energy leaving her entirely. What? No. Not now. Bambietta despaired as she felt the power leave her body. Jalal, however, could only sneer in sheer delight as he sensed the power his foe once had now leaving her body, his own glowing gold as he began his counter-attack. Meteor. Like many times before, Jalal vanished from Bambietta's vision before he threw a vindictive punch across her cheek with his remaining arm, launching her across the tower before appearing behind her yet again and delivering a powerful left kick, sending her rocketing off before he flew in front of her and kneed her hard in the stomach, the Quincy coughing up blood before he finished his attack by slamming his right elbow to the back of her head. Bambietta groaned in pain, and weakly tried to punch him back, but Jalal simply kicked her away where she lay still on the ground. Bambietta tried to get up, tried to move, but she found that she couldn't. Unlike before when she had first entered that special form, Bambietta's Ryoryoka had not been replenished. If anything, it was at an all-time low. Wait, what the hell is going on? The last time, I felt fine as daisies when this form ended, but now I feel weaker than a common hollow. Was it because I went into this form again so soon? Damn it all. She wanted nothing more than to keep fighting back, but as she was now, even Ranso Tenge required too much energy to use. She couldn't even bring herself to absorb the surrounding ether nano. I'll give you at least one bit of praise, Bambietta Basterbine, Jalal commended. In all my years as a mage, I have never been as injured as I am now. For doing that much, I'll acknowledge your strength. However, you'll soon see it was all for naught. He took out a vial, his contemptuous gaze never leaving her prone form. It seems I was quite fortunate to ask dispute for one of these curse potions after all. He took a long sip from the vial, drinking all of the contents within before he was healed once more, all of the wounds he had obtained prior vanishing completely. He rolled his left shoulder in an exaggerated fashion and brought a hand to his face before he smirked. See? Good as new. All you two did was simply throw away your own miserable lives. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bambietta screamed out as she tried to get up. She managed to stand up for a few seconds by using a newly created blade as leverage, only for her to then collapse to the ground. She looked over at Lil Tato, then Urza, before glaring at Jalal. No. That power Sylphia gave me was our last hope. Is this really how it all ends? She grit her teeth as images of Levi, Wendy, Rukia, and finally Lucy all ran through her mind. No. I made a promise that I would see her again. And I won't, I can't. Images of Lucy passed through her mind then, her girlfriend in tears as she stood over the graves of herself and Urza Scarlet. Let her cry. She wobbled up to her feet once more, her legs shaking like a weak tree in a storm, panting for breath before she let out a scream of determination. No. I'm still not done, not yet, not until I draw my last breath. Until your last breath, you say? Jalal took on a crazed look in his eye. Then let's make you a woman of your word, shall we? He had underestimated these two Quincy's for far too long. In his attempt to break Urza's spirit even further, the two had gotten far closer to victory than they ever should have. He should have just done this at the start, but his hubris had gotten the better of him. This one is far too dangerous to leave alive for even a moment longer. I'll be sure to finish her off with this next attack, Jalal thought as he crossed his arms above his head. A great shockwave erupted from him then, the wind forcing the likes of Bambietta, Lil Tato, and even Urza to slowly move across the tower's surface. What is Jalal up to now? Urza thought as she looked on. While she couldn't sense power like Bambietta and the others from her world, even she could feel the amount of energy Jalal's attack was emanating. However, as she was forced to look down at the ground from the shockwave and the bright light his attack was emanating, Urza's face quickly became one of horror as she noticed her own shadow beginning to bend to the source of the attack. Why is my shadow bending towards the light? The sheer force of gravity required. No. With a spell this powerful, it's going to kill Bambietta. Now, to plunge you into infinite darkness, you foolish Quincy. Jalal cried out as the shadows on the surface of the tower began to form into a black orb which was rapidly growing in size. This is the price that you, your friend, and anyone else who dares to interfere with my grand destiny deserves. Now, perish. This is far too much. Bambietta thought as her pupils shrunk in size. Even if she was in peak condition and focused all of her efforts on blood venet, she'd have little to no chance of survival. As she was now? There was nothing she could do, and she knew it. I guess, this really is the end, huh? Lucy, I'm sorry, but it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to keep that promise after all. That was until a lone figure stood before her. Don't do it. Not unless you want to kill me too. Bambietta gasped in shock as a blanket of scarlet hair filled her vision, Urza's arms outstretched in an attempt to defend one of her closest friends. Jalal seemed to hesitate then as he tilted his head down to look at Urza, that look of fierce determination and grit still present on her face as it had when she had first confronted him in the tower. He stopped charging his attack, prompting Urza to speak. You don't want to lose your precious sacrifice to Ziref, do you? Urza asked with vitriol. That would be a problem, Jalal admitted. The ceremony requires the body of a wizard comparable in strength to one of the 10 wizard saints. Such a thing is hard to come by. However, it is not impossible. I can find a suitable replacement. You're not the only one who fits that bill. I just wanted to use you simply because I felt you were the most appropriate. But you're proving to be far more trouble than it's worth. I'll worry about your replacement after I kill all 3 of you. Urza felt her eyes begin to mist as she realized that she had nothing left to barter with for the lives of her 2 friends. Jalal began to charge up his attack once again. All this time. All these years that I've prepared myself for this. It looks like it truly was all for nothing. No, Urza. What the hell are you doing? Bambietta demanded. He's willing to kill you now, you know that. Get the hell out of the way, try to swim for shore as fast as you can, something. The others might be able to pick you up, and dash. No. It's my fault that you 2 are involved in this mess. The least I can do is protect you to the bitter end. Urza declared. As Fairy Tale's Titania, it is my duty to use my body as a shield to protect the members of the guild that cannot protect themselves. I will not let someone else die for me ever again. I refuse it. Erza, please don't. Bambietta pleaded. You're making a huge mistake. Urza turned her head then and gave Bambietta a small, heartwarming smile, shocking her fellow fairy tale wizard as tears visibly flowed from her right eye before she spoke. When it's come to you Bambietta, I've made no mistakes. No. Bambietta screamed. Erza. Heavenly body magic, Alta Iris. The massive ball of shadow, now filled with small lights like stars dotting the night sky, flew forward at Jalal's command, the lacrima beneath it cracking and shattering as it made its way towards Urza Scarlet. Erza. Bambietta screamed out, hoping that somehow her pleas would convince the woman she respected and admired more than anyone else to move out of the way, but Urza remained where she stood, putting everything she could on the line. It looks like this is the end of the road for me. The Scarlet Mage mused as the blast approached her. Master Makarov, Mifone, Myra, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Lil Tato, Bambietta, and everyone else in Fairy Tale, I'm truly blessed to have met you all. Urza Scarlet closed her eyes then, prepared to meet her end. Only for a small figure to get in the way of the blast at the last second, intercepting the oncoming attack and forcing it to detonate prematurely. There was a massive explosion, one that shook the entire tower and could be seen even by the escaped members of Fairy Tale and their new allies. The smoke from the resulting explosion covered the tower's surface, blinding Urza, Jalal, and Bambietta to what had just happened. However, a gust of wind blew by the tower and dispersed the smoke to reveal the true victim of Alta Iris, much to the abject horror of Bambietta Basterbine and Urza Scarlet. Song of Choice, Requiem of Silence. There stood Lil Tato Lampard, the Quincy's arms outstretched just as Urza had done moments prior, though hers were shaking violently. Her body was covered in lacerations and bruises, far worse than what she already had before from Jalal. However, worst of all and what truly tore away at Urza's and Bambietta's hearts, was the massive, bleeding hole that had been torn right where her stomach had been. It looks like I made it, just in time. Lil Tato weakly stammered out as her body began to tremble like a leaf, Ranso Tenge finally giving out. Urza's eyes flooded with tears as harsh and painful memories of Rob taking a barrage of magical blasts to protect Urza only to disintegrate right before her very eyes flashed through her mind. Just as Grandpa Rob had done, so too did Lil Tato Lampard fall to the ground on her back, the Quincy's breath painfully weak, and growing slower by the second. Lil Tato! Urza cried as she scrambled to Lil Tato's side and clasped onto her right hand. No, no. This wasn't supposed to happen. Everything she had done up to this point had been to make sure that something like this would never happen again. Well now, I had thought you had fallen unconscious, you despicable pest. Jalal spat out. I'm surprised you could manage to move at all. Lil. Why? Bambietta whispered as she fell to her knees, tears streaming from her eyes. Bambietta was no medical expert, but even she knew that the wounds her friend had just received were undoubtedly fatal. One of her best friends, that she had known for years, was going to die. Why did you do it? What the hell were you thinking? You know that neither of us would have wanted this. So, why? Why did you do it, Lil? If this was to make up for what you did dash. Lil Tato barely managed to look over weakly at Bambietta, the Quincy coughing up a small amount of blood to join the rapidly growing puddle beneath her body before she answered. That's not it, Bambi, my body just moved on its own, there wasn't time to think, but I don't have any regrets keeping you both safe. Lil Tato, Lil, no. You can't die on me, you can't. Urza cried out. I swore that I'd never let anyone else die for me. You of all people should be the last to die in this tower. She clenched onto Lil Tato's hand as she looked down at her face. You were like the little sister I never had. Please, Lil, you can't die. Not because of me. You need to escape and live a long life in the guild, Lil. If you died because of me, I'd. Urza stopped speaking as she felt Lil Tato's hand brush against her cheek. None of this is your fault, do you hear me, Urza? Lil Tato spoke weakly. You've done so much for me, and Bambietta, and for the whole guild. If there's anyone who deserves to live after all of this, it's not me, it's you. She then gave Urza a weary smile as she continued. So, don't you dare blame yourself for this, understand? I just want you to be happy. Urza shook her head in disbelief as she held onto Lil Tato's hand. She couldn't accept that. She was the one who should have died to protect them. It was her responsibility. Her duty. And now, one of her closest friends, a member of her family, was dying. More tears fell from her eyes then as she choked back sobs, the mage feeling more sorrow now than she ever had in her entire life. Please, don't cry for me, Urza, Lil Tato told her. It's fine. If it's for you or Bambi, I'd gladly trade my life away. She began to cough profusely before she looked over at Bambietta. Bambi, I guess we won't be going out to eat any more together, will we? Bambietta shook her head, the Quincy's tears had already started to fall. She couldn't have held them in even if she wanted to. No, it doesn't look like we will. Lil, I've never told you this, so you need to hear this now. Bambietta tried to give her a smile then, but her mouth was quivering from the overwhelming sadness she was experiencing. I'm so glad that you're one of my friends. You were always making sure I never got myself into a problem I couldn't handle ever since we met here. No, not just then, but even back in the Wandenreich, and whenever we would sneak off to the world of the living, you were always looking out for us. Yeah, I know you constantly called us names back then, but I knew behind all that sarcasm was a true friend. So, thank you, Lil, for everything. Lil Tato slowly nodded her head as she began to feel her strength leave her body. That means so much to hear, Bambi. I just have one favor to ask you. She weakly looked over to the crying Urza before she looked back at Bambietta. It was getting tough to even make out their faces at this point. Please, get yourselves out of here alive. I don't care if you have to leave my body behind. Just please, protect her. She needs you right now, Bambi. Please. Bambietta shook her head in agreement as she wiped the tears away from her eyes, though they were quickly replaced with new ones. Why yeah, you got it, Lil. I'll get her out of here, I swear. Please, Lil, don't talk anymore. Just try to hang on a little longer, please. Urza pleaded, the woman beyond desperate to keep one of her closest friends alive. We can get you to Wendy and Dash. That's not gonna happen, Urza. Lil Tato responded weakly. I'm finished. I know I am. But there is one other thing you can do for me. Will you fulfill this last promise to me? Urza slowly nodded her head then, the reality of the situation finally beginning to sink in. I'll do it, what is it that you want? Lil Tato's eyes fluttered as the light began to fade from her eyes, her body quickly losing its strength as she looked at Urza. Please, tell Natsu that I. Her hand suddenly went limp in Urza's hand, the Quincy's eyes closing for the last time. Her chest rose once more, and then, nothing. Urza's mouth dropped as her eyes welled with tears. The mage bent down over Lil Tato's corpse in the hopes of finding a heartbeat, but the only sound she could hear was her own erratic breathing. She began to cry in earnest as the emotions that had been building ever since she had met with her friends at Arcane Resort finally reached their peak. The one thing she had always wanted to avoid, the one thing she dreaded above all else, the reason she had become so strong. It had finally come to pass despite all of her best efforts. Losing a member of the guild would have been hard enough, but, while she may not have known Lil Tato for nearly as long as many other members of the guild, the months they had spent together had been enough to create one of her most treasured bonds. Ever since the war with Phantom Lord had concluded, the two had interacted often, even before the blonde had moved into Urza's apartment in Fairy Hills. The Quincy had come to her for advice and emotional support on more than one occasion, something Urza had been more than happy to provide. It was more than enough to give Urza enough insight into the kind of person the Quincy truly was. Lil Tato was far from the most talkative member of the guild. In fact, aside from Miss Doggin, she very well may have been the most quiet. However, despite this reserved nature, Urza knew that Lil Tato was someone who cared dearly for her comrades. Now, she was gone, taken from this world far too soon. Never again would Urza be able to comfort the hungry archer when she needed support. Never again would she be able to enjoy the nice, warm breakfast Lil Tato made for her, and never again would she be able to see Lil Tato smile whenever she would return from a long hard mission. Memories of the times in which they bonded burst into her mind as readily as the tears that streamed from her eyes as she continued to mourn over the corpse of her dearly departed friend. Urza waited one brief moment before taking a step forward. She approached the sobbing Lil Tato with grace befitting one known as Titania, kneeling down beside the Quincy. Urza took off the glove from her right hand, resting the palm gently atop Lil Tato's left shoulder. Let it all out, Lil Tato lampered. The Quincy looked up towards Urza then, eyes peeking out from between spread fingers. Slowly those hands moved away, revealing the remnants of tears left behind. No, I'm supposed to be the quiet one. I can't be like this. Nonsense, Urza said. You have no need to keep your heart hidden away when someone is willing to share your pain. You are so very fortunate, Lil Tato. Lil Tato began to speak again, however softly. I didn't want to lose Bambi. But, she would have been better off if that Soul Reaper had killed her. Then Giselle wouldn't have dash. She is alive here, right? Urza asked. And I see no harm done to your bond. Maybe Bambi forgives me, Lil Tato continued, but I don't know how. I can't ever forgive myself. I would not ask you to do something you feel you are incapable of, Urza replied. However, perhaps in time you will feel different. Urza helped Lil Tato up to her feet, the Quincy keeping quiet for a time. Urza did not force the issue, instead simply providing Lil Tato a shoulder to lean on if she needed it. The Quincy took it for the moment, speaking up at last. How can she forgive me? Lil Tato asked. Urza. Could you forgive a friend that hurt you like that? Now it was Urza's turn to grow silent, leaving Lil Tato to feel the mage's arm stiffen up in response to the question. She began to wonder what she had done wrong, what button she had pressed, but Urza's body remained tense for only a moment. I don't need to worry myself with such concerns, Urza replied, her tone of voice less than convincing at first. No one in fairy tale would ever betray their own. Lil Tato could see a confident expression on Urza's face, yet there was something within her spiritual nature that the Quincy could detect. A deep-rooted sadness that was buried within her soul as if encased in the thickest of armors. Yet still it was desiring to peek out. I guess you're right, Lil Tato said, unwilling to press the subject any further. I mean, that Natsu, he Lil Tato's face suddenly went the slightest shade of red, the Quincy unsure of what was suddenly overtaking her. Urza simply smiled. She glanced away from Lil Tato for a moment, the wizard beginning to wonder a great many things. She was content in what she had seen that day, that Lil Tato was apparently no threat to the guild. Still, Urza would keep her eyes open just in case. Urza let out a sigh of relief she hadn't known she had been holding in as Bambietta began to restrain her old friend as Wendy healed him. She may not have condoned their actions, but Wally, Sho, Miliana, and Simon were still people she cherished. Still, it was hard to believe that the people she was so close to many years ago could have ever turned out like this. No. It's not their fault, Urza thought as she watched on. Given their situation, it only makes sense that they would think that I betrayed them. She clenched her fists then as tears began to fall from her eyes. If I was just stronger, if I could have stopped Jelal from going mad, then none of this. Urza's thoughts were interrupted then as she felt a hand grasp her left hand. Turning her head down, she saw none other than Lil Tato, giving Urza a look of concern as she stared up at her. It's gonna be okay, Lil Tato said as she then moved in to hug Urza. I don't know what's going on right now, but I'm here for you. We all are. The only time Lil Tato had seen Urza remotely this upset was when she had told the Quincy about her as a slave on the ride over. But tears? This was the first time Lil Tato had seen Urza in such a state, and she was quite positive Natsu hadn't either, the Dragon Slayer staring in a mixture of confusion and anger as he watched Urza cry while he dragged the beaten blockhead behind him. Urza, not knowing what to do, could only respond by hugging the petite blonde woman. What had started as a fun getaway had quickly devolved into a bitter trip down memory lane. But even so, she was beyond grateful for the support she was given. Thank you, Lil Tato. No. No. Don't go. Lil Tato. Urza threw her head back and screamed out in anguish as she sobbed over the lifeless body. The normally stoic mage was completely overcome with pain and despair, leaving her unable to focus on the situation at hand. Hee hee. Ah ha 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 ha. Jelal hollered in a burst of mad laughter. What a perfectly pointless thing to do. She tried to play the valiant hero, but her death won't change a thing. That wench gave her life to save yours, but she should have known that I'm not letting either of you leave this tower alive. That's what you think, Bambietta said as she walked in front of Urza, the Quincy's eyes full of tears and fury. She may have died, but it won't be in vain, you hear me? She wasn't just some member of the guild. She was my friend, one of my best friends, and you took her away from me. Bambietta growled. And for that, I swear, I will kill you. Bambietta ran forward, her sword poised to run straight through the bastard's heart, but each and every single attempt was easily blocked by one of Jelal's fingers. Gone was any attempt at using skill, Bambietta's fury giving way to a berserker style of fighting. But she didn't care. One of her closest friends had died from this monster, and she would do whatever it took to take him down. To hell with the guild's rules, to hell with whatever the Magic Council decided to do with her afterward, to hell with it all. Lil Tato was dead because of this bastard, and right now she wanted one thing more than anything else. To see him dead. Unfortunately, a swift punch to the gut brought a quick end to her attack, the Quincy kneeling down in pain even as she continued to glare at Jelal. This isn't over. I'm gonna kill you, you motherfucker. I won't stop until you're fucking dead. Jelal couldn't help but cackle widely at her threat. And just what are you going to do? You've used everything that you could, and it's all meant nothing in the end. I'm certain that any one of my spells could kill you with little effort. But look on the bright side, at least you two will be joining that worthless wench shortly. Song of Choice, Fairy Law, Fairy Tale Ost. How dare you? Jelal looked over Bambietta's shoulders to see Urza Scarlet slowly getting to her feet. Tears were still flowing down her eyes, but her face, her eyes, were now filled with a cold, brutal fury. If Bambietta wasn't so full of sadness and anger herself, she would have been downright terrified of Urza's visage. How dare you call her a wench? Urza took a step forward. How dare you call her worthless? Then another, her words punctuating her approach. You have no right to say such things about her. Lil Tato Lampard was a kind, caring, and beloved member of Fairy Tale. She was also one of my dearest friends. She looked up to me, more than anyone else had in the guild, and while I never told her this, I was honored that she held me in such high regard. Her fists clenched then as she glared at Jalal with murderous intent. We went out on missions often. We ate together, lived in the same room, she even made breakfast for me, she was like the little sister I always wanted. And because of you, she's gone. Jalal shook his head as she continued to get closer. Yes, I know you're quite upset with me now. But, with the condition you're in now, you're in the exact same position as that Quincy over there. My chain spell still has plenty of time until it wears off. That's plenty of time to sacrifice you and kill this nuisance. Face it, Urza. You're powerless. I may be bound by your spell. But I won't let that hold me back any longer. Urza said as she tried to make her magical power flow through her once more. A gust of wind blew by as the sea churned below the tower and small tidal waves crashed against it. The small bits of lacrima that were lying about thanks to the battle thus far began to lift upwards as the red chains on Urza's body faded away. What? This is impossible. Those chains should be able to bind the wizard saints outside of the four gods of Ishgar. So how on earth is she breaking through? Jalal could not help but panic internally. It was true that she had been unable to break these bonds before, their power proving far too much for her to remove. Now, however, with her resolve strengthened by righteous fury, and the magical chains having been weakened thanks to the efforts of Bambietta and the lapse of time, she was finally able to break through. I won't allow you to escape justice for what you've done. I won't. Urza declared as the shattered pieces of lacrima continued to rise, only to turn to dust once they came into contact with Urza's magical aura. The wind intensified, and the ground beneath her cracked into small fissures. Bambietta could feel her own body getting crushed by some sort of invisible weight, finding it impossible to even move against this intense spiritual pressure. You will pay for what you've done to Lil Tata Lampard, Jalal Fernandez. I swear on the name of Titania, and the entire fairy tale guild. You will pay. Requip. Armadura Fairy. The entire night sky was filled with a powerful green light, blinding everyone on the tower, the escaping members of Fairy Tale on the boat, and even those on Arcane Resort that were looking at the sea, until finally, the light faded. There stood Urza Scarlet, clad in pink armor, a purple skirt, and a long flowing purple cape. Her head was adorned by a tiara with two large feather-like protrusions that covered the sides of her head. Her intense gaze of contempt had not ceased in the slightest, the woman now beginning to approach Jalal. Despite how things may have seemed, however, this was not the same kind of rage she had used when she had battled Jalal prior. That was a blinding wrath, one that had consumed her very mind and allowed Jalal plenty of opportunities. No, what Urza was experiencing now was a calm, calculated fury, one that would push her forward, yet not overtake her thoughts. This was righteous outrage. That's the armor Elizabeth gave Urza to fight wizard saints. Bambietta thought as she felt the power emanating off of it. It's incredible. What is that armor? What is that? Jalal demanded. Something about this one was different, he could feel it. Normally, that shouldn't be possible. After all, magic power usually needed some sort of device to be measured, but this? No, the magic power coming off from her armor was so raw, so intense that it was actually making his skin crawl from the sheer amount emitted. This is Armadura Fairy, Urza told him with disdain. I didn't have the chance to use it earlier. Its power is far too dangerous for me to wield recklessly without causing serious collateral damage both to the surrounding area, and my comrades. But now, almost all of my friends have left this tower, leaving just you and me. She then turned her head to look at Bambietta. Go. As things are right now, I cannot guarantee your safety. Please, take Lil Tato's body, and go. But. Bambietta stuttered. What if you need help, what if you? Urza gritted her teeth before she shouted at Bambietta. This is not up for debate, Bambietta Basterbine. Leave. Please. Bambietta stared for a moment before she suddenly realized what Urza was trying to do. I see. You're thinking about your friends even now, aren't you, Urza? She limped over to Lil Tato's body before gingerly hefting it in her arms. Okay, Lil, you heard her, we gotta leave this in Urza's hands. She took to the air, Bambietta having just enough power to do that as she looked down. I'll get off of the tower at least, but I won't leave you, not fully. I made a promise to Lil, and I'm going to keep it. This tower has taken hundreds of innocent lives, one after the other, Urza growled as she closed her eyes. 2 of those lives belonged to people I cherished. Twice, I have had to watch a member of my family sacrifice themselves for me, and twice have I been too weak to do anything about it. Righteous fury encompassed Urza's visage as she fixed her baleful gaze on the man in front of her. Never again, Jalal. Do you hear me? The ground splintered beneath her, cape billowing in the wind as her magic spiked to even greater heights. Never again. Chapter 72, A Life for a Life. The Tower of Heaven, a structure responsible for the deaths and suffering of hundreds of people. From the slaves who had been worked too hard, barely fed, and suffered daily beatings from the cult-like masters, to those who had died in an attempt to escape or revolt against their captors, this tower had indeed inflicted great suffering on the citizens of Fiore. However, there was one person amongst all these victims who stood out from the rest, Urza Scarlet. She had been the only one fortunate to have found freedom from the wretched spire and found a place to call home. That place was none other than the Fairy Tale Guild. For many years, she had been a part of their family, growing quickly into one of their most powerful mages. Her time there was easily filled with some of her most joyful memories. Yes, she was now the pride of Fairy Tale, the Titania, the strongest female mage in the entire guild. But, while this title had come to mean much more to her upon discovering its origin in her mentor, Mifon Long, she still found herself haunted by her past. Despite her new family's unwitting assistance in helping Urza cope with the pain, her time at Fairy Tale was constantly plagued with reminders of what she had gone through. From running into Sea Grain, the now revealed thought projection of Jalal, to meeting the damaged Quincy, one who had been betrayed much like herself, it seemed like it was fate that she would one day inevitably return to the miserable tower. She had known this would happen eventually, the S-class mage having vowed to return one day to save her friends and confront her inner demons when the time finally arrived. But she would not do so on the terms she had desired. Whisked away while trying to enjoy the vacation so graciously given to them by Loke, Urza had been dragged back to the tower far sooner than she would have liked. Worse still was the state of mind her old friends were in, the 4 of them seemingly brainwashed by Jalal, as well as the fact that her new family had been dragged into it as well, something she had tried to avoid at all costs. To spare her precious family any further pain, she had surrendered herself to those under Jalal's command. It was all for the sake of her friends. Never again would she allow someone to die for her sake, for it was her responsibility in the end to keep the rest of her guild safe from all harm. Never again would she be so weak that someone would have to throw away their life for her. She had trained to become as strong as she had for this one purpose. To protect the ones she loved. And yet, it was all for naught. In the end, her friends had come for her, fought for her tooth and nail to bring her back, and while she truly appreciated that their hearts were in the right place, and that most of them had escaped with her lives, it did little to change the fact that what she had tried to avoid for so long had finally come to pass. Only mere moments ago had Lil Tato valiantly given up her own life so that Urza could live on. It was through this heroic sacrifice that Urza had found the power and resolve to free herself from the bonds that Jalal had placed her under. She had the power she finally needed to end this madness, of that she was certain. This was not something she took pride in, however, the cost of this power coming from the loss of someone more akin to a little sister than anyone else she had known. The thought caused her unspeakable anguish. But as much as this dreadful sadness tore away at her from the inside, Urza knew that, right now, there was something that she had to do. To finally take down the madman responsible for everything that had happened on this dreadful tower since she had managed to escape. This had gone on for long enough. It was her fight, her destiny, and she would not allow anyone else to get hurt. Not after the tragedy that had already befallen her guild this day. It was with this in mind then that she spoke her next words to Bambietta. Go, take Lil Tato's body right now, and get out of here. As things are right now, I can't guarantee your safety. I've never used this armor before, and if I were to lose you too. Yeah, I understand, Bambietta said as she walked over to Lil Tato's body. Bambietta's eyes were still flowing with tears, the death of one of her closest friends still hitting her quite hard. But, before she had become a member of Fairy Tail, she was a member of the Stern Ritter, and she had been trained when to let those emotions take control. It was only because of this, along with the horrid life she had lived with her father, that allowed Bambietta to carry Lil Tato in both of her arms. She looked down at her friend's peaceful face before managing a weak smile. "Come on, Lil. It's time you and I got out of here." Slowly, she managed to take to the air as she looked back at Urza. "I might not be able to fulfill my promise to Lil completely," Bambietta thought as she looked down at the tower. "But I'll at least stay close enough if she needs help. That's the least I can do, to keep my promise." She'd keep herself well and truly out of the way of the battle at the very least, but she just couldn't find it in herself to leave the situation completely. She had gone through too much to just leave. She wanted to see this through to the end. Urza turned her attention back at Jalal, her fists shaking as her rage swelled, but managed to rein herself in. Last time she let her anger get the better of her, he managed to seal her power away. She was so close to making a similar mistake, but now, she would allow this emotion to fuel her actions, not guide them like she had allowed it to prior. Jalal, for his part, now having calmed down from the fact that Urza had managed to break through the spell he had placed on her, could only chuckle lightly at her bravado. "So, you've managed to free yourself. So what? It hardly makes a difference. I'll just simply have to beat you down at my leisure before I sacrifice you to Lord Ziref. As I am right now, it doesn't matter what armor you adorn yourself with, it'll be futile in the end." He then glanced over at Bambietta's retreating form before he pointed his left hand outwards at her, his palm glowing with magic. "As for your friend, I do believe I told you earlier that I have no intention of letting any of you leave here alive. Song of Choice, God's Anger, Yu-Gi-Oh! Japanese Ost." Urza suddenly filled his vision and grabbed his left hand, cancelling out his attack. Her eyes blazed with wrath as they pierced his own before she squeezed his hand, causing him to cry out in pain. "I've dealt with plenty of criminal scum since I've joined Fairy Tail. Petty thieves, bandits, dark guilds, and even serial killers, and all sorts of monstrous creatures. But none of them, have caused my blood to boil as much as you have, Jalal Fernandez." Jalal tried to pull back, to yank his hand free, but it was no use. He couldn't escape Urza's grasp. Titania's grip grew tighter still until his bones creaked from the strain and he let out a prolonged groan of anguish as a result. Urza, however, couldn't care less about the pain he was experiencing and continued. "I was willing to forgive you for all the years of pain you put me through once you faced judgment from the Magic Council, but now you've gone too far. You've taken the life of one of my most precious friends, and for that, I swear, I will never forgive you." Jalal let out a desperate shout as he slammed his right fist into Urza's chest plate, his hand glowing with heavenly body magic. To his surprise, not only was Urza entirely unfazed by the attack, but he was the one to actually experience pain, his hand left bleeding from the blow. He tried to then deliver a roundhouse kick to Urza's left side, the limb also glowing with magic, only for his kick to bounce off just as harmlessly against her. Jalal furiously snarled before he continued his assault with various punches and kicks to Urza's body. However, each and every single one was the same as the last. Useless. Urza merely glared at him with utter contempt as he pounded away at her armor to no avail. "You obviously couldn't care less about what you've done. That much is clear. You don't feel the slightest bit of remorse. Even now, all you can think about is how to sacrifice me to your precious Lord Ziref. Well, her life may have meant absolutely nothing to you, but she meant something to me. To the whole guild." Her voice rose to a crescendo as she squeezed his hand tightly, breaking one of Jalal's fingers in the process and eliciting a cry of utter agony. "Because of you, I'll never be able to enjoy her company ever again. Because of you, I'll never again enjoy the breakfast she would make for me every day, or the missions we would embark on, or the food we'd share, or her warm smile. You've created a massive hole in our guild that will never be fixed. My family had already suffered more than enough when we lost Lysina 2 years ago, and now, because of you, they'll have to experience that same heart-wrenching pain, and it's all your fault, you uncaring bastard." Meteor. Jalal's entire body clad itself with a bright yellow glow as he attempted to fly backwards, but Urza's grip held firm. He gritted his teeth and let out a mighty shout before he delivered a jab directly into Urza's unflinching face. Urza finally let go of his wrist, allowing the frantic madman to punch the S-class mage in rapid succession across her chest and face, his blows moving 2 times faster than lightning itself. Finally, it seemed like he was doing real damage. Urza's head moved to and fro as he continued his high-speed assault, the redhead stepping back with each blow he landed. "I don't care what kind of armor Elizabeth made for you, your power is nothing compared to Lord Ziraf's chosen one." Jalal chambered his fist to deliver one last strike, believing that it would be the deciding blow. Only for Urza's left hand to stop it mid-punch, the ground beneath her crumbling as she looked at him with the same wrathful and piercing eyes. Dozens of his blows had connected, he was sure they had connected, and yet, the only damage that he could see was a small cut on her lower lip. Jalal couldn't believe it. "That's not possible, Grak." Jalal felt a powerful impact on his face just before his body was sent flying. He eventually managed to regain his footing, his feet skidding across the lacrima surface until he finally came to a full stop. He could see Urza's right hand outstretched, the fist shaking with barely controlled anger. He snarled, preparing to attack her once more before he felt something wet on his nose. Inspecting his face with his left hand, he quickly discovered that his nose was covered in blood. A sharp, intense pain quickly followed then, Jalal quickly coming to the realization that Urza hadn't merely given him a bloody nose, she had broken it. What kind of armor did Elizabeth give you?" he demanded. "Armadura Fairy. The most powerful armor she's created to date." Urza answered with cold vexation. "Most of my armors exist to fulfill a specific niche, and until Phantom Lord, that had been enough. But my clash with Jose Porla soon quickly proved otherwise. Thus, she set out to create an armor for one purpose and one purpose alone, to defeat Wizard Saint-level foes. I've never used this armor before now. Its destructive power is far too great to use recklessly. When everyone else was here, I dared not take the risk that they could become collateral damage. But now that it's just you and me." She then gave Jalal a fierce look of pure malice, sending chills down his spine. "I can fight with all of my strength unleashed? Is that, Urza, I'm sensing?" Rukia exclaimed. She and the others that had managed to escape had been watching afar from the safety of their boat that they had used to arrive at the Tower of Heaven in the first place. There had been plenty of moments of hope and despair, from sensing Jalal's power spike once he had fused with Seagrain, to Liltato's Volstandig and Bambietta's super form, to their eventual defeats. It would have been an understatement to say that the last several minutes had been an emotional roller coaster. But now, the power that Rukia was sensing off of the tower was unbelievable. Jalal had proven himself to be quite powerful, almost twice as much as Grimjo had been in his resurrection according to Ulquira, but Urza's power at the moment was, simply unfathomable. Her elder brother, whom she had admired above all else, and even Ichigo with his visored mask before he ascended the dome of Las Noches, paled in comparison to the power she was sensing from Urza now. I can't believe that she's had this sort of power within her all this time." "It's without a doubt most impressive," Ulquira commented. "As she is right now, her power is nearly a match for my own upon my first resurrection. In fact, it may possibly be even greater." It was hard to get an exact read on her power at the moment, but from what he could sense, Urza's current level of strength demanded respect from even him. "Yeah, that's Urza for ya," Gray said with a small yet smug grin on his face. "She's totally going to kick his ass now, and then we can all go home." He pumped his fist into the air, the mage feeling overjoyed that it looked like things were finally coming to an end, and in their favor no less. Natsu would have added something as well, but the Dragon Slayer was too busy losing his lunch over the side of the boat, as he had been since he woke up. "Not all of us." Everyone turned their heads to look at the source of the small voice, Candace's eyes watering with tears. She had been trying desperately to hold them in, not wanting to bring further sorrow when the outcome of Urza's fate was still up in the air, but now, she just couldn't do it anymore. She was shaking like a leaf as she did everything she could to stop herself from outright sobbing. "Candace, what's wrong?" Lucy asked. The blonde reached over to place a hand on the other woman's shoulder before her eyes widened with realization as to what those damning words could have meant. Lucy's pupils shrunk in as Wendy hugged her, tears flowing from the little dragon slayers as she too picked up on what Candace's words had implied. Lucy slowly retracted her hand. No. Don't tell me, is Bambi? Miss Basterbine is alive, albeit in not so good condition. Quilge interrupted Lucy as he held his head low. Much like Candace, he hadn't wanted to break the news till they were safely ashore, something he suspected that the Arrancar and other Quincy had also decided on to make the trip home easier to their new allies. But now. Wait a moment. Rukia said as she slowly got up to her feet. You mean, when Lil Tato's energy dropped entirely? She had been silently hoping, praying, perhaps foolishly so, that Lil Tato had just been knocked unconscious. No, that wasn't quite true. The fact of the matter was, deep down, she had known the truth since it had happened. She didn't wish to acknowledge that reality until she had known for certain, but now, she had all the proof she needed. You mean she's... Rukia's voice trailed off then as her lips quivered. Dead, yes, Quilge answered her as he continued to hang his head low. I was hoping to bring you this news when we knew for a fact whether or not Urza Scarlet would return safe and sound so as to not add any more stress to our trip home, but it seems that's no longer dash. Song of Choice, Kanashiki Keiko, Fairy Tale Ost. That's not true. It can't be. Natsu struggled to remain upright as he walked across the boat. The Dragon Slayer's emotions were so intense that it allowed him just enough strength to overcome his motion sickness, grab onto Quilge's collar, and yell right into his face. She can't be dead, no way. She's too strong for that. I don't care if that punk was a wizard saint, I know Lil wouldn't die to someone like that. You all told me she used that Volstandig thing, and that almost beat Jose. So, there's no way she's dead. You're lying, you just have to be. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Quilge stammered. I don't like this any more than you do, but dash. No. Natsu interrupted as tears fell from his eyes. It had been so long since he had shed tears. Not since 2 years ago. Not since Lysina. The young man's heart had hardly begun to heal from such a terrible tragedy, and now, it felt like it was being ripped wide open all over again. The past was repeating itself, and there was not a damn thing that he could do about it. The Dragon Slayer refused to accept that reality. She's not dead, you hear me? She's not. I already lost someone 2 years ago. There's no way it's going to happen again, understand? I won't let it. He let go of Quilge and stormed over to the edge of the ship. Happy, we're going, right now. Natsu, don't. In your current condition, you don't stand a chance. Levy yelled at him as tears welled from her eyes at the news. She was far from the only one as Lucy, Wendy, and Jovia were all letting out silent tears. Totomaru wasn't faring much better, as he too could feel tears begin to well in his eyes. So, you're all just okay with us sitting here while our friends could die? Natsu yelled back. To hell with that. Of course not, but you're not in any shape to fight. Levy called back. Please, just dash. No way. I'm going, and there's nothing you can. Natsu, she's right. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Natsu turned around to see Grey Fullbuster. What he had expected was the usual angry face he had whenever they got into a fight, but this time he looked calm. He wasn't crying like everyone else, but Natsu noticed that he was shaking much like Candace. If you go flying in there all by yourself, then you'll end up just like you'll just get in the way. I don't like sitting on this boat either, but right now, this situation is way out of our hands here. The only thing we can do right now, is just wait. I can't do that. Gray, you. Before he could say anything else, however, Natsu collapsed as his motion sickness reared its ugly head once more. He tried to rise to his feet again in his desperation to get to the tower, but the motion sickness, along with the wounds he had received from dispute, prevented him from going any further. Damn it! Lucy could sympathize with Natsu, she really could. She wanted nothing more than to go back herself to save Bambietta, but as things stood right then, Gray's words were true. She would only just get in the way. All she could do now was pray for her girlfriend's safe return. She clutched her hands in front of her chest, her mind wandering back to one Bambietta base turbine. Bambi, please, I know you can get through this. I. She then clenched her fists as she looked at the tower. I believe in you. Song of Choice, no more from Dragon Ball Super by Poke Mixer 92. Urza took a deep breath as she clenched her fists in rage, her old friend taking a step back as she was slowly enshrouded by a green aura that scorched the lacrima below. This has gone on long enough. No more suffering. No more pain. No more death. The energy around her swelled until it billowed out like a raging fire. I'm going to end this. Right here. Right now. Urza took off like a rocket, speeding towards Jelal with a furious burst of power. Jelal could scarcely believe the speed she was coming at him with right before she delivered a right-handed punch powerful enough to knock him off of his feet and send him flying backward. Urza dashed forward to repeat the process with her left hand, but Jelal was just narrowly able to jump out of the way of the attack by activating Meteor and taking to the sky. I'll admit that you've gotten quite a bit faster, Urza, but when it comes to speed, I still have the advantage. He yelled at Urza as he looked down at her from above. You may as well surrender right now, and dash. Before Jelal could finish his banter, Urza had already turned on a dime and taken off into the air, her speed once again allowing her to close in on Jelal far faster than he'd like. He moved to the right to dodge the first punch, then ducked under another from her left hand before Urza managed to plant her right knee into Jelal's stomach. He coughed up some bile, the Blunet quickly growing frustrated at the turn of events. With a growl, he aimed a punch right at Urza's face in an attempt to wipe that determined look of furious condescension off of her face. It was not to be, however, as Urza quickly caught his fist after he hit her face as his other first slammed into her stomach with no effect at all. Jelal tried to pull himself free before he suddenly felt himself spinning faster and faster, until Urza threw him downwards and sent him careening to the surface of the tower. He let out a cry of pain upon crashing onto the tower, smashing the lacrima below before activating Meteor once again and taking off to attack her with renewed vigor. A right punch to her chin, a left kick to her midsection, a series of left and right hooks to her face, these were just a few of the attacks he was able to unleash on Urza. All of her attempts to defend proved to be too slow, as every single one managed to connect. Yet, despite all the hits he was landing, she was still giving him that intense, hate-filled look, not seeming concerned in the slightest. Urza's face barely budged as he punched her hard on her left cheek before she delivered a powerful kick to the side of his head that forced the Dark Mage to spit blood and very nearly cancelled out his Meteor from the disorientation alone before he righted himself midair. Jelal glared back at Urza, unable to accept that she could suddenly be so powerful. How could you be this strong? The Urza I know is nothing like this. I know how strong you are. I've been keeping tabs on your progress for the explicit purpose of ensuring that you would be a strong enough sacrifice. This kind of strength, it's the armor, isn't it? Urza gave no response, her icy glare not letting up for even a moment. Jelal tightly clenched his fists as his body shook with rage. No response. What, do you think that you're so much better than me that you won't even respond anymore? Is that it? He was the chosen one of Lord Zeref, the one who was supposed to usher in the new world, and he refused to be looked down upon by anyone, least of all her. I'll be sure to rid you of your arrogance with this next attack, Urza. May the flames of heaven smite you. Rainfall of the sun. A multitude of massive fireballs formed behind him, each the size of a two-story building, before each flew forward and crashed into Urza's scarlet one by one. With each impact came an explosion that rivaled the power of an average captain's 40s level Hado and caused the sea below to form massive waves. These waves crashed into the tower and rocked the boat onto which the others had retreated. Jelal couldn't help but chuckle as the smoke began to fade. Hopefully she isn't dead, but any of the other wizard saints below me would easily be left unable to move after an attack like that. All I'll need to do is find her before. As the smoke cleared, what Jelal saw was not a battered or injured Urza, but rather the very same one filled with outrage. Her armor looked a little scorched in various spots, but otherwise, like after every attack before, the wizard herself was completely undamaged. What? That's not possible. Jelal yelled at Urza. It's a trick, it has to be. Urza said nothing as she continued to give him that same intense, murderous expression. Jalal yelled out in defiant fury and flew in close with Meteor once again. Left, right, above, and below, more punches were thrown at Urza, but while each was able to land a solid hit, they did little to no damage. It was infuriating to say the least, but he was certain that, over a period of time, he could at least wear her down with a combined barrage of physical and magical attacks. However, little did he know that something that would truly disturb him was just about to transpire. He threw a right-handed punch once again, expecting to hit her once more, only for her to block it with her left arm. He tried again with his left hand, this time trying to hit her below the chin, only for Urza to grab onto his fist and punch him hard across the cheek, the former wizard saint going back several feet before he tried to attack her again, only for her to grab the wrist of his right arm and for her to hit his face with her left elbow, causing him to cry out as he felt an intense bash against his skull, nearly giving him a concussion. He could hardly believe what was happening. He was faster than her at the moment, but the difference wasn't enough that Urza couldn't adapt. And adapting she was, for with every attempt he made, Urza continued to block his attacks, her arms moving about just fast enough to stop some attacks on her face and chest. Furious, he let out a loud yell before attempting to strike at her face once again only for Urza to dodge underneath his left-handed punch before letting out an angry yell of her own and uppercut his jaw, sending Jalal to the clouds above. He glared down at the tower, his fists clenching so hard that he was beginning to draw blood. I was hoping that, with the Quincy's out of the equation, capturing you would prove to be easy, but now you're just reminding me why I'm better off with you dead. Moving his left hand above his head while his right remained clenched in front of him, he smirked before he unleashed his next attack. Now, feel the power of Lord Ziraph's chosen one. Pleiades. 6 golden rays of light converged onto Urza then, but to his surprise, Urza didn't even try to move out of the way. Instead, she simply used her right hand to deflect one of the oncoming blasts and then did the same thing with her left hand for the next attack. The third ray of light was grabbed by Urza's right hand before she tossed it forward, bursting through 3 of the oncoming lights as it headed straight for Jalal. He flew underneath the attack just in time before he quickly noticed Urza flying up to his location yet again. Knowing that there was nowhere to run, he cupped his hands before his chest before shouting, 6 stars, cyclonic rampart. For a moment, an orb of violently rotating wind spun at maddening speeds between his palms before erupting outwards as Jalal threw his arms to the side. One after another, protective spheres formed and began spinning around the dark mage, spinning faster and faster until 6 tempestuous walls had formed with Jalal in the center. Confident in his safety, the wizard saint took a moment to ponder what his next move would be, only for Urza to crash through his elemental barriers with ease and grab him by the collar of his shirt. "What's wrong, Jalal? Aren't you supposed to be Lord Ziraph's chosen one?" She yelled in his face before she followed it up with a powerful kick to his stomach, Jalal actually puking up blood from the blow before Urza let him go and resumed her assault. "Aren't you supposed to be invincible?" She slammed her fists against his formerly smug face again and again, not even flinching when his blood began splattering her face and armor. His face now bloodied and bruised, Jalal could just barely bring both of his arms up in time to defend against the finale to Urza's barrage. He felt the bones and muscles in both of his arms crack from the final blow as he was thrown back for almost a mile before he used his meteor spell to stop his momentum. He glared back at Urza, and sputtered, This isn't over. Do you really think this will be enough, Urza?" He was about to fly back to continue the fight, but strangely found that he couldn't. He looked down at his legs to find a sight he found most peculiar, his legs were shaking. What sort of spell is this?" "It's no spell," Urza said as she slowly flew over to him. "Besides the ability to fly, I haven't used any of this armor's magical spells yet. What you're experiencing right now, is fear." She stopped floating forward before she continued. "It's ironic, really. Back when we were slaves in the tower, you were the brave one while I was full of fear. But look at how the tables have turned." She looked down back at the tower, her face turning somber once more. "I'll never understand how someone so kind, and so full of courage, could turn into the man I see right before my eyes. You were such a nice boy, one of the nicest I had ever known. We could have had a great life together, in fairy tale." Jalal scoffed at her words. "Please, the boy I used to be was weak, worthless. Back then, I had no power to call my own. But look at me now, I've become one of Lord Ziraph's chosen ones. The one who will bring about new world order. I'm scared and alone. That's all you are now. Urza interrupted him. You are a powerful mage, I won't deny you that, but your real strength, the one that came from your heart, it's gone. More than ever, I see that now. You truly are a ghost of your former self. She slowly shook her head, then as tears fell from her eyes, both of them. I supposed I just wished that in the end, there was a small piece of you left that I could still save. Jalal chuckled a little. The only part left of that boy was the attachment I had for you. It's why you were chosen to be the sacrifice to revive Lord Ziraph. You should have been honored, but you've stubbornly refused my offer despite this. Yes, I did care for you for a time. But now? Now, I'll be more than happy to kill you as I did with that worthless refuse I sent to the afterlife. Music of choice, Childish Killer 2, Blaze Blue. Urza grit her teeth, her fists clenching hard enough to draw her own blood as her body shook with rage. Magic built around her, creating a powerful wind that rivaled the force of a tornado, forcing Jalal to drift back with concern. She had a name, you worthless bastard. Before he could fully comprehend her next move, Urza had burst forward with tremendous speed to grab Jalal by his face with her right hand and sent the both of them hurtling towards the tower. A loud booming sound could be heard for miles as she slammed the back of Jalal's head into the tower, the lacrima spire shaking as the ground beneath them formed into a large crater before the floor finally gave through. Jalal tried to kick Urza in the stomach repeatedly as hard as he could as they descended, crashing through floor after floor, but she barely budged as she glared at him with intensity while tears welled around her eyes. Her name was Lil Tata Lampard, you son of a bitch. I'll ensure that you remember it before I send you to the depths of hell. She lifted him up in the air with her right hand despite his struggles and punched him hard in the stomach with her left, forcing him to vomit up yet more bile. Urza released her hold on him only to uppercut him on the jaw with that same hand, sending him skyrocketing through the air. The furious fairy quickly sped up towards her former friend, and Jalal, who was finally starting to truly panic, his face now contorted with fear, began to pelt her with multiple light magical blasts. It was a futile effort, however, as Urza proceeded to fly through the attacks with no resistance at all. She continued to rocket towards him, her face contorted with fury as she was fueled with wrath by the death of her friend. Not wanting to simply be pushed around so easily by his old friend, Jalal rushed down with Meteor to clash with Urza once more, the two colliding in midair as their hands grasped against each other. But, despite his trying with all his might to send her to the tower below, it was Urza that continued to push forward, their clash quickly being taken to even greater heights. For what you've done, for the life you've taken, there can be no forgiveness. None. I'll stain this entire tower in your very blood if that's what it takes. She screamed out as her magical power completely overwhelmed him. A powerful punch slammed into the left side of his face, his right side quickly receiving similar punishment. A brutal pattern established as Jalal swiftly found himself consumed by yet another of Urza's onslaughts as she wailed on him with her fists. He could feel his jawbones cracking from each punch, and he knew that he couldn't hope to withstand an attack like this for long. He quickly flew away with Meteor after dodging under one of her blows, finally giving himself a brief reprieve. Once more, the two crashed into each other, the two mages parting briefly before they continued their dance in the sky, the two clashing their bodies together about 2 more times before Jalal felt desperation touch him once more. Just barely blocking a bone-rattling punch with his right arm, Jalal chambered his other arm, fist glowing gold with magic. Heavenly Fist of the Bam! But Urza's furiously contained rage seemed to have finally given her speed even greater than his. She slammed her fist into his face before he could finish uttering the spell's name, blood spewing from his nose and mouth before Urza landed yet another powerful kick to his stomach, forcing bloodied bile from his mouth before she moved behind him and slammed both of her hands behind the back of his head, sending him to almost sink into the ocean below. Jalal was just barely able to stop himself from hitting the sea as he shook his head to try to regain his composure. This is ridiculous. I shouldn't be pushed around like this. I was considered one of the 10 most powerful wizards in all of Fiori with a mere 60% of my power. So, how is she able to deal with me with such ease with my full power? A swiftly growing shadow beneath him brought the dark mage out of his musings. He hurriedly ducked out of the way of a kick aimed at his head, Jalal using Meteor to fly around Urza before he took off into the air. Urza, however, was far from finished unleashing her rage upon the master of the tower as she used her magic to propel herself upwards, soaring past Jalal only to pivot in midair and slam her left elbow into his face, cracking his skull before she grabbed him by the throat. "Do you feel it, Jalal? This pain, this fear?" Lil Tato felt all of this before you cruelly took her life away, yet, despite it all, she still fought on to protect her friends. Her grip around his throat tightened, causing him to gasp for air as her eyes bore into his. "Now, it's time for you to finally pay the ultimate price for what you've done with your life." Heavenly Fist of the North Star. His right hand glowing a bright gold, Jalal barely managed to croak out the name of his technique before he punched Urza just hard enough for her to finally let go of him. He would have liked some time to breathe, but he knew there was no such respite. Acting quickly, his skin soon became engulfed in rock as fire, wind, and water surrounded his body like a swirling barrier. "All right, fine. If my heavenly body magic alone won't be enough, let's see how you handle fighting me with all of the elements at my disposal." Urza floated there, unimpressed. Jalal growled before launching himself forward and engaging in melee with Urza once more. Before long, one of his punches flew past her guard and knocked her head back, eliciting immense and vicious satisfaction from the former wizard saint as he seized on the opportunity. Urza bucked forward as he kneed her in the stomach, the earth element leaving his body to cover Urza's own before the fire, wind, and water that surrounded him slammed into her body as well before he sped away backward, the four elements creating a massive vortex that littered the sky. Jalal could not help but let out a cackle as she was blasted by the powerful elements. "How do you like that, Urza? It's a spell called Primordial Vortex. Its power is even greater than that of the Jupiter cannon. Now, do you see? This is the power of a man who has risen above even the wizard saints, the power of Lord Ziraf's chosen one. A powerful burst of green energy exploded from the elemental whirlpool in the sky, immediately dispersing the various elements and revealing Urza in all of her wrathful glory. Urza rocketed through the sky and used her momentum to drive her fist deep beneath his sternum, thoroughly depriving the evil man of breath once again. As Jalal hacked and coughed, Urza growled, "I don't care if you have supposedly become stronger than the wizard saints, or if you really are Lord Ziraf's chosen one. No one takes the life of one of my precious comrades and gets away with it." She couldn't do enough to save Lil Tato, but damn it, she could make this man know, this monster pay. Letting out a scream of fury, Urza used her bloodied fists to drive the extent of her hatred into the object of her vengeance. With every punch, Jalal's body crumpled. With every strike, the air shook. With every blow, the skies trembled. With every impact, the seas churned. Finally, a blast of magical energy erupted from her final blow, sending him careening away. Jalal gritted his teeth in frustration before shining bright with the power of Meteor, planning on using his great speed to circle around Urza and attack her from behind. Closing in, the golden mage threw a kick at the back of her head only for Urza to suddenly move her head out of the way and allow him to pass by just enough for her to grab the hem of his shirt with her left hand, holding him tightly in her grasp. "I told you earlier, didn't I? You will suffer the very same pain you put her through before you killed her. I promise you this, by the time this is over, you will know the same fear she did." She punched him in the chest once more, a loud cracking sound indicating another broken rib. "Now, her name. Do you remember it now? Or do I need to continue to beat it into you?" "Lil Tato. Lampard, oh, yes, I'll remember it. I'll be sure to tell the new world how futile her sacrifice was." Jalal yelled into Urza's face with contempt. Glowing with Meteor's power once more, he kicked Urza as hard as he could in her stomach, freeing himself from her grasp before he took to the skies once more. "But more importantly, there's the matter of dealing with you. I'll ensure that you'll repent for your arrogance with this next attack. May the 7 stars rain judgment upon you." Grand Chariot. As Jalal took his signature stance for the attack, 7 large rays of light began their descent. Grand Chariot was far more powerful than any of the attacks he had used previously against Urza, and more than enough to get the job done. Very soon, her body would become nothing more than a mangled mess. Urza, however, continued to stand her ground, both of her hands glowing with a brilliant light for just a moment until it faded to reveal two broadswords with pink seraph wings as their hand guards. She simply narrowed her eyes as the spell came closer and closer until, finally, she swung one of her blades, releasing a massive wave of green energy that completely eclipsed Jelal's grand chariot. What? No. This cannot be. Jelal panicked as the attack bore down on him. Holy protection of the 7 stars. Bringing forth his most powerful defensive magic, 7 star-like objects shot down from the sky, each connecting together like a massive, hexagonal shield of light. Urza's attack made contact with the barrier before it created a massive explosion, one that dwarfed the tower and spanned as far as the eye could see, completely eclipsing the night sky with an explosive force that made any Gran Race hero outside of the top 4 espada or nuclear weapon pale in comparison. This was no mere attack of a mere S-class wizard. No, this was the true, magnificent power of Urza Scarlet. Holy shit! Bambietta exclaimed as she watched from below the tower's surface. She had been quite fortunate to have heeded Urza's warning about getting to a safe distance. The attack Urza just fired had been just as great, no, greater in size, than the Getchuga Tenshou Ichigo used to nearly kill Jinjo Kyujo. As Urza was right now, even Bambi's divinity drive, the name she had chosen for her new gold-like appearance prior to her battle with Jelal, wasn't at the same level of power Urza was exerting right now. She smiled with pride, watching the woman she admired above all else getting vengeance for their fallen comrade. At that thought, Bambietta couldn't help but look down at the body in her arms, her face quickly taking on a very somber expression. It's still hard for me to believe that you're really gone, Bambietta thought as she felt the urge to cry once again resurface. Who's going to tell me when my plans don't make sense now? Or help keep me from getting in trouble? Who's going to tell me what the best foods on the menu are now? Lil, I. No longer capable of holding her tears back any longer, the Quincy wept. How could she not? Lil Tato had been there with her during almost every important event she had experienced in Earthland since they had reunited. The blonde had berated herself quite fiercely when it came to her betrayal, but Bambietta had long since forgiven her, the two officially burying the hatchet after the vampire incident. And now, she was dead. Bambietta quickly shook her head as she looked up at the surface of the tower. No, there will be plenty of time to grieve later. Right now, I have to keep my eyes open so that the bastard doesn't pull another fast one on Urza. It was the very least she could do to fulfill her promise to Lil Tato. Jelal could not help but pant heavily, the mage wrought with exhaustion. His whole body shuddered, not just from the exertion of the last-minute defensive spell he had barely conjured up in time, but also from, as much as he loathed to admit it, fear. Of the 7 stars he had summoned, only the center star remained, the rest having been destroyed entirely from Urza's attack. Even the remaining star soon crumbled into motes of light that blew past Jelal's stunned face. He inspected his still shaking hand, noticing that his glove had still been burnt away despite his heavenly protection. Had he not used this spell, he would no doubt have been floating unconscious in the sea below, or even more likely, dead. Damn you, Elizabeth, for making such an armor. Jelal cursed the blacksmith. He didn't think it was possible for one of her creations to have a power like this. If he survived this, he would make sure the wizard saint would pay by being the one he used to revive Zeref in Urza's place. Jelal paused. When? Not if. When he survived this. How on earth could he have even begun to doubt his own ability? He was the chosen one, damn it. He would emerge victorious. I see you survived. Jelal spun around to see none other than Urza Scarlet floating a mere 6 feet away from him. She still had that intensity in her eyes, but she seemed slightly more at ease. I wasn't sure if you'd be able to manage attacks from these blades. I should be happy about that, I suppose. You're happy that I survived? What sort of sentimental drivel is that? Jelal demanded. Didn't you say mere moments ago that you wished for my demise? What, have you had a change of heart? Do you still plan for me to return to that naive young boy I once was? Is that it? Urza simply shook her head before she responded. Not anymore. It's clear to me now that the young boy who gave me my last name has long since ceased to be. I thought when I first ascended the tower that I was ready to end your life. But, the truth is, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Not without the latest enchantment Elizabeth placed on the purgatory armor at least. I realize now that I unknowingly hoped, somehow, that the old you was still in there somewhere. But after what you've done, I know that he is truly lost. No, the only relief I feel now is knowing that you'll live to serve out your sentence, to reflect on all the misery you've brought into the world. She clenched her twin blades before she continued. When you killed Lil Tato, I truly did wish for your death once more, but only now do I realize that such was folly on my part. To simply kill you would be too easy for you. If I had taken your life, you'd die believing yourself to be some sort of martyr, and I refuse to let you have that or any kind of satisfaction in death. No, I want you to live out the rest of your days in a cell so you can reflect on the life you took, the lives you've trampled, and properly repent. Repent? Repent? The one who should be repenting is you. Jalal threw his right arm to the side in exasperation, voice rising to match his fury. You're the one preventing the revival of Lord Zeref. All I wish for is to bring about a paradise where true freedom exists while you're content living a pathetic excuse of an existence working within a mere guild. My goals are noble, splendid, and will dash. Music of choice, encirclement battle, bleachoast. I've heard enough of your babbling, Jalal. Urza rocketed off, her body enveloped in green magic once more, blades ready to strike. Jalal flew past and behind her, his hands clad with wind and water. Cleanse yourself of guilt. 5 stars, baptismal vortex of the heavens. 2 torrents of the elements came crashing into Urza, the attack propelling her body forward before she turned and swung her blade, allowing her to cleave through the attacks. However, even as she parted his attack, Jalal was already below her, both of his hands going past his knees as he declared, "May the earth send your soul to heaven." Gaia's deliverance. Using one of the most powerful earth spells in all of Ishgard, a massive, gargantuan boulder, about 3 miles long in length and width, erupted from the sea, crashing into Urza as it lifted her up high into the atmosphere, Jalal cackling at the sight of her apparent demise. Now, ascend to the heavens above, so-called Titania. Once you reach its peak, you'll suffocate from my righteous judgment. Urza struggled as the momentum of the boulder, having caught her off guard, was now pushing her upwards to the so-called heavens. She could feel the air beginning to get thinner and thinner as she rocketed upwards, the scarlet-headed mage struggling to get one of her hands free. The massive rock had left them trapped against her body due to the sheer force of the attack, and she was swiftly running out of air to breathe. Determined, Urza gritted her teeth before she managed to unpin one of her hands and bring her sword down, Urza flying down the massive rock as she cut through it with her blade. Jalal growled in frustration as he began to glow once more, but this time with an intensity lacking from his usual meteor spell. The same yellow aura surrounded him as before, but now it was accompanied by small sparks of bioelectricity all over his body. He grunted in pain before grinning victoriously. You've left me with no choice, Urza. I've sparingly used my full power while dealing with you and your friends to prevent unnecessary damage to the tower, but now it seems even my full power isn't enough. I can see that I have no other options before me but to go beyond my limits. Falling star, meteor. Before Urza could fully comprehend his words, a bruise was already forming on her cheek. Urza instinctively swung back with one of her blades, but Jalal was already several steps ahead of her, the mage having moved behind her to deal a powerful elbow to the back of her head before flying in front of her and kicking her across the face. Urza spun around before Jalal slammed his fist into her gut, Urza wheezing in forced exhalation. She recovered swiftly and tried to hit him once again only for him to fly above her. It's hopeless, Urza. My falling star technique has increased my speed and power by over a third compared to what it once was. It'll be more than enough to properly eradicate you. Now, perish, Urza. Using his unbelievable speed, Jalal was moving around Urza so quickly that she could no longer keep track of him properly. A knee to her chin, an elbow to her chest plate, a fist to her upper back, he unleashed upon her a dizzying flurry of blows and Urza was now starting to get overwhelmed, her armor becoming dented in places. Still, this was not enough. He needed to get in a good hit, and soon. That was when he noticed something, or rather, someone out of the corner of his eye. The madman smirked as a diabolical plan formed in his head. You've proven to be a far more worthy foe than I could have ever imagined, but you still have one weakness you haven't accounted for. Jumping above a horizontal swing, Jalal took to the sky and glanced towards Bambietta. Now, to do away with you as I did with that annoying vermin Lil Tato. Once more, shadows bent to his will as he gathered up the power needed to unleash one of his most powerful spells. Knowing that this attack was stronger than any of his other techniques, Urza braced herself and began to concentrate her magic into her twin blades, expecting the attack to be fired in her direction, only for her old friend to suddenly pivot as the attack neared its completion and turned towards Bambietta. Urza's eyes widened in realization just before he threw the massive orb. You wouldn't dare. Alta Iris. Oh shit. Bambietta yelled out as the attack hurtled towards her. She had hoped that he wouldn't notice her, but it seemed she had been careless in her attempt to watch over Urza. Exhausted as she was in carrying her friend's body, any attempt at escape would no doubt prove futile. Yelling out with rage, Urza soared in front of Bambietta, her blades at the ready. She would not allow this attack to claim another life. As the massive orb of shadow littered with tiny lights made its descent, Urza swung her twin blades, two massive waves of energy blasting out from them and clashing with Jalal's deadly spell. They seemed to have been of equal strength for the first few moments, but to Urza's horror, the heavenly body spell consumed her own magic as it sped down to her. Crossing both swords over each other in order to properly defend herself, Urza felt herself moving downwards as the spell slammed into her. She grunted and growled with the attempt to destroy his spell, but the miniature black hole proved to be too much, the attack engulfing her entirely as she let out a scream of pain. Oh no, Urza! Bambietta screamed out. This couldn't be happening. They were coming so close to taking that madman down once and for all, yet here he was, overpowering Urza. The blast shrank in size before exploding, blinding both Bambietta and Jalal with its might. Even Urza's earlier attack wasn't as powerful as this. Now, do you finally understand, Urza? Jalal demanded. Despite your rather impressive armor, you've still no match for my ascended might. Now, either perish into oblivion, or allow me to use you to revive Lord Ziref. This is all my fault. Bambietta stammered as she stared at the dust cloud that had formed in the sky. She should have listened, she should have just ran with Lil Tato. Now because of her, Urza was. Are you quite finished, Jalal? The smoke finally began to clear up. Much to Jalal's dismay and Bambietta's delight, the strongest woman in all of Fairy Tale was far from finished. She was not undamaged, however, her twin blades having been shattered completely. Her armor fared slightly better, but small holes and cuts now adorned the once pristine armor. Last but not least was Urza herself, the mage covered with new cuts and bruises that she did not have mere moments ago. Jalal was taken aback, but only for a moment. He clapped his hands in a semi-mocking, yet nonetheless genuine, manner. Well done, Urza, well done. I never thought it would be possible for anyone to survive that spell, let alone an enhanced one. Truly, you are indeed worthy of becoming Lord Ziref's sacrifice. Urza couldn't help but stare at him in slight befuddlement. 1 minute, he was insisting on sacrificing her for Lord Ziref. The next, he wanted to simply see her dead. It was a constant inconsistency that she'd brushed off until now, but with it happening yet again, it left her to ponder. Why is he constantly changing his mind when it comes to me? I know that he's a madman, but he'd never be able to hide his true nature among the council and saints if he had moments like this. She shook her head as she banished those thoughts from her mind. It was, at this point, irrelevant. There was only one thing that truly mattered now, defeating Jalal once and for all. Song of Choice, Kyode Kasuruya Boji Gundamost. Once more, the two clashed amidst the starry night, Urza and Jalal rushing at each other at top speed before they connected, a bright flash covering the sky once more, creating a massive shock wave that shook all of Fiori. The two mages yelled out as loud as they could as the pair flew up and beyond the clouds. Urza's newly equipped swords and Jalal's fists pushed against the other, the two trying to overpower each other as they danced amongst the stars. They parted briefly before they clashed against each other once more, Jalal dodging underneath Urza's left blade as she thrust it forward and punched her across the face with his left hand, only for him to be hit by the flat of her right blade across his chest as he skidded across the sky. This isn't over yet, Urza. Jella quickly flew back at her with blinding speed in order to latch onto both of her wrists before he began to knee her in the stomach consecutively with both of his legs, the redhead groaning out in pain from each hit until she let out an enraged battle cry and slammed her forehead into his. He let go of her wrists before Urza swung the flat of her right blade against his left cheek, which Jalal then countered with a right hook to Urza's head. Yelling out in fury, the two went back and forth with this exchange, the sky itself seeming to shake with each blow until Urza finally managed to block one of his punches with her left blade before counter-striking with her right, the blade striking down against his chest and drawing blood before he was blasted off about a mile or two away from her strike. He glared murderously at her before raising a hand above his head. Pleiades. Yet again did Jalal use his heavenly body magic to blast 6 rays of light upon Urza Scarlet, the red-headed mage deflecting each one as she closed the distance before she fired a burst of green magical energy from her sword. Jalal flew above the attack before quickly flying down at Urza, the Titania just barely raising up both of her blades in the nick of time to block an oncoming kick from Jalal. Sword and fist clashed once more, each of their blows resulting in a massive shockwave that could be felt as far away as Magnolia before Jalal flew backward. He stopped his descent, but not before he noticed Urza above him, both swords raised before she swung them downwards to create a large ball of magical energy that sped towards him. He crossed his arms to endure the hit, and though his skin was covered with more cuts and bruises by the time the attack faded, he grinned. Attacks like that won't work on me anymore, Urza. If that's the best you can do, then you may as well dash. Only for him to cry out in pain as he felt one of Urza's blades slash him from his left shoulder to right hip before Urza used the flat of her blades to bash the right side of his face, the mage twirling in the air from the strike before Urza appeared behind him and attempted to strike his left side. Recovering quickly, Jalal grabbed her sword arm and launched a fireball point blank at Urza's face, the fairy tale mage forced back as Jalal flew upwards. Be slain by heaven's blades. Novenary lightning stars. Behind Jalal, 9 blades made of lightning shimmered into existence, each one crackling as they launched themselves forward. Urza swung her swords to deflect the first 3 blades, but the next 3 hit their mark, slamming themselves into Urza's chest plate to reveal her bleeding stomach. Surrounding herself with a massive green aura, Urza flew through the next 2, ignoring the pain as they cut into her skin before she swung her blade, creating a massive powerful wave of energy, one greater than any she had used prior that destroyed the last oncoming lighting blade and enveloping Jalal completely. The smoky debris of the attack quickly faded, Jalal now bleeding profusely all over his body. Jalal yelled out in anger as he built up his magical power. Enough. In my darkest hour, Lord Ziref reached out to me. He told me that he could make all of my dreams come true. There's a reason why I alone have heard his voice. It's because I am the chosen one. Once he's been resurrected, we'll work together to bring about a world that's truly free. Wake up. In reality, all you'd be doing is stripping away the freedom of everyone else in the world. Urza rebuked. You're just like Quilge, trying to use your own lies and delusional fantasy to give you easy answers where none exist. Jalal snarled. I've humored you for long enough. It's high time I put an end to this little farce, and I know just the spell to do it. Prepare to embrace oblivion. Moving his hands about in rapid succession, a massive golden magical circle formed in front of him. Urza's eyes widened as she immediately recognized the magic circle he had cast. It was the same spell as the one the insane Master Jose had intended on unleashing upon all of Magnolia. But why? She demanded. With how much magic the tower has already absorbed, you'll destroy the tower so many died to create. Are you truly that desperate to do away with me? She may have had no sentimental attachment to this place, but she was most certain Jalal would have. I realize now that this tower means nothing in the grand scheme of things. Jalal replied. Now that I've done it once, I can build another in half the time. Lord Ziref, wait for me. He refocused on the defiant woman before him. May the flames of hell smite you with judgment, may the holy baptism of the sea cleanse you of your sin, may Gaia's earthly embrace become your tomb, and may the heaven's wind help you ascend to the afterlife. Abyss break. A massive dark blast came outwards then, threatening to smash Urza and even the Tower of Heaven completely. Jalal let out a loud cackle then as he prepared to watch her meet her end. This is the end for you, Erzaa. Jalal cried out. G'leal. Urza similarly shouted as she began to build up all of her magical power for one final attack. Urza placed both of her swords together, green lightning-like energy surrounding her blades before she launched forward, thrusting her blade into the dark attack. Fairy burst. The two attacks slammed into each other, the dark elements of Jalal against Urza's blade. Both mages yelled as hard as they could as they poured all of their magic into the attacks, the two of them willing to put their very lives on the line to achieve victory. The sea below became violent, looking as though the water itself were incalculably furious as the magical energy shook everything within sight. The power from the clash was unlike any before, the force of the blast strong enough to even reach the continent of Alvarez. Much to Urza's and Bambietta's surprise, it was Jalal that was pushing Urza backward as the abyss break slowly consumed her, the darkness threatening to envelop her completely. You can't win, Urza. I've combined all the elements at my disposal for this last attack. Your armor is indeed worthy of your title, but I've sacrificed everything to create this tower, and I won't allow myself to lose to the pathetic little girl I suffered for all those years ago. Urza growled despite losing her advantage in the ensuing clash. I am not the same little girl you protected in this wretched tower. Memories of her time since she escaped the tower flashed through her mind then, from her first day in the guild to meeting the likes of Natsu and Gray. The many squabbles she got into with Myra, and the times she laid down the law in the chaotic guild, to saving the life of Bambietta Basterbine, and then lastly, the times she had spent with Lil Tato. The next morning, when Urza Scarlet woke up, it was to a most delicious aroma. She motioned to get out of bed, but something heavy was in her lap, a thick iron tray. And sitting on the tray was a plate of strawberry pancakes with icing and maple syrup, piled high with freshly washed strawberries, stuffed French toast, and a strawberry cheesecake crepe. A knife, fork and napkin, a glass of milk, and a glass of orange juice were already prepared for her to enjoy. Urza stared at the bounty before her, wondering where it had come from before feeling something move by her right arm. She leaned to one side to see Lil Tato on her knees, snoring. Urza smiled, reaching out to pat Lil Tato's head. Urza's teeth gritted in fury as she was reminded of the dear friend she had just lost, her magical power increasing greatly in response to her emotions. I am Titania Urza of Fairy Tale, and for my precious friend you murdered in cold blood, I will emerge victorious. Her resolve increased to new heights. Both of Urza's blades were able to cut through the darkness Jalal had fired down and allowed Urza to fly through the blast, appearing before the shocked and terrified Jalal to slam the flat of her blade down as hard as she could on his face. The force of the impact caused a powerful blast of wind pressure to blast out behind him, cleaving a huge hole in the ocean below about the size of an entire city before it was quickly covered by water. Jalal's mouth was agape then, his eyes completely white as he crashed down onto the tower below, the crater made from before giving way and allowing him to crash through several floors of the tower where he remained still. Urza slowly floated down to the same floor he crashed on, the red-headed mage paying close attention to him. His chest slowly rose up and down, indicating he was still alive, but quite unconscious. Finally, the nightmare had ended. Urza let out a breath she didn't know she was holding as relief washed over her. For the last few moments in their final clash, Urza had feared she was actually about to lose. But all she needed in the end was just a little push from her deceased guildmate. Urza looked up to the sky then, a weak smile adorning her face as she thought back to the petite Quincy one last time. Lil Tato. Thanks to you, I was finally able to end this nightmare. For all you've done for me and the guild. I truly thank you from the bottom of my heart. Urza, you did it. She turned her head to see Bambietta still carrying Lil Tato's body as she landed down on the tower's surface. The brunette stumbled a bit before collecting herself in spite of her injuries. The Quincy gave her fellow fairy tale mage a smirk before she spoke. You really managed to kick that bastard's ass. Man, that armor of yours sure is something. Urza could easily tell despite the slight cheer in her voice that the former stern Ritter wasn't truly satisfied with the outcome. Bambietta hit it well, but there was a slight tremor in her voice. Most people wouldn't have noticed, no doubt something Bambietta had learned to master from her time with her father, but Urza was just as experienced, if not more so, at hiding her true feelings. The S-class wizard completely understood how she felt. Yes, victory was finally achieved. But at what cost? Did she even dare call this a win? No, she could not. The fear she had tried to keep hidden away had at long last come to pass. Losing a friend was unacceptable in her eyes, regardless of the results it brought about. She had no doubt in her mind that Bambietta felt the same way, the Quincy's bonds with her friends proving to have been quite strong over the half-year she had known her. Urza placed a hand on Bambietta's right shoulder, the Quincy's smile beginning to fade as her lips slightly quivered. You don't have to hold back your tears on my account, Bambietta. Tears are not a sign of weakness. Rather, they represent a strength of character. Bambietta's body began to tremble as Urza continued. Go on, let it all out. Follow your heart's desires so you need not cling to them anymore. With Urza's words reaching into Bambietta's very being, the Quincy fell to her knees as she openly sobbed over Lil Tato's body. It was undignified to cry over a comrade's life, at least, that had been the belief that had been installed into her back in her old hometown and the Wandenreich. But now that she was a member of Fairy Tale, Bambietta could allow herself to let her emotions flow as freely as her tears. Lil, I'm so sorry. Bambietta cried as her tears fell onto Lil Tato. If only I had been stronger, if only I could master this new power of mine, then you wouldn't have had to die for either of us. She punched the lacrima floor then as she continued to vent. I'm the leader of our little clique, so I should have been the one to take all that pain, not you. Her head pressed against Lil Tato's forehead as she wailed. I'm the one who killed her subordinates whenever she got pissy, I'm the one with too much blood on her hands. I'm the one who deserved to die. Urza wanted to say something, anything to tell Bambietta that she was speaking nonsense, but how could she hope to do so when she felt the same way? If she could have traded her life for her fallen comrade, she would have done so in an instant. Thus, all she could do for now was remain the one person to support Bambietta in this desperate time. She too wanted to grieve more than she had, but she was willing to hold back the pain until the time was right. After all, she was the one the rest of the guild had to rely on. It was her responsibility. Urza, what have I done? The two women turned around in shock when they heard a weak and shaken voice call out to Urza, revealing, much to their surprise, Jalal. However, something about him was rather different. No longer did he possess the manic look in his eyes, nor the confidence that he used to exude. No, the man before them now seemed remorseful. His face looked distraught, his eyes wide and welling with tears as he stumbled forward. Urza couldn't help her befuddlement at the current situation, Jalal's motive seemingly changing yet again. Bambietta, however, took more immediate action. Oh, no you fucking don't, you piece of shit. Bambietta slammed into the blue-haired man, pinning him to the ground and glaring into his eyes with hatred before she slammed her fist down, smashing his head onto the ground before she began to punch him over and over. Don't you even dare try telling us that you've seen the light and that the weight of your sins is finally crashing down on you. One of my best friends is dead because of you. Not beaten, not comatose, dead. Do you think I'm just going to let you have your moment to reflect on what you've done before you beg for forgiveness? Do you? Well, I'm not having it. You put Urza through hell for God knows how many years, beat the ever-loving shit out of me for getting in your way, and murdered Lil Tato. You have no idea how much damage you've done to our family. None. Don't think for even a minute that any sort of apology is ever going to be enough. She stopped punching him then as she caught her breath, his face already welling up with new bruises as she glared at him. Listen here, you son of a bitch. You have no idea how lucky that's all you're going to get from me after what you just did. Were I not a member of Fairy Tale, I'd kill you right here, right now. But Urza clearly wants you to serve out your sentence, and as much as I'd love to make you squirm in your last moments, I know Lil wouldn't want me to lose Fairy Tale over the likes of you. So I'll spare you for their sake, not yours. But don't think for even a second you can just say I'm sorry and we call it good. It never will be. I know that I can never make up for what's happened with words alone. Continue to beat me if you must, I won't stop you. You have every right. But you both must be aware that there is much more going on than you know. Jalal exclaimed. All of those years ago, when I staged the revolt to save Urza after I was tortured, I did not merely hear the voice of Ziref. I was possessed by Bambietta interrupted him by punching him hard across the face before she snarled. You're seriously going to try to tell us that none of this is your fault, that you were just being manipulated? Fuck off. It's one thing to ask for forgiveness after all you've done, but this. I take back what I said earlier, I'm going to fucking kill you. Her blade formed into her hand then as she glared into his shaking eyes. I don't care if I do get kicked out of Fairy Tale for this. You're too much of a risk to leave alive. She brought her blade down to puncture Jalal's throat, the young man closing his eyes as he waited for the bitter end. Rot in hell, you bastard. She declared. Bambietta, stop. Urza's hand reached out then, grabbing the sword with her hand right before it plunged into Jalal's neck. Bambietta's eyes widened with surprise as Jalal's own fluttered open before the Quincy looked back at Urza with fury. What the hell is wrong with you? Bambietta yelled at Urza. Does the guild's no-kill rule mean that much to you? That you would let someone like this go on? Or is it because he's your old friend? Or do you honestly believe the words coming out of his mouth? He killed Lil, Urza. Listen to me for just a minute. Urza yelled at Bambietta, briefly breaking her mourning friend out of her anger-induced rant. I understand that you're angry, that you want revenge for what happened to Lil Tato. I can't even fault you for wanting to kill him after everything he's done. You're not wrong to feel that way. I know what you're going through all too well. But I've known Jalal for far longer and far better than you have. For as long as I've known him, Jalal has always been a terrible liar. He couldn't tell a lie to skip out on chores, let alone something like this. What I'm seeing right now is not that madman we were dealing with before, but the young boy I knew as a fellow slave. He's just trying to trick the both of us. Bambietta yelled back. You cannot honestly tell me that you're buying into this. He's only going for this wounded gazelle gambit to save his own skin. Urza shook her head. If this were to have happened earlier I would have thought the same. But several times through our battle, Jalal's motives changed constantly. One moment, he was insisting to use me as a sacrifice for Ziref, then the next, he wanted to simply kill all of us. He always went back and forth between the two. You're just looking for a chance to see your old friend in this monster. Bambietta rebutted. It's all a ruse. People like him are willing to do anything it takes to get what they want. Right now, I'm willing to bet he's just trying to save up enough magical power to finish us off. Besides, why would he be free now of all times? I can answer that, if you'll allow me. The two fairy tale mages looked back at Jalal before he continued. This entire time, I was trying to overcome my possession. I was trained over the years by various mages from the Balam Alliance to boost my power to further their plans. Thus, to help me fulfill my role in the Magic Council, and so I could never break free from this mental prison, they split my strength. One into the thought projection known as Seagrain, who would infiltrate the Magic Council and Wizard Saints, the other as the Lord of the Tower. They feared that, if I had access to my full power for long enough, I would one day be able to break free. I believe it was that, plus the resounding defeat and damage I received from Urza, that finally freed me. Well, isn't that just convenient? Bambietta retorted. It's only after you've killed Lil Tato and lost that you're finally free? Well, I don't buy it. You're just doing this to place the blame on someone else so you don't. You're wrong. Bambietta paused at Jalal's sudden exclamation, the man looking at her not with anger, not with fear, nor pride, or some kind of crazed look in his eye but with a kind of expression that was quite different from the one she had seen prior to all this. This was no madman she was pinning down, but a man determined to deliver a message. He spoke then, with vigor and strength of character that made him seem like a new man entirely. I don't care if I'm punished for what's transpired on this tower. Regardless of whether or not it was my intent, the life of your friend was taken away by my hands. But if I am the only one blamed for this terrible tragedy, then the true culprit behind the torment that Urza and I had to endure for 8 years will escape justice. I may not know exactly who it was that warped my mind, but I know for a fact that it must have been someone of significant rank among the Balam Alliance. Do whatever you wish to me, lock me away, beat me to a pulp, or even kill me to avenge your friend if that is what you wish, but I at least want to ensure that Urza will never again be hurt by the person who put us both through this hell. In her time in the Wandenreich, Bambietta had learned a great many things. While most were combat-related, one of the more subtle talents she had to pick up on her own had been to know whenever or not someone was fabricating some sort of lie. She was far from perfect, and some people like a skin were still impossible for her to tell when they were being sincere or not. However, by and large, she could tell when she was being lied to. As she was a few moments ago, filled with rage and hate, she had been unable to tell from Jelal's words, or to be more accurate, she was too furious to even consider them to be true. There was something about him now, whether it was the tone of his voice, the determination in his now sane eyes, or Urza's logic from before that allowed Bambietta to properly think on what was truly going on. If he's really doing this to save his own life, then why on earth would he be so willing to throw his life away? Bambietta wondered. It would work in the exact opposite of what he would have wanted. Sure, this could have been just a ploy for a more long-term plan, but the look he was giving her was just so full of resolution that it made such a theory unlikely even to her, and she hated it. God damn it! Bambietta screamed as she punched the ground. There was too much of a gray area here for her to proceed any further. Slowly, she got off the man, her gaze no less filled with fury. All right, I'll let Urza decide what we do with you. But if you pull a fast one, I will kill you, understand? Jelal slowly nodded his head before he weakly looked over at Urza. It's all in your hands now, Urza. If you wish to take my life, then so be it. I won't resist. All I ask for is that you find the one who his eyes widened as his body lifted itself up, as if it were a marionette before he gripped his head, screaming as a dark magic surrounded him. Jelal. What's wrong? Urza demanded. It's back. The thing that took over my mind. It's still there. Jelal grunted as he looked at Urza. Urza, please, you . His face took on a more sinister look than as he smirked. It's too late, you fool. You may have had a moment where you slipped free, but I've had more than enough time to regain dominance. He then sneered at the two women. Now that your magical powers are spent, you two will finally . However, before he could finish speaking, Jelal's right hand punched himself hard in the face, causing him to groan out in pain. You damn fool, you still wish to resist. Jelal punched himself 2 more times then as his body began to glow with heavenly body magic as it tried to fight off the darkness that surrounded him. He looked at Urza with pleading eyes. Urza, I don't know how much longer I can control myself. Please, you have to kill me right now. Urza's eyes widened then as she heard his words. But, you. Urza, I couldn't live with myself if I knew I caused you or the others any more pain. Jelal yelled as tears fell down his face. You have to do it. Living a life like this is a far worse fate than being a slave in the tower ever was. Please, Urza. If not for me, then to avenge your friend once and for all. Don't let what happened to her or Grandpa Rob happen ever again. I beg of you. End this. Urza's body shook then as she looked at Jelal. To say she was conflicted would have possibly been one of the greatest understatements of all time. While she had loathed and despised him for years, a part of her had always hoped that her best friend was still in there somewhere. A few moments ago she had believed he had ceased to exist. But now here she was, given proof that, not only was he still the boy she had come to adore through their years of hardship, but he was also now controlled by someone, or something, that had been truly responsible for it all. How then could she kill him after all these revelations? She didn't want to kill him, she wanted to save him. But if he was truly bound to be taken over once more? No. Not again. I won't kill you, Urza said as she slowly trotted over to him. You suffered much for my sake before you were possessed. I didn't have a chance to properly repay you back then. She then placed a hand on his shoulder. But I do now. You possess willpower and courage far greater than almost anyone I know. You can fight this, and you will overcome it. I know you will. Jelal's body began to shake as the dark magic slowly began to take over him. But, I can't. It's too strong. Urza, please. Oh, you're going to win all right, no buts about it. He turned his head to see Bambietta make her own approach. Now that I'm seeing it for myself, it's clear you're telling the truth. Believe it or not when I say I went through some shit pretty similar to this. Someone wrapped my mind too. Turned me into something I hated. A weak and spineless toy that someone could use however they wished, that's all I was. That life couldn't even be called that. I didn't go through it for years as you did, but I know better than anyone else what it's like to be controlled like that. She then looked Jalal in the eyes as she smirked. But you have something I don't. A chance to fight back and show this asshole what you can really do. So, how's about you stop having your pity party, put on your big boy pants, and tell this stupid bastard to go straight to hell. Jalal didn't know much about this woman aside from what he had seen from the confines of his mind while he was controlled, but there was something about her that gave him resolve. No, it wasn't just her, she was simply the one to give him that last final push. No, the one who had truly helped him reach this point, the one who had allowed him to break free in the first place, was his closest friend, Urza. With the two women's words of encouragement, his resolve strengthened once more and he let out a mighty shout, his own golden magical power finally pushing out the darkness that surrounded him as it formed into a silhouette barely resembling a man. What? No, you fool, you need me. It cried out as it rushed towards Jalal, only to stop halfway as Bambietta had fired an arrow through its chest, the Quincy's eyes full of tears as she glared at it. That was for Lil Tato, you son of a bitch. Now, burn in hell. Letting out a powerful scream, she fired off one last, powerful Heilig Feel, the Reishi arrow large enough to envelop the shadowy creature entirely as it fired off of the tower. "No!" It declared before the arrow exploded, the shadowy figure crashing to the sea below, finally ending the battle once and for all. Bambietta fell to her knees then, the archer having used up all of her power for that last attack. She slowly looked over at Lil Tato's body before she weakly smiled. Looks like I fulfilled my promise after all, huh, Lil? Indeed you have, Bambietta, Urza said before she looked over at Jalal with concern. How are you feeling? Jalal slowly looked over at her, and his body slumped as if he felt a great weight had been lifted off of him. How do I feel? There's so many emotions going through me right now. Sorrow over the death of your friend and all the suffering I put you through. Rage at the one who placed that spell on me in the first place. Fear of what's to come, but above all else, I finally feel free. He gave Urza a smile then, just like the ones he had given her many times before back when they were the best of friends. Urza couldn't help but smile too before they embraced in a powerful hug. He was back. The young boy she had always admired, her closest friend before she had joined Fairy Tail, was finally back where he belonged. Finally, it seemed everything was over. But it was not to be. The tower shook as countless pillars of light began to erupt around the tower. Bambietta's, Urza's, and Jalal's eyes widened in horror as they felt the sensation. Oh, for fuck's sake, now what? Bambietta demanded. The Etherean, it seems that even the tower could only hold that level of power for so long. Urza said as fear began to creep into her as more and more light burst throughout the tower. If something isn't done soon, the tower will explode. If that happens then we, our friends, and at least half of Fiori will all be destroyed. Are you fucking serious right now? Bambietta demanded as she ran over to her and grabbed her by the shoulders. We gotta do something. Isn't there anything we can do to just make it all go away? It's not that simple. Urza yelled back. Unless we figure out a way to transfer all of that power into something else, then Urza's eyes widened as her eyes happened to lock onto the one thing that could put an end to all of this. Wait, that's it. We just have to use the tower for what it was made in the first place. What, you mean revive that Lord Zeref asshole? That would make everything we went through pointless. Bambietta stopped herself mid-rant as she quickly realized what Urza was beginning to imply as tears of joy began to creep into her eyes. You don't mean. Urza smiled then as tears welled in her eyes. I do, we'll use this tower to revive Lil Tato. Bambietta's jaw dropped as tears fell from her eyes before she gave her one of the biggest smiles she ever had in her entire life. All right. Don't worry Lil, we're coming for you. Letting go of Urza, she ran over to her best friend's corpse before she looked at Urza. Just tell me what I need to do. All you need to do is place her body in the center of the tower, Urza answered as she slowly made her way over as well. Practically skipping on her feet with joy, Bambietta lifted Lil Tato up before she made her way over and placed her down before she looked at Urza. Alright, now what? Now, you and Jalal need to leave the tower. It'll soon cease to exist once the spell is cast. With both of your powers, you should be able to make it to the ship. Urza told her. Yeah, that makes sense, Bambietta said as she nodded her head. After everything we've been through, that'll be a piece of cake. Bambietta's words trailed off as she quickly came to a revelation regarding Urza's choice of words. What about you? Urza shook her head. The R system needs a sacrifice in order to work. One with power on par with the wizard saints. A life for a life, along with an abundance of magical power is what is required. You two will leave while I. She then gave Bambietta a smile. Will fulfill my duty as Titania. Bambietta couldn't help but gape at Urza, her eyes wide as could be as she heard her plan before she got up and slowly walked over to her. Urza already began to shake her head. I have to do this, Bambietta, Lil Tato dash. This isn't what Lil would want. Bambietta screamed in anger as she stomped over to her. Nor me, nor Natsu, nor anyone else in the guild. Do you think Lil would want to live with herself if it took you dying to bring her back? She'd have an even worse problem with her guilt than she already had. I know it'll be hard, but it has to be this way, Urza told Bambietta as she continued to approach. I made a promise to myself after that fateful day when I finally escaped this tower. That no one would ever again have to die to protect me. I gained all this strength so that I could keep every one of my friends safe from harm. But in the end, it wasn't enough. Grandpa Rob gave his life so that I could live on. Well, now it's my time to return that same favor to her. My time in Fairy Tale was easily the best in my life. All of the friends I made there, I cherish them more than my own life. That's why I have to do this, Bambietta. My duty as the Titania demands. Slap. Urza quickly felt a sharp pain on her right cheek as she stepped back, the strongest woman in Fairy Tale having been taken completely off guard by Bambietta's bold choice to slap her. Still in shock, Urza slowly looked at Bambietta, the Quincy's face filled with not just anger, but also a great deal of sorrow, her tears from before now having returned in full force. Damn it, Urza, it's not your responsibility to throw your life away. It never has been. You're always throwing yourself into danger to keep everyone safe, and that's fine. But just throwing your life away like this? I may not have been in Fairy Tale anywhere near as long as you have, but I do know this. This is not the Fairy Tale way. Dying to protect someone and sacrificing yourself to bring someone back from the dead are two completely different things. The only thing you're going to do by killing yourself like this is bring the guild more pain. The Quincy grabbed onto Urza's shoulders before she continued. Lil would never, ever be able to live with herself if you did this. I know you think she would just be able to get over it, but she won't. Look what she went through with me. You're only going to make it 100 times worse. And it's not just Lil, I'd never be able to live with it either. The Quincy began to slightly sob then as tears fell down her eyes. You're the reason I'm in Fairy Tale. You're the reason I've made all my friends. The reason why I met Lucy. Urza, I've never respected any woman more than you. You're stronger than me, smarter than me, hell, you're even more beautiful than me. I've done everything I have today to bring you back. All that pain, all that sorrow I endured, it was all for you. Not just me, but everyone in the guild. We all fought so hard for you. Because to us, you're our biggest role model and a true friend. Your death would just leave a hole that would never be healed. You're not supposed to die for your friends, damn it, you live for them. Urza's eyes widened at those words, as similar words of her own she had uttered to Jalal came back to the forefront of her mind. You've created a massive hole in our guild that will never be fixed. My family had already suffered enough when we lost Lysina 2 years ago, and now because of you, they'll have to experience that same heart-wrenching pain, and it's all your fault, you uncaring monster. I was. Urza stuttered. She was just about to put her family through that exact same pain that she placed on Jalal's shoulders mere moments ago. The same pain as when they had lost Lysina. Myra, her best friend, would have been devastated. Natsu too. No, not just them, everyone would have been shaken from her death. She could see it now in her mind, everyone mourning for her at her funeral, the guild never returning to the way it once was. Not truly. Even if it is for a noble cause. I know how you feel, Urza, more than you could possibly imagine. Bambietta spoke up. You weren't here when I told this to everyone else, but when I was little I wanted nothing more than to impress my old man. I thought that if I just killed a strong enough hollow, that it would be enough for him to love me. But all I ended up doing was biting off way more than I could chew. I should have been eaten that day, but I wasn't the one who died, my mom was. Urza let out a silent gasp before Bambietta continued. So yeah, I know exactly how you feel. I hated myself for the longest time. My mother meant the whole world to me. She was my one light in the darkness of that miserable town my father governed, and I got her killed. It took me years to finally let go of my self-hatred, and that's because I found friends who helped me move past that darkness. Bambietta then smiled as she looked at Urza. I know you have friends like that too. Because I'm one of them. So was Lil, and everyone else who came here to save you. So, please, don't let the guilt of your past make you decide that your life isn't worth living. It is. Because if there's one thing I learned from my time here, it's that real friends can help you get through anything. Urza closed her eyes as she let Bambietta's words sink in. You're right. I was being selfish. For all these years I've wanted to atone for what happened, but I forgot that doing so would only bring pain to the people I love. Her eyes opened then with determination. Nevertheless, if we do nothing, then our lives and everyone we care about are forfeit as it is. Something must be done. I know. Bambietta said as she looked down with anguish, but there has to be another way. There has to be. We dash. Song of Choice, Seigi no Shikara, Fairy Tale Ost. Fear not, your guild will not feel any more pain. I'll see to that myself. The pair turned around then to notice Jalal Fernandez beginning to sink into what appeared to be a watery sphere. He groaned out in pain as it began to take him in, Urza running towards him as fast as she could. Jalal, what are you doing? The blue-haired youth gave her a small smile as he was slowly taken in. Urza, you've already suffered far too much because of me. Even if I wasn't the one in control, I've done plenty of unspeakable, unforgivable things. The Magic Council will no doubt be disbanded due to my actions, and your dear friend paid the ultimate price to ensure I didn't make the worst mistake of all. If anyone should die to bring her back to life and resolve all of this chaos, then it must be me. Urza grabbed onto his right hand as she tried to pull him out, tears falling from her eyes. No, you can't. I can't think of another way, please just dash. She stopped speaking as he used his right hand to slowly brush some of her tears away. I'm sorry. It looks like, in the end, I'll be causing you even more pain. But if this is the only way to keep you alive, then I have no regrets. Jalal told her as he continued to sink, though his smile never faltered. You're truly blessed to have been found by Fairy Tale. To have such wonderful friends who are willing to risk everything to save you. I can tell, the guild needs you just as much as you need them. So don't blame yourself for any of this. I won't ask you not to shed tears over me, I know you too well that you couldn't. What I will ask, is to live your life to the fullest with no more regrets. Don't let me or this terrible tower haunt your dreams ever again. More and more of him was slowly consumed until just his head and right arm were all that remained on the outside. He gave her one last, heartwarming smile before he looked over to Bambietta. Be sure to take good care of her, Bambietta Basterbine. Bambietta nodded with determination as she watched on. I'll do whatever I can to make sure she has the best damn life possible, and, for what it's worth. She looked down bashfully before getting the courage to look Jalal in the eyes once more. Sorry for all those things I said about you, I mean, after the possession faded and shit. You would have made an amazing fairy tale mage. Jalal nodded before looking into Urza's tearful eyes. Goodbye, Urza. I'm just glad I was able to properly make amends before I finally passed on. Realizing now that there was nothing she could do to stop him, Urza weakly shook her head and gave him a trembling smile. I'll never forget you. I promise you, I will find the one responsible for all of this, and I will bring them to justice. I'll have the Magic Council know the truth so that your name will not be slandered in the pages of history. I'll live life to the fullest every day for the rest of my life, for you and Grandpa Rob. I swear it. Jalal smiled one last time before he finally let go of Urza and began to fully sink into the watery sphere. He closed his eyes then as he sank into a dark unknown. Well, Grandpa Rob, looks like I'll be joining you soon. It's too bad I wasn't able to properly make amends to Simon, Wally, Miliana, and Sho, but at least now I know that Urza will be fine. She's really grown into a powerful mage, just like you always thought she would. She's in good hands now. That guild, no, her family, will do a far better job protecting her than I ever could. Those fairy tale mages truly are something else. Urza fell to her knees then. The mage moved to tears once more as she felt overwhelming sadness envelop her very being. Bambietta quickly ran over to her though as she grabbed her hand. Urza, I know that you're in a lot of pain right now, but we have to go. This place is gonna sink in about 30 seconds. Let's get out of here, so not just so we can live, but to give the others a happy ending. Urza looked up at Bambietta with tearful eyes and weakly nodded, the mage slowly getting to her feet as she looked into the deformed lacrima one last time. Goodbye, Jalal. The two took off then as the Tower of Heaven began to sink into the sea. The two fairy tale wizards watched on with somber eyes, before a massive, powerful light of magic shot up into the sky from the tower. Slowly but surely, the light began to dim, and finally, it faded away entirely. In its place was a petite blonde floating in the ocean, her eyes closed as she peacefully floated amongst the water, the hole in her stomach having vanished entirely. Bambietta and Urza floated down to her then, the two hoping that the tower could achieve what it was made for in the first place. Urza picked her up then and held her in her arms as Bambietta got a closer look. Is she really Dash? The Quincy spluttered as tears of either sadness or joy began to form. Urza looked down at Lil Tato then, looking for any signs of life before she could hear the petite Quincy beginning to breathe, her chest rising up and down as her heart began to start once more. She smiled then, tears of joy of her own falling from her eyes before she looked back at Bambietta. The brunette's expression quickly took on one of joy before the pair heard a voice. What's going on? Weakly, Lil Tato began to flutter her eyes open as she saw the pair looking at her with joyous expressions. Bambi? Urza? Did we win? Bambietta grabbed onto Lil Tato's hand as she began to sob with joy. Lil. You're back. You're really back. I thought I lost you. I. Bambietta could no longer form words, reduced to a sobbing mess as she was. The explosive Quincy overtaken with emotion as she poured out her tears. Urza looked at Lil Tato with the brightest smile she could muster as she felt tears of her own fall from her eyes. I'm so glad I get to see you again, Lil Tato. Jalal, thank you. Finally, she spoke, looking the happiest Lil Tato had ever seen her. Yes, it's over, Lil Tato, it's finally, truly over. Chapter 73, To Tomorrow. The last few hours had been utter hell for the fairy tale members that had gone off to enjoy a luxurious vacation to the illustrious Arcane Resort. From having their time off from the guild cut short, to the capture of one of their most valuable members of the guild thanks to the machinations of Urza's old friend, to fighting for their very lives, it seemed as if things could not have gotten any worse. However, the worst had transpired a mere 20 minutes ago as Quillope and Candace Catnip had confirmed with their sixth sense that Lil Tato Lampard had fallen in battle. To lose a member of the guild was nothing short of a tragedy. Lil Tato may not have been part of their family for long, but in the 6 months she had been a part of their guild, she had proven herself to be a mage who would put her life on the line for the sake of her comrades, as an ideal mage of the guild should. Not a single soul among them was taking this revelation well. Even the stoic Aaron Carr had a more noticeable frown adoring his face, though this was most likely due to Levy's current distraught. Tears were shed, friends comforted one another, and sorrow filled the air. The former warden of the Tower of Heaven and members of Death's Head Caucus weren't faring much better. While they certainly weren't feeling the same level of grief as the others, Lil Tato was still a fellow Quincy. Back in the Wandenreich, they had learned to view their fellow Quincy, even Sternritter, as expendable. That was simply the reality of war. But now they had turned over a new leaf, knowing one of their own had perished was something they could no longer merely shrug at. No tears were shed, but all three of them looked quite grim. To make matters worse, they could no longer properly sense what was going on with Urza and Bambietta. While it had seemed that Urza had emerged victorious against Jalal, there had been a massive burst of energy, not unlike the Etherian, that made sensing riot so that far away quite difficult. Like last time, they had opted to remain silent. The mood was already downer as it was. At least with Urza and Bambietta, there was at least some hope. Lucy in particular still had faith that the two would return. She was racked with grief over the loss of Lil Tato like everyone else, but a part of her still couldn't help but think about her girlfriend. She held one of Wendy's hands gently with her left hand, while her right was tightly clenched. "Bambi, I know that you'd never break your promise if you could help it. We've already lost Lil. The guild, it can't lose anyone else. Candace needs you. Wendy needs you, I need you. Because if I were to lose you I'd. Lucy shook the thoughts away as looked down at Wendy and gave her a small smile. She had to be strong now, for her sake. It's what Bambietta would have wanted. However, there were two individuals who were taking Lil Tato's death much harder than the rest. Unlike the others, Candace Catnip had known Lil Tato for well over a decade. Sure, she had teased Lil Tato for her petite frame and short size, while Lil would retort with a comment about her promiscuity, but they were light-hearted insults that only the best of friends could trade back and forth without any real ill intent. To lose her like this was unbearable. Candace had made an oath to herself, to never again abandon her friends when they needed her. She had already made that mistake once with Bambietta during the war, and yet again with Jade in their initial run-in with Urza, but she had done everything she could since then to ensure their safety. She had hoped that her valiant efforts with Akariga and Dispute would help slowly erode the guilt she had from the past. But yet here she stood, a woman who had once again left her friends when they needed her. Even if it was from their insistence, she had still left them on that wretched tower for her own self-preservation. Now one of her closest friends was dead, and as far as she was concerned at the moment, the blame solely fell upon her shoulders. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Candace yelled as vented her despair onto the beach, the ground shaking slightly as tears fell from her eyes. I knew I shouldn't have left them all alone. I should have stayed to give them all the help they needed. If I did, then Lil wouldn't have dash. There's nothing you could have done, Candy, not against someone like that. Jade spoke as she placed a hand on Candace's shoulder as she tried to give emotional support. He was a wizard saint, and even if you were at full strength he dash. Candace smacked away Jade's hand as she glared back at her. I don't care if that bastard was the strongest wizard in the world, it doesn't change shit. If I was there, then none of this would have happened. I could have taken the hit for her, I could have bought them time to get away, I could have. Her anger quickly subsided, her grief overwhelming her once more as she fell to her hands and knees sobbing. Deep down, she knew that there would have been very little she could have done in the state she was in. She was running on fumes, unable to even lose an arrow capable of killing a hollow. But nevertheless, this knowledge did nothing to lessen the pain. The other member of Fairy Tale who was taking Lil Tato's passing extremely poorly was the adopted son of Igneal, Natsu Dragneel. Surprisingly, unlike Candace, his emotions weren't pouring out into tears. No, he had already shed his share of those on the way back to Arcane Resort. Nor was he wailing against the world with his flames, taking his emotions out on his surroundings. Instead, Natsu found himself merely staring into the ocean, his feet and lower legs submerged into the water as Candace cried out on the beach. His body shook slightly, not from the cold temperature of the water, but from his own inner turmoil. She's not dead. She's not. Natsu muttered as his mind focused solely on the blonde. He may not have known her nearly as long he had known as the rest of the guild, but he had spent quite a lot of time with the Quincy. Despite his lack of intelligence, she had never once belittled him for being less than bright. In fact, at times it seemed that she would go out of her way to be with him. While Natsu considered every member of the guild to be his friends to varying extents, few people went out of their way to be with him as much as she had. She wasn't loud or bombastic like the majority of the guild, but he had always welcomed her company. It was as if she was constantly looking out for him, whenever it was their occasional sparring sessions, or her helping him learn something new about his own magic. I never got to thank her. he said as reality started to kick in before he shook his head. No, no, she's not gone. Don't think like that, Natsu. You'll see her again, just like. I'll be home soon, Natsu. Igneel was where his line of thought had begun, but listen, as last words to him quickly interrupted that train of thought and hit him like a sledgehammer. The Dragon Slayer found himself nearly falling to his knees, as tears began to come out once more as the reality of the situation finally began to truly set in as he looked down at his feet. Natsu. Happy couldn't help but feel distraught as he watched on from the beach. He wanted nothing more than to provide some sort of comfort for Natsu as he attempted to process what was happening, but the Dragon Slayer had insisted on being left alone. Still, to see his best friend like this was quite heart-wrenching. The worst thing of all for the Dragon Slayer that he would soon have to come to terms with, was that he had no idea if either Urza or Bambietta would be joining Lil Tato to the afterlife. Losing one friend this night was painful enough, but if they were to lose them as well, Fairy Tail would be beyond devastated. Bambietta was one of the strongest non-S-class members of the guild, if not the very strongest, and someone he had come to view as one of his closer friends. Now, he might not ever see her ever again. The thought of Urza ever dying was one that a few hours ago Natsu would have laughed at. With the exception of Makarov and Gildarts, as well as that jerk Laxus, Urza was the strongest person he knew. She couldn't die, she was far too powerful for that. At least that's what he thought. Now he was faced with the very real possibility that she may be gone as well. More than anyone else, Urza had looked out for him like a big sister. Yes, she had terrified him with her terrifying demeanor and the occasional beating she dealt out whenever he did something egregiously stupid, but he had always known that it was simply tough love. She wanted him to be the best mage he could be, and while he had never told her this, a part of him had truly appreciated that she thought so highly of his potential. If she was gone too, then, he didn't know what he'd do. However, before his despair could spiral out of control any further, Natsu could hear Lucy elicit a loud gasp. He looked upwards, and he soon found himself following in Lucy's example as his eyes widened in shock. Song of Choice, Fairy Tail Rises. It was them. Bambietta and Urza slowly moved over the water's surface as they made their way towards Arcane Resort. But as much as he was relieved to see that they were alive and well, it was what, or rather, whom Urza carried in her arms that caused his agape mouth to slowly turn into one of the most sincere smiles he had ever expressed. She made it, they all really made it. He could hardly believe his eyes, the Dragon Slayer having seemingly accepted the reality that one of his closest friends had passed only mere moments ago. Now here they were. Battered and beaten, but very much alive. Slowly, he got to his feet as his tears were no longer that of sadness, but rather absolute joy. Slowly, uncharacteristically so, Natsu began to wade his way over to the trio. He had to be certain that this was real, and not some figment of his imagination. That this fairy tale ending was actually happening. Bambi. Before he could get close to them, however, Lucy had sprinted from the beach and into the ocean as she quickly made her way over to the three of them until she tackled Bambietta, embracing her in a tight hug. "Whoa!" Bambietta exclaimed as Lucy grabbed her so unexpectedly, her years of combat and what little riot so she had left being the sole reason she hadn't crashed into the ocean. However, what was even more surprising was when Lucy quickly mashed her lips against Bambietta's in an intense kiss. Surprised but not at all bothered by her girlfriend's forwardness, Bambietta happily kissed her back. She had thought for a brief moment that in their battle against Jelal that she would die, that she would never see her beloved Lucy Heartfilia ever again. Yet here they were, once again in each other's embrace. Finally, their lips parted as they looked into each other's eyes, Lucy's watering with tears of joy. "I knew you would make it. I just knew it." Her head pressed against Bambietta's chest then, though her grip remained firm. "Of course I did. I promised you, didn't I?" Bambietta said as she gave Lucy one of her most affectionate smiles. "Because the last thing I want, is to see you hurt." "Oh, get a room you two," Candace said with a slight tremble in her voice as she wiped the tears away from her eyes. Words couldn't begin to describe the overwhelming feeling of relief she was experiencing. All that guilt, all that self-loathing she had only a few minutes ago had vanished completely, the emotionally drained Quincy feeling as if a great weight had finally been taken off her. Lil dash before she could attempt to make her way over to one of her closest friends. However, she noticed Natsu doing the same out of the corner of her eye. A small smile adorned her face before she shook her head. I can talk to Lil anytime I want. Right now, I think I'll just let them have their little moment. Finally, Natsu stopped a few feet in front of the pair. Lil Tato jumped from Urza's hands then as she looked right back at Natsu. Tepidly, she took a few steps closer. There was so much she wanted to say, but where could she even begin? She opened her mouth when Natsu beat her to the punch. Is it really you, Lil? Lil Tato was completely unprepared for what she was not only hearing, but seeing with her own eyes. Is Natsu crying? I've never seen him like this before. Certainly, she had seen him somber when she had found him in front of Listena's grave, but his voice, while more calm and soft than usual, still had a sense of determination about it. But now, his voice lacked that distinct feeling. That, plus the tears slowly flowing from his eyes, had shown her a side of Natsu that almost no one had ever seen. The Quincy nodded her head before she replied. Yeah, it's me, Natsu. It's really me. Before she knew it, the Dragon Slayer had embraced her in a powerful hug before he spoke up. I knew you weren't dead. I knew it. A part of her wanted to inform Natsu that wasn't quite true, that she had, even if only briefly, passed on, but she decided against it. Right now, he was just happy to see her alive, and she would have been lying if she said she didn't enjoy his embrace, the revived Quincy blushing redder than a tomato. Well, at least I'm getting something good out of this vacation. Urza couldn't help but smile at what she was seeing. After all the turmoil she and her friends had gone through, it was pleasing beyond words to see everyone so happy. She too could not help but feel as if a great weight had been taken off her shoulders, knowing that the tower would never again harm another human being. Urza quickly turned to see all of her old friends from the tower making their way towards her, Miliana, in particular, giving Urza a similar hug to the one that Lucy gave Bambietta, though she managed to hold her ground much better. Their voices were almost a blur, with the four of them talking to her at once. It was almost overwhelming. Oh my god, I'm so glad you made it back, Urzi. Miliana spoke enthusiastically. She's certainly gotten a lot stronger since we last saw her, that's for sure, Wally added. You've become a real dandy dame now. Of course she has, this is Urza we're talking about. Sho chipped in. Grandpa Rob always said she'd make for a great wizard, and he was right. I can't think of anyone who could beat her. Urza couldn't help feeling a bit bashful at that last compliment. Now that's not true, there are plenty of dash. She was interrupted when she felt a firm hand on her shoulder. Urza quickly turned her head to see it was from none other than Simon. I knew I was right to place my trust in Fairy Tale. Even so. I'm sorry that you had to go through all of that. He then bowed his head slightly. I made you go through a lot by bringing you back here. I'll understand if you... Simon's repentance was quickly silenced when he felt Urza run her hand across his hair before she ruffled it slightly. Nonsense. It's true that I suffered a great deal in the tower, but it was bound to happen one way or another. Almost everything worked out fine in the end, so there's no need for you to berate yourselves for what happened. It's all in the past now. What truly matters, in the end, is that we're finally free of the tower. Long had she waited for these words to come from her own mouth. For so long, she had begun to feel like that was a mere fantasy that would never come to pass. Yet here and now, her greatest dream had finally come to fruition. Yes. At long last, we're all, finally, free. I suppose you're right. Simon spoke. There's no point in dwelling in the past any longer. Yeah, especially now that that bastard Jalal has been dealt with. Sho shouted. Urza's blood ran cold as she heard Sho's words and her heart nearly skipped a beat. That's right. They don't know the truth, do they? Yeah, I bet that guy is swimming with the fishes now if you get what I mean. Wally chipped in. It serves him right for lying to us after all this time, Miliana spoke. To think we thought he was our friend all this time. Urza's fists clenched as they continued to insult Jalal. She had originally planned to remain silent on this matter for a few days, to allow her friends to truly enjoy their freedom before breaking the bad news, but now. In the end he was nothing more than a madman who viewed everyone as his pawns, Simon said. At least it's fitting that Urza was the one who dash. Enough. Everyone's voices fell silent upon Urza's outburst, the 4 former slaves looking at Urza with shocked expressions as Urza's eyes slowly looked at them all. Her fists were shaking, with restrained rage, but after she took a few deep breaths, she closed her eyes before quickly opening them once more. I'm sorry for yelling at you all. I was hoping to keep this from you for the next few days so that you could truly enjoy your freedom. But now, I can no longer remain silent. There is much you need to know about Jalal. The next couple of minutes would no doubt be heartbreaking, but she would no longer allow this slander to continue. With the mood quickly changing from merriment to melancholy, the others had quickly decided it would be best to give Urza and her old friends the space they needed to have a proper conversation. Thus, everyone had gone their separate ways with their usual cliques. Bambietta with Lucy, Ulquiera with Levi, etc. Naturally, this meant that Jade and Candace were once more joined at the hip. Normally this was something that Jade would have rather looked forward to, but Candace's constant prodding was making the current situation quite irksome. Are you sure that he didn't do anything to you? Candace inquired for about the 6th time. Because if he did, so help me I'll dash. Jade sighed in annoyance as she rolled her eyes. No Candy, barring that brief takeover, I'm pretty sure he hasn't done anything to me. Inwardly, she couldn't help but complain. I get that she's concerned, but I wish she'd just take my word for it. You see, you keep saying that, but for all I know that son of a bitch has you under some kind of hypnosis or some shit. Candace spoke with annoyance. Hell, he could just be controlling every word coming out of your mouth and I'd never know the difference. To say Candace was worried would have been a massive understatement. Even if Jade was the one currently talking to her and telling her the truth, there was no way for her to know, so Eisen simply hadn't pulled a fast one under her eyes. It was what he was known for after all. Finally, Jade stopped walking. So what you're saying is that you need some proof that I'm not him, is what you're saying? Candace stopped to turn around to face her. Yeah, that's right. You'll forgive me for being a little sus here, Jade, but I've seen what this guy can do and he could smooth talk his way out of a murder trial if he wanted. In fact, if you really want to prove it's you, I could just get you bound and gagged and give you to Myra for a few dash. No way, not in a million years. Jade blurted out, her face almost as red as a tomato. Candace chuckled. Yeah, okay, it's definitely you. Jade blinked a few times in surprise. Wait, what? I thought that you needed proof? Yeah, and I just got it. If it was him in control, I'm sure he'd be willing to go to almost any lengths to convince me it's not him. But I knew the real you wouldn't do something like that even for something like this. Jade's mouth opened and closed a few times as she tried to respond. That's actually pretty smart. Yeah, I'm no Lil Tato, but I have my moments, Candace said with a grin before she gave Jade another serious look. But even so, I still don't like that he's just living in your head. We don't know what he's really up to. I can't believe that you actually gave him control. Look, I know that he's done a lot of crap back in your world, but it's not like we had a lot of options left. You were going to die, Candy. That doesn't change the fact that you gave this guy the key that could leave you trapped in your mind forever, Jade. Candace yelled back. She knew that everything Jade was telling her was technically true, but her concern over one of her closest friends was overriding her common sense. Is that what you want, Jade, to have him snatch your body eventually? I don't care as long as it keeps you safe. Jade yelled back before she quickly covered her hands with her mouth. Did I really just say that? Jade screamed at herself internally. Where did that come from? Candace blinked in surprise, much like Jade had done a few moments earlier. She wasn't expecting that sort of reply. You really mean that? Snapping to reality as soon as she heard the Quincy speak, Jade tried to respond. I think I do. She twiddled her thumbs as she continued. I know you already know about my parents, how they abandoned me at a train station one day, but I didn't just not have a family growing up. I really didn't have any friends. Seeing as how Candace didn't bother to say any snarky commentary, she continued on. There was one girl, Miphone, that I befriended in my time at the orphanage, but she left only after a few months. For so long, I had no one. My adoptive mother picked me up sometime later, but I still didn't have any real friends. But you and the whole guild, it's the first time I feel like I've made some real friends. You're always looking out for each other, for me, and I just couldn't sit back and watch you all die. She looked down at the ground as she began to finish her little speech. Candy, you saved me from a dark place when you found me. I don't want to even think where I'd be right now if not for you. So, even if it costs me my freedom, I don't care as long as you're safe. She then looked back up at Candace. What you said earlier when you were fighting Dispute, did you really mean that? Candace didn't waste even a second. Every damn word of it. You're not the only one that was saved the day we met, you know. I really did hate myself until I found you. I mean, after what happened to Bambi, how couldn't I? You gave me something to live for, to help life not just be me going through the motions. Stealing and riding and fucking just didn't feel like anything till we met. The green-haired beauty smirked before she went on. You're smart, fairly strong, and always trying to keep me out of trouble, even if I don't listen most of the time. The fact that you try still means a lot. Jade found herself quickly blushing. Yeah, well. Someone's gotta look out for you when Bambi and Lil aren't around. Besides. Jade smirked right back at Candace. There's never a dull moment with you around. Damn straight. Candace agreed. Besides all that, you're some of the best eye candy I've ever seen. Jade blushed yet again. See, Candy? What, it's true. You got great assets. Not to mention you got a really nice ass that I'd love to dash. At that point Jade covered her ears as she blushed harder than she ever had that night. La 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 la, I'm not hearing this. La 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 la. Candace couldn't help but laugh at her best friend's outburst. Ah, messing with her never gets old. After regaining her composure, she quickly spoke up. Well, now that I know for a fact you're you, I'm going to go check in on Bambi. Just promise me you won't let that guy take over you ever again, okay? Her face quickly took on a somber expression. I'd miss you if anything happened. So if you get into any trouble, just let me bail you out, okay? Jade stopped her attempt to deafen Candace before she replied. I getcha. Trust me, I don't plan on losing my body anytime soon. I'll plan on getting a lot stronger after this, so don't worry about a thing. Satisfied with Jade's answer, Candace vanished, no doubt using Hiran Kyaku to meet Bambietta. As her friend took off, Jade's smile quickly faded as her eyes narrowed, just as she felt herself drift into the recesses of her mind. Okay, she's gone. You wanted to talk, right? She spoke to the chair-bound Soul Reaper. Frankly, I don't like it, talking to you behind Candace's back like this. Your feelings are quite understandable, Jade. But, surely you realize that if you wish to keep her safe from all harm, then I am the best means to do so. Yeah, there's certainly no way to deny that. Jade admitted. After seeing how easily he had managed to deal with Dispute despite not having access to his full power, Jade was almost positive that his strength had to be on par with the four gods of Ishgard, if not even greater. Even so, I'd like to avoid lying to her as much as possible. If anyone's going to notice, it's her. A reasonable assessment, Eisen concurred. That said, I'd rather not use your power until I absolutely need it. Feel free to chime in with all the advice you want, but I'm sure you understand I'm not going to use your power for anything frivolous. Completely understandable. It's a moot point regardless, at least for the foreseeable future. That got Jade's curiosity. How do you figure? Eisen merely shook his head. For the sake of not adding to your anxiety, you're better off not knowing until the Harvest Festival concludes. Speaking of which, have you decided on your course of action regarding your mother's plans? Jade shook her head. No, I haven't. But, I think I'm coming closer to figuring it all out. Where I stand in all this. I already know what you want out of all this, but I can't just betray Umbrella. Not after all she's done for me. I need to figure this out all on my own. Very well, Eisen replied. I suppose you still have time to make up your mind. That said, the harvest festival is a mere 13 days away. I'd use them wisely to make your decision. Oh, trust me, I don't think I couldn't if I tried, Jade answered. Anyways, I think I'm going to head back now. We'll talk more later. Aizen smirked as she vanished from her inner world. Despite her words of choice, the former captain could tell that Jade's loyalty in Emberella had been completely shaken from the event that had taken place. It wouldn't take long now to get what he wanted. All according to plan. It was bizarre, downright surreal in fact, to be doing something so peaceful after the chaotic events that was, the battle at Heaven's Tower, as Bambietta had decided to call it. For over the course of several hours, she and her closest friends had risked their very lives for the sake of one Urza Scarlet. The reasons for doing so were numerous, from admiration, to repaying a debt, to fighting for a close friend, to pure logic, or various combinations of the bunch. They had to fight, and continue fighting, until they had at long last emerged victorious. Now that it was all over, with everyone going their separate ways, Bambietta could finally spend some quality time with her girlfriend. They had quickly changed out of their clothes and into their bikinis, all so that they could truly immerse themselves in the sandy beach. At the moment, all the two had done was lie down on the beach atop their towels, holding hands as they looked into each other's eyes. They hadn't said a word since they sat down. There wasn't a need. Everything that needed to be said was clear as day on their faces, their smiles and bright eyes silently telling one another, "You're alive, and that's all I need right now." Surprisingly, Bambietta hadn't once gotten the desire to let her eyes wander. She would have thought she'd be trying to take in the eye candy that was her gorgeous girlfriend in a bikini for as long as she could, but that just didn't matter to her right now. No, right now Bambietta was simply glad to enjoy this moment. It's weird. Back in the Wandenreich, I'd be bored out of my mind. Unless I was watching a really good movie or reading a comic book, I'd never stay in one place too long like this. And yet, I'm actually okay with this. Bambietta squeezed Lucy's hand then as her smile widened just a bit. I guess as long as I have you next to me, I can enjoy even something simple like this. And that suited the Quincy just fine. Lucy, however, was of a different mind. Not that she wasn't enjoying herself, far from it. Compared to the high-stakes battles they had just finished, this had been exactly what the blonde needed for a nice change of pace. But while Bambietta's thoughts had been on the here and now, Lucy was looking to the past. Bambi's really changed since we first met, hasn't she? Lucy couldn't help but think to herself. The broad strokes of her personality hadn't changed much, still being as energetic and lively as she had been since they had first met. No, it was the more subtle aspects of Bambietta that had changed, things only those who had truly gotten to know her when she first arrived would have noticed. While she had always been openly friendly to various degrees, Bambietta had a plethora of trust issues. The pain of her friend's betrayal had run deep, and she had at first used the guild as a means to an end, or so Bambietta had one day admitted to her out of shame. She had never held this against Bambietta's though, knowing all too well the pain her girlfriend had endured. It was because of this that Bambietta hadn't been able to see Fairy Tail for the guild it truly was until Phantom Lord had attacked. She had people she cared for in the guild, certainly, but Bambietta had never trusted any of the others to fight for those she cared about until that fateful day. But ever since then, the Quincy had been more open, more willing to fight battles that didn't necessarily benefit her. The tower had more than made that clear, but there was more. Ever since their little talk when the relationship had gotten rocky, Bambietta had taken a considerable effort to accommodate her. It was heartwarming, seeing her willing to go to such lengths, but in hindsight, it had also been unfair. She had asked for Bambietta to change for her, but what had Lucy done in exchange? This wasn't to say that she regretted telling Bambi that she didn't want her to perv on her in public as blatantly as she had, or to do more romantic things such as going on the occasional expensive dinner and more high-class affairs, but surely she could have done something for the Quincy. All the change had been laid at Bambi's feet, and that wasn't truly fair. Some of her own requests had been a bit too far when she thought about it, such as her asking Bambi to cut down on her own sense of humor. That was the same as if Lucy had asked the spunky brunette to hide a part of herself, as though the blonde were ashamed of her. How could I have even remotely thought that was okay? Lucy considered the question before the answer quickly presented itself. Control. The same reason is why she had left her father to join the guild in the first place, so she could gain a sense of control in her life. Yes, it had been hard, but well worth it to gain that freedom she had desired for so long. Yet, when Phantom Lord had attacked, she had found herself losing that control she had so desperately desired. It had come down to the wire, and had it not been for Master Makarov making his last-minute appearance. She shuddered to think about it. After nearly losing that control, she had needed it back in her life, and had unintentionally used Bambietta to do so. In the end, she hadn't proven to be that much different than her father after all. While she had never intended any harm, that didn't change the fact that she had acted so rashly in the moment. Yet despite it all, Bambi had decided to remain with her. To make all those changes she had asked for. Because the Quincy truly was sincere with how she felt. Lucy's eyes softened. I really put all that responsibility on you, didn't I? I really am lucky you decided to stick through with me in the end. You're everything I want in someone. Strong. Brave. Always willing to go to bat for anyone you care about. Not to mention she's got more of a brain than most of the guild does. I. She needed to show her appreciation to Bambietta, and she knew just how to do it. Lucy smiled a bit, batting her eyelashes at Bambietta as she tried her best to work up the courage to go through with what she had in mind. Just take that whole, get a discount, act to the next level. Yeah, that'll work. It wasn't just for Bambietta's sake though. Truth be told, the blonde had begun to want more intimate contact with the Quincy ever since they parted ways towards the end of their recent battle. She had initially suspected that she just wanted to be close to her again, that simply doing what they had on the beach would have been sufficient, but now she realized that she wanted more. Holding hands or simply cuddling together wasn't going to cut it for her. Not this time. There was a desire, a need to be close to Bambi, closer than ever before. She wasn't too worried about things going too far either. After everything they had been through, she knew she could trust the Quincy to know when to stop if she asked for it. In the past, she had worried Bambietta wouldn't have been able to stop, but now it was clear that she should have had more faith in her girlfriend than she had. Besides, a little assertiveness on her part could help Bambi see that she too had changed since she had first joined Fairy Tail. No longer was she afraid to rush into an unwinnable battle, nor afraid of losing control over her life ever again. She was strong, she was confident, and it was time to put it all into practice. Lucy was about to say something, anything, to get the ball rolling, but she noticed that while Bambietta was not asleep at all, her eyes had finally closed. Well, she couldn't blame her. After all the battles she fought, the Quincy was no doubt rather tired. But Lucy did not let that impede her. Okay, I can still work with this. Lucy moved one hand out, fingertips gently walking off one towel and into the sand before making contact with the towel beneath the Quincy. She playfully put said hand on Bambietta's shoulder. Bambietta's eyes fluttered up and she turned to see Lucy's hand on her shoulder, and then saw Lucy herself. Hey there, sleepyhead, Lucy cooed. How's my pretty little angel doing? I'm fine. Bambietta muttered. Lucy was looking at her a bit differently now than she had before. It wasn't the same smile they had been giving each other moments ago. This one looked kinda flirty. No, she had to be imagining it. She was just tired from all the battles she fought, that's all. However, this was no dream, no product of wild imagination taxed by exertion and battles. No, this was Lucy Hartfilia in the here and now. Oh, that's good to hear, Lucy said, her hand caressing Bambietta as it slid up from her shoulder and past her neck, rubbing a cheek lightly. Fine, even. Though not as fine as you are. Lucy tried to play it up as much as possible, winking quickly. Okay, never had it last this long. Please tell me I'm doing this right. Bambietta's face began to slowly redden as the blood rushed to her cheeks. I'm sorry, wait. Was this happening? Was this actually happening? Lucy, are you feeling okay? Bambietta asked. I'm feeling great, Lucy said as she scooched herself closer to Bambietta inch by inch. Never better. And I want to make you feel better, my sexy little Quincy. Error, does not compute, does not compute. Bambietta's mind echoed over and over. This wasn't real. This couldn't possibly be real. And yet she so desperately wished that it was. Lucy arched her back a bit, her chest pushing outwards. Bambietta, straining and testing the limits of her bikini at that moment. Lucy smirked, a look in her eyes foreign to anyone who had known her. Bean, do you like what you see? Absolutely I fucking do. Bambietta blurted out, for as long as she could remember, she was always the one who dominated when it came to the art of flirtation. Even Candace was putty in her hands when they had their first exchange. But this time she was on the receiving end. And it was erotic. She wanted to make a move, to do something, but she was too stupefied. Right answer. Lucy sat up then, subtly looking about. No one was looking their way at the moment, too preoccupied with their own fun. That was a relief, and it let her remain confident and in control. She leaned over a bit as she remained on her knees, letting her bosom fall a bit in her bikini top, her cleavage on display. Lucy put her hands beneath her chest then, propping it up a bit more as she made it all so much more pronounced. "Oh, I know you do," Lucy whispered. "And I bet you want to check out my bombshells, right?" I. Was this a test? Some sort of mind control? All Bambietta knew right now was she turned on more than she had been in a long, long time, and she wanted nothing more than to follow Lucy up on her offer. Yet still, there was a part of her that was worrying that if she said yes, she may very well ruin this moment. Yet despite this, "Why yes," she sputtered. "How honest of you," Lucy said, shuffling around on her knees to turn around. As she did so, she let her right hand's fingers run across the base of Bambietta's chin, teasing her a little more. As she left her back towards the Quincy, Lucy looked over her shoulder with a sultry expression, her eyes more half open and more fitting for the bedroom than the beach. She motioned her head down then, drawing attention to her backside, her hand slowly going down her waist before she swayed her hips from side to side before Bambietta's eyes as the bikini clung to her ass. And what about this? Bambietta could feel herself getting hotter and hotter as she became putty in her girlfriend's touch. What was she going to say? No. Not in a million years. I've wanted nothing more than to. Damn it, this was what she had been waiting for, yet in this moment here and now she found herself floundering. Lucy pretended to pout, her eyelashes fluttering again as she began to move back towards Bambietta slowly. "Oh, what's wrong?" At a loss for words, Bambi. What are you doing?" Bambietta stammered in confusion and excitement as she got to her feet. Lucy moved her back right up against Bambietta's front before she leaned her head back over her shoulder. "Don't worry your pretty little head over it. I'm just trying to help you relax." I mean, thank you." Bambietta spoke with confusion. This was not happening. She couldn't believe it. Lucy took one of Bambietta's hands then, gently gliding and guiding it to rest atop her belly. She reached for the other one then, placing it just below her breasts. Lucy leaned her head in more from the angel atop Bambietta's shoulder, kissing her softly on the cheek with a peck. Having fun. Bambietta just stared, like a deer caught in headlights. It wasn't that she wasn't enjoying this. On the contrary, this had been easily the best part of her vacation, but even so, it was still hard to process that this was actually happening. But, slowly, yet surely, she nodded her head. Got her. Lucy thought with a smirk as she pulled away from the Quincy. Even still, she kept an eye on Bambietta over her shoulder, slightly swaying her hips from left to right and back again as she did so. "Maybe we should take this to our room. What do you say, Bambi?" Yeah. Totally. Abso-fucking-lutely. Bambietta sputtered out. "I'd want nothing more actually." Lucy smirked. "Then I'll see you in about 10 minutes. I want to get something special for the occasion." Thus, she made her trek over to the hotel, her hips swaying all the while. "This will be a fun way to celebrate my 18th birthday," Lucy thought with a small smirk. She had turned 18 the exact same day Phantom Lord launched its attack. She didn't think it was the time, nor the place to bring it up. But now she could properly celebrate. Bambietta blushed, her eyes glued to her girlfriend's ass as she walked away, only for the Quincy to quickly shake her head. Wait, I'm sorry, what just happened? She had always thought she would have to be the one to initiate such intimate contact, but yet it was Lucy, not her, who had spurned them on. After everything that had happened, it left her befuddled, confused, and unsure as to what it all meant. For fuck's sake, just when I think I understand her I get confused all over again. Isn't it obvious, Bambi? Quickly turning around, Bambietta saw none other than fellow former Stern Ritter, Candace Catnip, her left hand on her hip as she gave Bambietta her characteristic grin. No. No, it's not. Bambietta shouted out. Damn it, Candy, you know I don't people well when it comes to romance. I know my movies, I know my video games, and I know my comics. I kill shit, I break shit, and I fuck shit. All of that I got down pat, I'd say, but this. Bambietta had to fight the urge not to pull on her own hair and thus simply settled for flailing her arms about. I don't understand any of it. So please, Miss Cupid, explain so I can know just what the hell happened. Candace slowly shook her head. Look, I'm the expert on sex, not romance, but from what I could gather, I think that was her way of letting you know that she's willing to take things to the next level. But why though, Candy, why? Bambietta demanded. We had a whole thing where I thought we were going to break up because I was being too needy, and now she does a complete 180 on me. Bambi, you two have been dating for a few months now, Candace told her. Ever think she's doing this because she wants to? Right now I think she's just willing to show you that she can be assertive about this sort of thing too, but more than that, I think it means she's willing to trust you with this sort of thing. Trust? What, you mean she felt like I was gonna kill her? Bambietta said aghast. It was true that Lucy was one of the few people who knew about her old shame. If that were the case. What? No. No. If that was the case I sincerely doubt she'd be willing to live in the same apartment as you, much less date you. Candace sighed. Look, I get that you're flustered and confused after everything that's just happened, but you know better than to think that's what I'm referring to. Let's face facts, Bambi, when you and I start, it's hard to finish before you are satisfied, if you catch my drift. That's what she was probably worried about. Bambietta wiped her brow of sweat and worry as a wave of relief washed over her. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Besides, I think she's just willing to show you that she can give what you can take. Think of it as a power move. She's trying to show you, hey, I can take what you can dish out, but I can more than return the favor, sort of thing. Did it bother you to have her tease you like that? And no. Bambietta admitted with a blush. If anything, it was amazing. And that's the thing. She's showing that she wants more now. You two took it slow and easy just like she wanted, but I think now she's getting the courage to move things on to the next stage. I mean, after a power-up like that, I suppose it's only natural. She then gave Bambietta a sly grin. So, you gonna keep her waiting or what? Like hell. Bambietta spoke with conviction as she sensed Lucy's riot. So, after everything that's happened, I need something like this. She wasn't sure how far they'd go, or what the night had in store for her, but what she did know was that the next hour or so was going to be an experience she would keep deep in her heart. Finally sensing her back at the hotel room, she vanished with Hiran Kyaku. As anticipated, Simon, Sho, Miliana, and Wally hadn't taken the truth about Jalal all that well. They had cursed his name mere moments ago only to now find out that the old friend they had loved with all their hearts had simply been controlled by another. A part of Urza had wished she still had kept this a secret from them for a while longer, but ultimately she knew that this was the right choice to make. The sooner they knew the truth, the sooner they could move on with their lives. She had planned on offering them a place within the guild once they had gotten over their grief, the four of them currently going their separate ways to process everything they had learned. She didn't blame them in the slightest. No doubt they partially blamed themselves for not noticing and doing anything that could have saved them. It was a feeling she knew all too well. However, the reality of the situation was that there was likely little that any of them could have done to prevent this tragedy. The tower would have erupted with power regardless, and millions of lives would have been lost. All things considered, everything had worked out remarkably well. But despite knowing this to be true, it did little to quell the sadness in her heart. Urza looked back at the ocean from the balcony of her hotel room as his last words and echoed through her mind once more. Goodbye, Urza. I'm just glad I was able to properly make amends before I finally passed on. Her grip on the balcony tightened, her fingers digging deep into the material as anger swelled through her. I swear, Jalal, I will avenge you. I'll find the one who did this, and when I do, I will bring them to justice. Just then a small blue bird wearing a black witch hat, carrying a small letter, flew from the open balcony into Urza's room before it landed on a nearby cabinet. Letter for Urza Scarlet, letter for Urza Scarlet. The tiny bird cried out. Having a few ideas as to who would be sending her a message this late into the night, Urza walked over to the bird and opened up the letter. As soon as she opened it, a small, holographic projection of her predecessor, Mifone Long, appeared, the woman's worried expression quickly changing into a more exuberant one as her eyes made contact with Urza. Urza! Oh, thank goodness you're all right. She spoke with delight as tears of joy fell. After the Etherian fired, I thought I lost you. Urza couldn't help but feel touched at her former mentor's emotional outburst, though she was also somewhat confused. I'm fine, Mifone, but how did you know that I was at the tower at all? She inquired. To make a long story short, I found a traitor amongst the Magic Council who spilled the beans on Seagrain's plan. Mifone quickly informed her. I'll fill you in on the details later, I'm just glad you managed to survive. Everything's fine, Mifone, Urza reassured her. We somehow managed to escape the tower alive. All of us. Well, almost everyone, but Urza wasn't too keen on bringing up Jalal just yet. Not until it was necessary. The wizard saint wiped her eyes clear of tears before she spoke. Of course, I should have known that fairy tale would pull through for you. I'm beyond glad to hear that you all escaped. After Seagrain's treachery, I had lost hope, but knowing that you're all okay, it's made all the difference in the world. Even though she no longer bore the guild mark of fairy tale on her body, Mifone was still very much one of its members in spirit. I must admit, I'm impressed that you all managed to overpower Jalal and his forces, including Seagrain. To have defeated them is quite a feat. She then smirked. Then again, knowing you, it's not surprising that you managed to defeat the two brothers. I'll be sure to inform the Magic Council of your victory, as well as a contingent of Rune Knights to apprehend them both for dash. That won't be necessary. Urza spoke dejectedly. I mean Jalal is no longer with us. Mifone didn't have to be as close to Urza as she was to know that something was quite wrong. As long as she had known her, Urza had despised Jalal. For her to be speaking like this, it could only be for one reason. Urza, you needn't berate yourself if you killed him. The wizard saint spoke up. I know the guild's creed about taking a life, but if you had to kill him, then I'm sure that you had your reasons, and I'm just as sure that Master Makarov will understand. I'm not the reason he died. At least, not in the manner you're thinking. Urza responded with a somber tone, her eyes filled with sadness. Much transpired atop the Tower of Heaven. And as a member of the Wizard Saints, you need to know the truth. The next several minutes had been Urza recounting her painful experience, from her battle with Jalal and Seagrain, to Bambietta and Liltato's attempts to save her, from Liltato's temporary death, her final clash with Jalal, and the truth about her childhood friend. To say that Mifone was taken aback would have been an understatement, Urza having never seen her mentor so surprised in all the years she had known her. So much so that the former fairy tale mage had to sit down on a chair in the room she was sending her holographic message from. That's certainly quite a tale, Mifone said, bringing a hand to her chin before closing her eyes, trying to take in everything that she was told. To think that one of the wizard saints was merely a thought projection and none of us noticed. I suppose with that amount of power Seagrain had that it would have been asinine to have even suggested it. Even still. I understand that this may be hard to believe, but you of all people would know that I would never lie about something like this. Urza told her. If you need, I can have Bambietta back what I just told you as well. Mifone shook her head. No, that won't be necessary. I believe you. Despite how outlandish it all seems, it would explain how you survived, yet the tower didn't erupt with an explosion that would have devastated Fiore. For him to give up his own life despite everything that he had done prior, it certainly does sound like a rather logical conclusion. However. What? However what? Urza demanded. She refused to allow Jelal's name to be slandered by the Magic Council, regardless of the reasons. I thought that you just said that it all made sense. And it does, from our point of view. Mifone retorted. But knowing the Magic Council as well as I do, I'm positive that they'll require more than just your word along with Bambietta's as proof. Your name does come with a certain amount of clout, as does my own, especially after revealing Crawford's treachery, but you have to consider how this looks from their perspective. Mifone sighed before she continued. This is easily one of the most scandalous events in the Magic Council's history. For you, his childhood friend, to claim that he was simply controlled. It looks rather fishy. Not to mention the fact that your guild's relationship with the Magic Council has always been rocky at best. Even with my testimony in your favor, I'm afraid they would need much stronger evidence before even considering it. Her eyes then narrowed. Not to mention the fact that they need to find a scapegoat of some kind to lessen the damage to the Magic Council's reputation aside from Crawford. Or, to be more accurate, to do whatever they can to prevent further tarnish to their own careers. It's an unfortunate fact, but that's the reality of the situation. Urza clenched her fists then, nearly enough to start drawing blood. To think that Jelal, arguably the biggest victim from all of this, would be used as some sort of patsy? She would never allow this to happen. There has to be a way. Urza growled with barely restrained rage. Surely there must be something that I can do. I'm afraid that for now it's simply out of our hands, Mifone told Urza with a frown. I understand that you're upset at this injustice, but right now the best course of action we can take is dash. Her eyes widened for a moment, as if she was hit by a sudden revelation. Actually, there may be one way to prove Jelal's innocence. But to do that... She quickly shook her head. No, forget I said anything. Urza wasn't having any of it however. No. Mifone, please. If there's anything we can do to prove his innocence, then I'm willing to hear almost any idea you have. Her anger gave way to sorrow as her face twisted with anguish. Please. Sighing, the wizard saint replied. Very well. It's possible that we can use your artificial eye to play out the events that you saw before the Magic Council. However, this sort of thing has never been attempted before, not with an artificial eye at least. I can't make any promises that it'll even work. But I may know an eccentric shopkeeper who may be able to make it a possibility. Urza nodded her head. A chance is all I need. Consider it done. I'll be sure to stop by poor Lyosika's place for a replacement before I hand this one over to you. A part of Mifone wanted to tell Urza that was unnecessary, that she need not go through the loss of her eye, even if only momentarily, but she decided against it. She'd be just as willing to give up her real eye if that's what it would take, the wizard saint thought. Just remember that I can't make any promises. As long as we try, that's all I can ask for. Urza told her. Anything less would simply be unacceptable. Mifone smiled. And that's exactly why I named you Titania. She rose out of her seat. I'll be on my way then to arrange my special contact to get everything ready. In the meantime, take it easy and enjoy your vacation. You've more than earned it. I will. Urza said with a nod before Mifone vanished. However, as soon as she did, Urza couldn't help but frown. Saying that she would relax was one thing, but actually doing it? That was another matter entirely. Just then, there were a brief 2 knocks on the door that took Urza out of her stupor. Deciding to see who it was, Urza was astounded when she saw Lil Tato on the other side. Lil Tato, I'm surprised. I thought you would be spending time with Natsu after everything that happened. Urza was well aware of her feelings for the Dragon Slayer, so for her to be here was unexpected. I can hang out with Natsu anytime. Lil Tato replied with a shrug. It's not like he's picky on his choice of company. Can I come in? More than willing to accommodate the friend she had nearly lost, Urza smiled as she let the Quincy in. By all means, make yourself at home. Though if you want anything to eat, I'd suggest we head back to the buffet to dash. Lil Tato quickly shook her head. I appreciate it, Urza, really I do, but that's not what I'm here for. The blonde turned around to look at Urza, then as worry came over her face. I just wanted to make sure you're doing okay is all. I'm very sure Bambi plans on paying you a visit later too, but I just didn't want to wait any more when I saw you all alone. She walked over to Urza before she held one of her hands. I know that these last 8 hours or so must have been really hard on you. To go through all of that, all those battles, losing me and beating the hell out of the one responsible, only to find out he was controlled before he died? That's quite a lot for even you to handle alone, Urza. Urza sighed before she replied. I'd be lying if I said all was well. I know that the worst of it is over, and I'm beyond grateful that everyone else is safe and sound, but Jalal dash. I doubt he'd want to see you like this, Lil Tato interrupted her. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't be sad. You wouldn't be Urza if you felt nothing after all that. But while I certainly think we should mourn his loss and find the one responsible, I think right now you also need to take some time for yourself. Lil Tato sat down on a nearby couch before she continued. You're always doing things for everybody else, even when you're scolding them. But I hardly ever see you doing anything for yourself. Sure, you eat food you know and love, but you're almost always either off on a mission or making sure the guild isn't making another colossal screw-up that Master Makarov will have to fix. If you keep going like this, I'm afraid you're going to crash and burn. I just feel you need some time for just you, yeah no. Urza slowly nodded her head in agreement. I suppose I see your point. A proper rest for both the body and the mind is necessary to keep oneself as healthy as can be. The redhead sat next to Lil Tato as she continued. But nonetheless, I need to find the one who started all of this. One way or another. And you will, with me? Lil Tato told her. No, not just you and me, Bambi too. All of Fairy Tale in fact. We're all here for you Urza. You don't always have to play the hero you know. Everyone needs help every once in a while. Ever since Bambietta had told Urza about how her attempted sacrifice to revive Lil Tato would have just brought more pain to the guild, she had been slowly rethinking how she had been doing things. Before all of this, she had always tried to shoulder the most heavy of responsibilities all by herself. Sometimes, such as the battle with Jose, she would work with her fellow guild mates, but in many others, such as stopping the Jupiter cannon, fighting the vast majority of Eisenwald by herself, and fighting the head vampire, she always had the reins of the most dangerous of circumstances by herself. They had all worked out in the end, but her recent attempts at this in the Tower of Heaven had made it clear just how foolhardy this had been. All this time, all I've wanted to do was keep everyone safe. But I was so preoccupied with protecting them that I failed to notice just how strong they've all become. She was no longer living in the tower as a scared little girl, surrounded by her friends who were as equally helpless as she was. No, not only did she now have the power to protect herself and others, but so too did those she had come to cherish. But there was more than just that. For so long she had thought she needed to make up for what had happened to Rob. But she had been so caught up in her guilt that she had failed to realize for the longest time that dying as he had would have been the last thing he would have wanted. He died so that she could live on, to inspire, to protect, but most importantly of all, to enjoy her life in Fairy Tale. You're right, Urza admitted. I have been trying to do too much all by myself. I can see that now. I won't stop trying to keep you all safe, but I won't deny your assistance ever again. After all Urza smiled down at Lil Tato, that's what makes this guild as amazing as it is. Yeah, no kidding, Lil Tato agreed. It's weird, yeah no? I've only been here for almost a year, and yet, I can't imagine living anywhere else. Urza nodded. I think everyone in the guild feels that way. Sooner or later, it starts to feel less like a guild and more like a family. Well, I can't say I feel that way about everyone in the guild, but... Lil Tato looked back up at Urza then. When you said I was like a little sister, did you mean that? Urza answered by grabbing Lil Tato's shoulder and slammed her head against her side, smiling. I did. After Myra's retirement as a mage, You've the person I've spent time with the most on a consistent basis. I've always been glad to help you through your troubles, Lil, and besides, you're easily one of the mages I'm most proud of in our guild. Eh? Lil Tato spoke, just barely processing the words coming out of Urza's mouth before she responded. Well, as best as she could anyways. Eh? Is it so surprising? Urza asked. You've never once done a disservice to Fairy Tail's name. You're a very powerful warrior, with wit that very few can match. But most importantly of all, I've seen just how determined you are to protect your friends. How could I not be proud of someone like that? I guess when you put it that way, it makes sense. Lil Tato remarked. Even so, she couldn't help but feel flustered from Urza's words. I just wanted to make up for my last life, that's all. Urza gently rubbed the top of Lil Tato's hat with a smile. We all have our own reasons for what we do, just as we all have demons from the past we must confront. As long as you still remain someone with compassion, then the rest hardly matters. I suppose you're right. Lil Tato said before her stomach growled. The two stared at each other before they laughed. It seemed like, even after everything, Lil Tato's stomach hadn't changed one bit. Smiling, Urza took Lil Tato by the hand as she began to lead themselves out of the room. Come now, Lil Tato, the buffet awaits. It'll be all on me. Hey, Whatever she had on her mind quickly stopped. Was she really going to say no to free food? No, she was not. However, just as they were about to leave the room, Lil Tato couldn't help but ask one question. Urza, if you mind me asking, if I'm the person you're the second most proud of, then who's the one you are the most proud of? The S-class wizard shot her a quick smile. You know her very well, Lil Tato. More than almost anyone else in the guild, I'd dare say. It didn't take long for Lil Tato to put two and two together before she smiled. Yeah, that makes sense. Bambi's really come a long way. She's not the only one either. Urza said as the two walked out the room. You've opened up a lot more since you've come here. Really? I don't think I've changed all that much. Lil Tato insisted. You have. At first you only ever really spent time with Bambietta. But then you started to interact more with Natsu and myself. You're a rather reserved individual, Lil Tato, but I know that you've come to care for the rest of the guild like I have. I guess there's some truth to that, Lil Tato admitted. Lucy, Levi, Rukia. I've started to see them all as friends. This guild. It really has given me everything that I ever wanted. I'm glad to hear that. Urza pressed the button to go down the elevator. However, just as the door opened, Urza looked down at Lil Tato one last time. Oh, and Lil Tato. Thank you. For everything. You made the ultimate sacrifice to make sure that I could live. At the time I was distraught, but it was that very act that spurred me forward enough to claim victory. I don't want you or anyone else to do that for me ever again, but for what you did, words alone can never be enough. There was so much more that she wanted to say, but right now it was near impossible for her to find more words. After all, how could one possibly thank someone for giving up their life for her own with words alone? As far as Urza was concerned, it was an impossibility. The small Quincy's eyes widened at the sincerity of which Urza spoke her words, but she quickly gave her response. Right back at you, Urza. That was fucking amazing. While she and Lucy hadn't gone as far as she may have initially hoped, it didn't change the fact that the past hour had easily been amongst her favorites in her time in Earthland. Rather than simply remain in her swimsuit, Lucy had opted to change into something a little more enticing. In place of her bikini, Lucy had changed into a belly dance outfit consisting of a pink bra, panties, and loincloth, the ensemble complete with her hair having been done up into two long twin tails. At first, the blonde had simply teased Bambietta with her body, performing a lap dance that, while amateur, had captured Bambietta's gaze completely. From the fluttering of her eyes to the sway of her breasts to the shaking of her hips, everything about her movements had mesmerized the brunette. But as soon as Lucy had unexpectedly locked lips with her, the last several minutes had become a complete blur of kissing, grabbing, and a whole lot of moaning. Now there they lay, Lucy heartfully sound asleep beneath the bed's covers while Bambietta stared up at the ceiling, happy as could be with a smile that never once left her lips. That was the best make-out session I've ever had. Far as the Quincy was concerned, it was no exaggeration on her part. What Lucy had lacked in experience, she had more than made up for with passion and desire. The Quincy took in a few deep breaths, still somewhat in shock over what had transpired. Slowly, she looked over at her sleeping lover, Bambietta's smile growing even larger. "You know, Lucy, you really are too good for me, you know that." She reached forward to grab one of Lucy's hands before she squeezed it. "But you're part of the reason why I came so far. Why I've changed so much. You gave me a reason to come back, Lucy. To make sure that I always do." She leaned in close to the blonde's face before giving her a quick kiss on the lips. "I may not be the most classy woman around, or the smartest, but I promise you this, Lucy. I won't let anyone hurt you ever again. Not if I can help it." She knew full well that she couldn't completely protect Lucy from all harm. She was a mage after all, and it came with the job. But if she ever ran into something that would be too much for her, Bambietta swore that she would always rush to her side. Not that she had much to worry about in that regard. Lucy was already stronger than the vast majority of Fairy Tale when she had first arrived, and now, thanks to her Fullbring, the Celestial Mage's power was nearing that of Natsu's and Gray's. "You really are one hell of a woman, Lucy." The Quincy turned in her bed once more to look at her right hand, recalling back to the end of her battle with Akariga. How did you get this strong?" Akariga demanded before she sheathed her sword. Yasha's empty flash. Her sword unsheathed, Mujitsuryu sent out dozens of invisible blades, each heading towards Bambietta, no doubt having the ability to slice her as it had before. It was not to be, however. Bambietta ran forward and, without even realizing it, bulldozed through the countless invisible sword slices as if they were nothing and soon stopped before Akariga's body, her shining blade now raised above her head. "Now!" Bambietta roared, "Take this!" Fairy Tale's love. Fairy Tale's anger. And all of Erza's sorrow. With her declaration now finished, Bambietta swung her sword down as hard as she possibly could as Ikargwa used Mujitsuryu to defend herself. Shining Giga Slash. Possible. Akariga could see it, Mujitsuryu beginning to chip away before her eyes. Then suddenly, the blade splintered apart, orange light crashing down upon her from Bambietta's blade as she could only scream. Simply impossible. Bambietta watched as the orange blade erupted into an azure explosion, destroying what little remained of the once pristine arena. The entire tower shuddered then from the resulting blast, waves of all sorts crashing against the tower outside until finally, the seas calmed to their prior state and Akariga's pocket dimension finally subsided. "So that's the power Sylphia and the other gods decided to give me, huh? That's pretty crazy." For quite a while now, she had worried if she was good enough to wield this power as humanity's champion. But today, she proved that she could at least tap into that power if need be. Still, something didn't sit quite right with her, her smile quickly turning into a frown. "The first time I went further with these powers, I got a huge boost in power and even healed all my wounds. But when I tried it against Jalal, it petered out really fast. Damn it all, I don't understand any of this. Perhaps I can shed some light on the situation." Bambietta snapped to attention as she quickly got off the bed, only for her guard to drop as soon as she saw whom the voice came from. "Sylphia? What are you doing here? And not that I mind or anything, but I kinda thought you wanted to keep the whole goddess thing hush-hush from everyone else who didn't know. If Lucy wakes up dash." Sylphia quickly waved away Bambietta's concern. "There's no need to worry. I placed a sleeping spell on her before I announced myself. It'll be lifted as soon as I finish my business with you." "Well, that's a relief I suppose," Bambietta said as she sat back on the bed. She wasn't exactly thrilled to find out Lucy had been placed under a spell, but Bambietta knew she could completely trust the goddess after everything she had done for her. "So, what's up?" Sylphia smiled. "Firstly, I just wanted to speak with you after everything you went through. You and the rest of your guildmates truly went above and beyond to protect your friend. I couldn't be any more proud of you for everything you did today. I've never once doubted that you were a worthy choice as my warrior, Bambietta, but today you've more than proven how much you care for your friends and that you truly are worthy for being our champion. Bambietta sheepishly rubbed the back of her head as she blushed with embarrassment. Gee, when you put it like that, you make me sound like some kinda hero or something. I just wanted to make sure Urza didn't have to go through all that, you know. Like, I know you're the reason I'm here at all, and that means more than I could ever say. But Urza's why I joined Fairy Tail. She never gave up on me when I'm sure a lot of other people would have. After all that, how could I just sit back and let all that happen? Like I said, it's for that very reason you were chosen to have those powers of yours, Bambietta. Sylphia replied. It is because you suffered such a traumatic betrayal from your friend that I knew that if you made new bonds in Fairy Tail that you would treasure them more than anyone else we could possibly choose. That's why you chose me? Bambietta asked. I mean, I'm honored, really I am, but what does that have to do with the power you gave me? Sylphia frowned slightly before she replied. Unfortunately, the powers that you've been bestowed aren't the kind you can simply tap into whenever you desire. I'm not allowed to give the exact details to you unfortunately, but to put it in a way that doesn't break the rules, only one who cares for their friends as much as you do could hope to use this power to its full potential. Well, I guess that's something at least. Bambietta responded. I guess that means you're not going to tell me how to use that power, huh? Sylphia shook her head. I'm afraid not. However, I did come here to tell you one more thing about your powers. You've used the divine power we've bestowed onto you in quick succession far more than we had anticipated. Your body is still slowly adapting to its presence. I'm sure you noticed it as well. When you tried to call upon it against Jalal, it left your body quite quickly. You're not aware of this, but you're quite fortunate that was all that had happened. Bambietta let out a sigh of exasperation. Oh, I'm not going to like what I'm about to hear, am I? I'm afraid so, Sylphia answered. Had your body not rejected that power for so much as another 30 seconds, your body would be eviscerated and your soul completely shattered. Bambietta blinked, her mouth opening and closing in short succession before she spoke. Yeah, no, I didn't like that one bit. So, that happened because I used too much power in one day. Sylphia shook her head once more. In all honesty, you shouldn't transform into that form any more than once every 6 months. You're truly lucky to have survived. However, as things stand right now, you'll be unable to access any of that divine power for at least 4 months. Even the shining finger? Bambietta asked. As soon as Sylphia nodded in reply did Bambietta slam her fist on the mattress. Damn it! I finally got a chance to really use this power, and now you're telling me that I can't use any of it for 4 months. Bambietta wasn't someone who liked relying on power from someone else, but it had proven to be essential in defeating someone like Akariga. Now, with her being unable to access that divine power for almost half a year, a part of her began to worry. If I can't use that power, then if I run into someone like her again dash. Don't begin to doubt yourself now, Bambietta, Sylphia interrupted. It's true that power was needed in the end to defeat Akariga, but you forget that had it not been for the curse potion she had procured, you would have been able to win the battle without it. Yes, you needed Candace's help to gather the necessary power needed to land such a blow, but relying on your friends is something you'll need to do regardless of whether or not you have that power. It may be hard to accept this after the battles you just had with Akariga and Jalal, but even as you are right now, your power is quite exceptional. In fact, I'd say, by the time you will regain those powers, your level of strength as a Quincy will near that of the 10th Wizard Saint, if not it's exceed it. That caught Bambietta's attention. Seriously? The goddess nodded. Indeed. While I have no doubt his power will continue to increase in those 4 months, especially in the wake of Seagrain's betrayal, your potential to grow is quite exceptional. In fact, excluding the Wizard Saints, your power is already among the higher echelon of official guilds. That's including Fairy Tail's S-class. You're not just saying all to just make me feel better, are you? Bambietta asked. Have I ever lied to you in all the times we've talked? Sylphia answered with a question of her own. Fair point, the Quincy admitted. That does make me feel better, even if only a little. Guess I'll just have to make do with the Quincy basics and the explode in the meanwhile. She then looked over at Lucy. Yeah, it'll have to make do. Eyes widening, Bambietta spun around to face the goddess once more. Actually, there is one thing I need to ask you about. By all means. Bambietta took a deep breath before she spoke. Somehow, someway. Eisen's inside of Jade. I know if anyone is going to have the answer to this, it's you. So. Mind telling me what the deal with that is? 'Cause, not gonna lie, that low-key has me worried the fuck out. The goddess sighed. I suppose there's no point in trying to hide it anymore from you. Eisen's presence within Jade is entirely my doing. Excuse me, what? Bambietta asked, dumbfounded before the reality of the goddess' answer seemingly hit her like a sledgehammer. What? How? No, more importantly, why? The goddess looked away, seemingly in shame. I'm afraid I can't answer that. What the fuck? Bambietta yelled at the goddess for the very first time. I'm sorry, but you can't just put Sosuke fucking Eisen into one of my friend's head, and expect me to be okay with no real answer. Mifone told me that she, me, and Jade were practically your children, so why would you do that? You have to tell me dash. Because if you knew the reason you'd fall completely into despair. Sylphia shouted before she looked away from Bambietta again. Silence filled the room before she spoke once more. I'm sorry that I can't tell you. I truly am. I'm even more sorry that I've had to do this at all to Jade. I truly do view all three of you like the children I've never had. Unfortunately, I'm only allowed to talk with you and Mifone for very brief intervals because you are both my champions. If I spend too much time in the human realm, it could start negatively affecting it. But, I truly wish for nothing more than to help you as much as I can. But, there are rules as to what we gods can and cannot be allowed to do. Tears slowly fell down her face as she continued. I understand how you feel. I do. To have such a secret hidden away from you. To have sealed Eisen into Jade's body. But you have to believe me when I say that I have only the best of intentions in mind for you, Jade, and all of humanity. Slowly, the goddess turned away. I understand that you need time to digest all of this. I'll answer any questions I can. I just. A brief image of a woman with scarlet hair with a single braid going down the left side of her face flashed through the goddess' mind before she spoke up once more. I just don't want to lose the trust of someone I care about ever again. Bambietta remained silent for a few seconds before she spoke up. You don't have to worry about any of that. Look, I'm sorry for snapping at you like that, it's just been a really rough day. So I'm a bit on edge here. But, even despite all that, I owe you for everything I have right now. If you're really saying I'm better off not knowing why, I'll take your word for it. I just really don't like this situation is all. The goddess' eyes went wide as she slowly turned to face Bambietta. Even despite all this, you're still willing to trust me? Small tears of joy fell from her eyes as a sense of relief washed over her. Thank you, Bambietta. Deciding to properly respond to the Quincy, she spoke. Well, we're both in agreement on that, I can assure you, Sylphia said. Ironically, Jade's in a similar situation as you're in right now. With how powerful and intense his spiritual pressure is, Jade won't be able to call upon his assistance for some time. The exact time frame is something I'm not aware of considering it's the first time something like this has ever been done, but I'd say you're unlikely to hear from him again until several months have passed by. Well, that's a relief, I think. Here's hoping we won't need his help ever again, Bambietta spoke. But knowing my luck, we'll need it sooner or later. Still she then shot the goddess a smile. I'm glad you came to check up on me. It means a lot. I'm just glad that you're still willing to trust me. I may be limited in the ways I'm allowed to assist you, but know that I'll always be watching you. Take care, Bambietta, and remember, you're not fighting alone. Her body was covered in a flash of light, and then she was gone. Bambietta let out a sigh as she laid back down on the bed next to the sleeping beauty. Man, from fighting assassins and wizard saints, to having the time of my life with Lucy. What a night it's been. Far as she was concerned, the rest of her vacation would be downright tame in comparison, even if she won big in the casino. She yawned as she felt a sense of exhaustion beginning to catch up to her. Perhaps it was about time she got some shut-eye? No, there was one thing, one more person she needed to see before she could truly rest. Finding Urza wasn't hard. Despite spending a great deal of her magical power to finally defeat Jalal, the most powerful woman in all of Fairy Tail still maintained a powerful source of energy that made locating her a minor inconvenience. As the Quincy air walked above the resort, she quickly looked down to see Urza looking out from the balcony of her hotel room. She could also sense Lil nearby, but Bambietta could tell the smaller Quincy was probably asleep. Well, that's fine by me. I'm sure they've already had their talk. But I need to see how she's doing. For as long as she had been in Fairy Tail, Urza had always kept an eye on her, always making sure that the traumatized woman felt at home within the guild, but also keeping her from making any serious mistakes. That, along with her unwavering faith in the former Stern Ritter, had given Bambietta more than enough motivation to view Urza as something more than just a friend and to ensure she was doing well with her own eyes and ears. A role model? A big sister? A potential rival to strive to surpass one day? Urza was all of these things and so much more to her. For so long, she had been the one to look after not just Bambietta, but everyone else within the guild. But ever since she had been taken to the tower, it had been Fairy Tail's duty to do the same for her. She had been part of that herself, fought more than her fair share of life-threatening battles for Urza's sake, but she still felt she hadn't done enough for her. Not yet. Bambietta landed softly behind Urza then before she quickly spoke up. Hey Urza, how are things? She may as well start off with some small talk before she went into the mess that had transpired, Lil Tato more than likely having given her a similar discussion. Urza turned around, but she didn't seem surprised by the Quincy's arrival. Bambietta, you're here. I was wondering when you'd be stopping by. The brunette couldn't help but chuckle. Am I that easy for you to read, Urza? Urza shook her head. Not at all. But you're hardly the first person who's wanted to check in with me. Lil Tato and Mifone have made that evidently clear. Oh, I see. Bambietta said somewhat dejectedly. Well, I guess that means you don't need to hear anything from me. On the contrary, I was hoping you would show up tonight. Urza told her. I've been meaning to speak with you after everything that happened. Urza looked over at the sleeping Lil Tato before she continued. You two saved me from the nightmare that had been haunting me for the last 8 years of my life. Lil Tato made the ultimate sacrifice to ensure I survived while you continued to rise after every beating Jalal gave you. Words can never be enough to properly express my gratitude. She then bowed her head. If there is anything I can do to dash. There's no need for any of that, Urza. Bambietta interrupted her. Me and Lil did everything we could because we owed you for everything that you did for us. You don't owe us squat. If anything, I'd say we're even now. So don't go saying you owe us your life. Trust me when I say we'd do it again if we had to. Urza looked at Bambietta in shock before a small smile adorned her face. Very well. Then from this moment forth may all debts between the three of us be considered fulfilled. Well, glad that's all been settled. Bambietta said with a grin before her face became more somber. You feel alright by the way? I mean with everything that happened with Jalal. Lil Tato already helped me out in that regard. Urza assured Bambietta. It still hurts. But I'll move forward. It's what he would have wanted. Bambietta nodded her head in understanding. Yeah, that sounds about right. Still, if you ever need someone to talk about it dash. I'll be sure to consider you should that become an issue. Urza replied. That said, I did wish to speak with you on another matter entirely. Oh. Bambietta asked with intrigue. Do tell. Lil Tato had already more than proven herself worthy of S-Class after her battle with Jose. But after today, I can safely say the same of you. That caught Bambietta by surprise. Seriously? But I got my ass kicked. Urza shook her head. The fact that you survived it all is more impressive than you think. He was a wizard saint with a mere 60% of his power after all. Yet despite that, you were still able to hurt him. But more importantly than that, you showcased all of the qualities that I believe a proper S-Class of this guild should have. The ability to come up with new plans while on the back foot, fighting against losing odds for the sake of a comrade, and not letting the pain of your injuries slow you down in the slightest. That's more than enough for me to consider you truly worthy for the S-class exam on Tenro Island. Bambietta was stunned to say the least, but everything Urza had just said also made plenty of sense. Odds were most mages weren't capable of what she had done in the tower. I guess Sylphia was right after all. Bambietta thought before she smiled. Oh hell yeah. S-class, here I come. Now hold on, you and Lil Tato won't be the only ones partaking in this exam. Natsu's also proven himself more than worthy to take the trial as well. Not to mention many others are being looked into at the moment. If you think this is going to be easy, then you have already lost. Urza warned her. Bambietta brought a hand to her chin as she closed her eyes. Natsu too, huh? With Lil Tato, Bambietta's only real concern would have been her tactical mindset and the potential use of Volstandig. Troublesome to be sure, but she was positive that she could still handle it. Natsu, though. Well, this complicates things. I'm almost twice as strong as he is base to base, but given how he can get stronger the longer the fight goes on, I could be in for some real trouble. Not to mention he could eat the flames created by any of my explosions. She quickly shook her head. Well, that's fine by me. I wouldn't want Lil to be my only real competition for S-class anyways. That's the spirit. Urza said with a small smile. I'm positive that you will continue to do the guild proud. As a matter of fact, with a flash of light and a sword held by her right hand, Urza approached Bambietta before softly touching her right shoulder with her blade. For defeating the powerful dark assassin, Aragorn the Reaper. Her blade then touched Bambietta's other shoulder. Defeating the S-class monster of the Waz Forest to protect the town of Clover. Her blade then circled Bambietta's head. Defeating the S-class mage Hansen Nukui of Phantom Lord, eliminating the vampire Lord Yodusa. Her blade pressed against the middle of Bambietta's chest then. For defeating Akaraga, one of the most powerful assassins in all of Fiori, and for standing your ground against two former wizard saints, I hereby dub you the Star Knight of Fairy Tale. Bambietta stood there, befuddled before she decided to speak up. Did you just, knight me or something? Urza shook her head. Not at all, though I suppose that did give off that impression, didn't it? No, I simply decided to bestow onto you a title. It should prove quite helpful for you going forward in your time in Fairy Tale. Well, I'm not gonna complain exactly, but, how does that work? Bambietta asked. It's quite simple, really. Urza replied. As you are well aware, I was given the title of Titania. Natsu was also given a title, Salamander. Wizards can receive these titles from either word of mouth of their extraordinary accomplishments like Natsu did, or they can be given the title from a wizard of considerable clout like I was when I unknowingly received the title of Titania from Miphone. Regardless, having a title to be known by and to associate with your successes will ensure more people will want you for higher paying jobs. In fact, you may be sought out personally if they believe you're the best fit for the job. Urza then smiled. You've done more than enough to have earned one. I've just decided to jumpstart your fame, so to speak. I know you may not have wished for compensation for all that you've done, but I simply couldn't accept anything less than doing at least this much for you. Bambietta was still taken aback by everything Urza was telling her, that the S-class mage was willing to do this for her despite making it quite clear earlier that it wasn't necessary, but she had to admit she didn't exactly mind it either. Besides, Star Knight has a cool, albeit familiar, ring to it. Sure, why not? That means a lot coming from you, Urza. Bambietta said as she smirked. I promise you, I'll do you, the guild, and even this title you've given to me justice once we get back home. Urza smiled back as she extended her right hand towards the newly dubbed Star Knight, offering up a handshake. I know you will. After all, when it comes to you, I've made no mistakes. Bambietta reached out and shook Urza's hand then. Right back at you, Urza. Right back at you. Pain. That's all he could feel right now as his vision was filled with eternal darkness. His muscles ached, his bones felt as if they were fractured, and something else, like some sort of inner power, was completely drained. What happened? The mysterious man wondered. Why was he in so much pain? Where was he? In fact, who was he even? All these questions presented themselves, yet he could find an answer to none of them. Just then, gradually, light began to fill his eyes as he felt himself barely force enough strength to blink them open. Once, twice, 3 more times this repeated until he finally could keep them open. To his surprise, he found himself lying down on a beach of sorts, next to a campfire that was burning right next to him. More surprisingly than that, however, was the young girl who was sitting next to him, her curious visage turning to joy as he woke up. "Oh good, you're finally awake." The girl spoke. Her appearance was slightly abnormal, with her short pink hair and golden eyes with a bizarre diamond-shaped iris. Where am I?" the young man asked as he tried to get to his feet, only to groan out in pain. "Hey, take it easy, you're really hurt," the young girl said with concern. "Me and my friend just happened to find you unconscious on the beach 2 hours ago. We decided it would be best if she left to get some medical supplies while I made sure you're okay. Right now, you need to rest up." The young man gave her a small smile. "I see. So I have you and your friend to thank for still being alive. You have my gratitude. I'm sorry, I don't know your name." "Oh, it's Mary, and don't worry about a thing," she said with a cheery voice. "I was just doing what any real hero would do. I'm just glad you managed to wake up. So, what's your name, mister?" The mysterious man looked dejected. "I wish I could tell you, but to be truthful, I don't remember anything. Not even my own name. I'm sorry." "Oh, that's just awful," Mary exclaimed as she placed a hand over her mouth. "I can't imagine not remembering anything about yourself. Golly, you really were thrown through the ringer, weren't you?" "So it would seem. Nevertheless, the two of you have my dash." However, before he could say anything else, the two could hear large heavy footsteps that shook the beach slightly, causing them to slowly turn their heads to the source. A massive ogre, about 14 feet tall, wielded a massive club just as large as he and made of stone. He strode over to them with a malicious sneer. Well. What do we have here? Two humans unfortunate enough to end up in my neck of the woods. I was just thinking about trying to find something nice and tasty, and you'll both make for a great appetizer." The young man tried to get up once again, to do anything to defend Mary, but he found that he still couldn't move. No, get up. You have to get up, or else both of you are going to die." But despite all of his internal pleading, he found that he was unable to move. With desperation clear on his face, he yelled at Mary. "Run. You have to get out of here right now. Just leave me behind and dash." "I wouldn't do this if I were you, Mr. Ogre." Mary spoke as if she didn't pay his words any mind. "Messing with me is a really bad idea. My friend doesn't like it when people try to pick on me." The ogre couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, that's cute, the little girl thinks her friend can come by and save the day. Don't worry, I'll kill you quickly so you don't feel a thing." The massive club was swung down as the nameless man screamed at her to run away, but he knew it was no use. Poor Mary was about to be made into a bloody smear and there was nothing he could do. He closed his eyes then, not wanting to witness such an atrocity. Wham! Slowly, tentatively, he opened his eyes, fearing to see the young girl's corpse, only to instead bear witness to the massive club being held above the ground casually by a woman wearing all white, with pink hair and pink eyes. Now, that wasn't very nice. The woman spoke before she took her spare arm and cocked it behind her head. "I guess I'll have to teach you some manners." Before the ogre could even conceive some sort of retort, the woman threw her punch, breaking the club into 1,000 pieces just before he was sent flying off into the horizon, well out of sight. "That ought to give him something to think about," she said. "I told him it was a bad idea to try to hurt me, but he just wouldn't listen, meanie," Mary said as she walked over to her. "Oh, good news, that man we saved is wide awake." "I can see that." "Thank goodness," the woman said with a smile. "I'm glad to see that you're all right." "I'm Menina's. I wasn't sure if you'd be waking up at all with those injuries, but it looks like I needn't worry. Tell me, stranger, what's your name?" "That's the thing, meanie, he doesn't remember anything," Mary quickly answered. Oh dear, well that just won't do at all, Menina's spoke with concern. We'll need to call you something after all. Are you sure that you can't remember anything? Anything at all? I'll try. The young man answered before he closed his eyes, as if in deep thought. He tried digging into the recesses of his mind, but only small bits and pieces came to him. A woman with red hair, a massive tower, a dark spirit of some sort. He could vaguely remember small, inconsequential parts of his past, but nothing that could really tell him anything. Well, almost anything. There was one thing, one distinct memory that his mind was able to pull out. He couldn't exactly see it play out in his mind, but he could hear it. So they got you too, huh? I can't believe these monsters are getting away with this. Yeah. I'm pretty scared. The only person that I recognize around here is Simon. I don't know anyone else. I don't know what to do. Hey, everything is going to be fine. Don't worry about a thing. I'll protect you, and one day, I'll get us all out of here. Really? You will? Thank you so much. I'm Urza. Yeah, don't mention it. As for me, you can call me Dash. Jalal. My name, I think it's Jalal, the blue-haired man spoke up. It's the only thing that I could remember. Menina's nodded her head. Well, it's a start, and a very important one at that. Where I'm from, it was often said that names have power. I'm sure that the rest will come back to you eventually. But in the meantime, why don't you stick around with us? Are you sure? I'd hate to impose, Jalal asked. Nonsense. Mary and I have been looking for more people to join us on our journey across Fiori anyways. So far we've just been going around and helping people wherever we can, but we've actually been hearing a lot about Magnolia's Harvest Festival. It sounds like a lot of fun, and besides, it'll finally let me meet Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale? Jalal asked. Something about that name seemed very familiar. Yeah, Fairy Tale. Mary shouted with excitement. Supposedly, they're the best guild in all of Fiori. I even heard about them when I lived on the outskirts of Iceberg. They've gotta be, like, super amazing. I'm more than eager to meet them myself, Menina's admitted. Besides, I've heard rumors that some Quincy's, people like me, have been accepted into the guild. It's possible that I might run into some old friends there. So, what do you say? Will you come with us? Jalal looked at the pair for a brief moment before he spoke. Well, it's not like I know where I want to go next. Besides, that Fairy Tale Guild, I feel as if I may find some answers about myself if I go there. You have a deal. Hooray! Mary cheered out. Oh, I'm so excited. We should get going right now, Meanie. Not yet, Mary, our friend isn't exactly in any shape to be moving anytime soon. Menina's took out some small capsules. These Jinto capsules should be able to speed up his healing by quite a fair bit, but he'll still need time to rest. Still, if everything goes well, we just might be able to make it in time. She then looked back at Jalal. Speaking of which, you'll need to get as much rest as possible. So please, go to sleep while I let these Jinto get to work, all right? Of course, Jalal said as he rested his head against the ground. There was so much more he wanted to know, so many mysteries he wanted to uncover, but there would be plenty of time for that later. Right now he simply had to do what he could to rest. While these events were transpiring, the trio were unknowingly being watched from the divine realm by none other than the goddess of camaraderie, Sylphia, and the god of life and death, Anksaram. How is it that Jalal Fernandez still breathes? The god asked Sylphia. That wretched tower should have taken his life for bringing back one of our warriors. Oh, I may have had something to do with that, Sylphia admitted with a smirk. What did you do? I know you know better than to break the taboo of resurrection, Anksaram told her. It was nothing so outlandish. I just might have swapped out Jalal with that Godslayer schema hired to take his place. He was going to die anyway. Sylphia shrugged her shoulders. No taboos broken. His life was simply spared in place of someone else, not restored. I see. You are aware that we deities are forbidden from interacting with the human world unless it involves the aspect of the world we have dominion over. You could still very easily be punished for this action, Anxarum reminded her. Sylphia shook her head. But that's the thing, I was doing my job. Jelal and Urza's bond of friendship was reignited once the truth was revealed. I've simply done what was needed to make sure that those bonds can continue. I see, Anxarum said as his eyes narrowed. I suppose I should be grateful that he broke the taboo of resurrection for one of our own soldiers for the war. However, he pointed his right hand at Jelal as it became shrouded in darkness. I can't allow mortals to think they can just ignore the laws of the divine as they please, even if it's for our benefit. I'll simply have to punish him like the others who dash. Before he could finish speaking, he found Sylphia's glowing staff in front of his hand, preventing any further action on his part. Her face now held none of its usual charm. You will do no such thing, Anxarum. I forbid it. His own eyes narrowed in response. You forbid it? Need I remind you to whom you speak? His entire body became clad in darkness before he continued. Do you truly wish to incur my wrath? Sylphia didn't flinch in the slightest despite the implied threat. You don't intimidate me as much as you think, Anxarum. The last I checked, we're on equal footing. You may have been able to curse Mavis while I was preoccupied with other matters in Earthland, but I refuse to sit by and let you curse another mortal under my jurisdiction. Anxarum scoffed at her attitude. Please, you're just trying to make amends for what happened to the Queen of Dragons. That's the sole reason why you've taken in as many strays as you have as your daughters. But as I'm sure you are well aware, Irene's fate was simply unavoidable. Destiny determined dash. Slap. Anxarum slowly turned his head before he narrowed his eyes at the goddess. Her eyes widened in self-realization before she quickly composed herself and spoke. My sincerest apologies. I shouldn't have struck you. However, I still stand by my decision to protect Jelal. You won't have your way, not this time. Anxarum sighed. Very well, you've proven that you're far too stubborn to budge on this matter. I shall relent, this time. But never forget, Sylphia, that you're not one of us, at least not truly. Your divine status is nothing more than our attempt to placate you as the first dash. If you're only going to continue to look down upon me, then this conversation is over, Sylphia interrupted. Now leave. Lest I remind you why you needed to placate me in the first place. Anxarum narrowed his eyes. Very well. But should you try this ever again, I won't be so easily pushed around. Remember that the next time you consider sticking your neck out for sinners. And with that, Anxarum vanished from her sight before she sighed. And to think he used to be much kinder when we first met. She then looked back down at the sleeping Jelal. As for you, I only hope that you and Urza manage to truly repair your lost bond. It was the least she could do after all, for the daughter of her former friend. The next 7 days had come and gone with little incident. The group had finally been able to immerse themselves fully in their vacation and enjoy all the various aspects of the resort. However, as their vacation came winding down to its last day, the fairy tale mages were left with no choice but to say their goodbyes. While Urza's friends had been told that they would have been more than welcome within the guild, the group of 4 still desired to travel the world. However, this revelation had not been made public. At least not yet. The goodbyes in this case were instead referring to the Quincy's who had formerly worked under Jelal. This week was, as far as they were concerned, their last week of freedom. As much as they would have enjoyed going about and unknowingly following in the footsteps of Urza's old friends, they knew that they had much to answer for. It was for this very reason that they were about to head out and turn themselves in. Well, they were good days while they lasted, Quilge admitted with a slight smile. I'll miss those fairy tale mages. It seems Miss Basterbine, Miss Lampard, and Miss Catnip really lucked out this time around. It would have been nice, finding a new home to call my own, Driscoll spoke. But I have much to answer for. I've taken the lives of too many since my time here. We all have blood on our hands it seems, Shiz said with a disappointed sigh. But I guess it's better to get this over with instead of delaying the inevitable. His shoulders slumped. Just too bad we can't find that asshole Nanana and drag him along with us. Man, let's just get this over with. The trio looked back at the resort one last time just before they prepared to take off, only for 3 more figures to appear before them, dressed in white much like they were. Yeah, sorry guys, but I can't let you do any of that, Bambietta said as she stepped forward. To say the other Quincy's were surprised would have been an understatement. Miss Basterbine, what are you doing? Quilge asked. Stopping you from making a terrible mistake, that's what, Lil Toto answered for her. Quilge shook his head at her words. Listen, just because we helped you out at the end does not change the fact that we've done terrible things in this world. You 3 haven't committed any major crimes in this world, but us? It's already too late. If we're to properly atone for what we did, then we must turn ourselves in. Okay, first of all, I'm not exactly as squeaky clean as you seem to think I am, Candace told Quilge. Because trust me, I stole a lot of shit before I joined the guild. But besides all that, we really can't let you guys just turn yourselves in. Would you take this from us, our chance to make amends for all our heinous crimes? Driscoll demanded of them. You want to repent for what you did, then that's totally fine by me, Bambietta told them with a shrug. I got plenty of my own shit I'm trying to make up for, as you're all more than well aware of. But the fact is, we probably really need your help in the future. Our help? With what? Shiz asked. Pretty sure being in Fairy Tale has you covered. Sitting down on the ground, Lil Toto then spoke up. Take a seat everyone. This is going to be a lot to take in. The next several minutes consisted of Bambietta, Candace, and Lil Toto informing the other Quincy's about the true nature of how they all ended up in Earthland, the gods, and the war they were to one day partake in. So, that's all this is it? Quilge asked as he tried to compose himself. We've been drafted into yet another war. From the battlefields of Europe, to the afterlife, and now even this world. Was this all he was destined for? To simply be some tool for people to use? So, do you get it now? Bambietta asked the 3 of them. We're going to need as much help as we can get if we want to pull this off. And as much as I understand that you 3 want to make up for what you've done, if you get thrown into prison, it'll just make you an easier target for the other side, Lil Toto added. So it's probably best if you find a different way to atone. But what other choices are there? Driscoll demanded. I've killed over 100 mages since I've been here to get as strong as possible. There's no way the Magic Council will simply let that go. Question, how many of those were dark mages? Lil Toto asked. Driscoll pondered for a moment. Well, I think, all of them. They were the easiest ones to go after without causing too much of a ruckus. Lil Toto nodded. That's good. In that case I'm pretty sure we can get you pardoned. Candace however looked befuddled at her friend's suggestion. Lil, not that I want to rain on your parade, but, how exactly are we going to pull that off? I mean, I know Master Makarov got me off the hook, but this is way bigger than the petty thefts I pulled. Lil Toto sighed. You 2 really don't read up much on Fiore's news or history, do you? News flash, the second wizard saint is one of us, and I'm pretty positive he has enough pull to let something like this disappear. Oh? And who's that? Bambietta asked with curiosity. Jugram Hashwalth. The brunette nearly face-faulted to the floor along with Candace. Are you fucking serious? They both exclaimed at the same time. How long have you known this? Bambietta demanded. And why didn't you tell me? Because I know you'd be worried about any collateral damage you'd take on a mission would get back to him eventually and you'd have to listen to one of his lectures. Bambietta groaned into her hands. Ugh. I'm gonna have to deal with this sooner or later, I just know it. She then looked back at her small friend. Well, anyone else from the Wandenreach we should know about? Lil Toto nodded her head. Yeah, fortunately. Robert's with them too at number 4. Old man Rob? Oh hell yeah, glad to see he made it on the other side. Candace said with a grin. The older Quincy was one of the few mentor figures in her life who had the patience to put up with her abrasive personality. Bambietta couldn't help but smile as well. It'll be good to see him again. He's the one who helped make us the Quincy's we are today. As for Hashwalth, I'm more surprised he's only number 2, then again he's probably nerfed like the rest of us. Bambietta's smile quickly faltered as a thought crossed her mind. But Lil, do you really think he's going to just help us out? You and I both know Hash Brown was a real stickler for the rules. Quilge quickly spoke up. He's more flexible than you give him credit for. You don't rule over a massive military organization like the Wandenreich without learning to bend the rules when needed. The only thing we need now is proof of the existence of these gods. I can get that all taken care of, Bambietta replied. I just happen to know someone who was chosen just like us for a prior conflict from the gods, and luckily for us, she's a wizard saint. She's not normally allowed to talk to people about it, but I think given that Hash Brown is also from another world, it should be fine. Just find Mifone Long and I'm sure we can get this all worked out. The 3 other Quincy's stared at each other in disbelief. They had been so prepared to spend years repenting behind bars. To have been met with the possibility that they could remain free while doing so. I have just one last question, Quilge asked them. How are you so sure that we're even on the same side? For all you know, we could be enemies. If you are our enemies, then you can just let us kick your ass for points, Candace told them with a smirk. Doesn't seem very likely to me that you would go along with the plans of the other side even if that is the case. So, you guys gonna help us out, or are you going to just let your asses rot in jail? The 3 Quincy's quickly glanced at each other before Quilge spoke up. Well, you 3 have certainly made a very convincing argument. Besides, I can't think of a better way to make up for all my sins than risking my own life for the sake of humanity. Consider me an ally from this day forth. You can consider me one as well, Driscoll quickly added. I may no longer possess the Bankai I stole, but my Schrift and Volstandig should be more than enough to make up the difference. Shiz was silent for just a few more seconds before he quipped in. Oh, what the hell? Why not? Can't be any worse than spending eternity on the ocean floor. Besides, it'll be pretty hard to keep me down. Count me in. Bambietta smirked at the former Sternritter's overwhelming support. Great, I'll go talk to Urza about getting you guys into the guild, it'll be dash. However, before she could prattle on, Quilge held up one of his hands. As much as I appreciate the offer, I'm afraid that I'll have to refuse. As should the others. Okay. Why exactly? Bambietta inquired. Yeah, I gotta agree. Why not join Fairy Tale? We're all here as it is. Candace added in. It's for exactly that very reason that we shouldn't join your guild, Quilge told her. I know that there is strength in numbers, but if we all gather up in one place, it'll also give the other side more incentive to try and attack your guild. All it could take is one well-crafted plan or trap and our side could supposedly lose a fair share of its warriors. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have some kind of teamwork going on here, but it's also wise not to place all of your eggs in one basket. He's right, Lil Tato confirmed. Right now, our guild already has 5 people from our world. If we end up with as many as, say, 10, it would really make Fairy Tale a high priority target, and I'm pretty sure none of us want a repeat of what happened today or with Phantom Lord. Brief flashes of Levy's battered body being hung from a tree in Magnolia, Lucy's terrified expression as the massive guild hall of Phantom Lord threatened to destroy the entire town, and Urza's tears as she cried over the body of Lil Tato filled Bambietta's mind before she shook her head in an attempt to dispel the painful memories. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I'd rather not go through any of that anytime soon. Besides, as much as I have genuinely enjoyed our time together this week, I've come to realize from our brief interactions that your guild is most likely fairly chaotic. I'd rather find myself a place with a calmer atmosphere. Quilge added in. Well, he's not wrong, Candace admitted. Driscoll burst out laughing. Wahahaha. As for myself, I think I need to start over completely fresh. It'll be the best way to truly start anew, I feel. Besides, from what I've gathered from my time in Earthland, I've heard that Quattro Cerberus would be a perfect fit for me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with them. You got some real good friends, but I need some re-evaluate myself before I know where I'm going, Shiz admitted. Yeah, if that's the case, then Fairy Tale really isn't the place for you, Bambietta admitted. Still, If you guys ever need a hand, you know where to find it. I extend that offer to you and your entire guild as well. Quilge thanked her with a quick bow. We truly owe you all for helping us see the light. Now, if you'll excuse us, I do believe that we should pay our former Grandmaster a visit. With that, the three of them vanished with Hirenkyaku, leaving the three women alone on the beach. After a moment, Bambietta sighed in exasperation. Guess I should contact Miphone as soon as we get back to the hotel. That all said, I gotta know. She turned to Lil Tato. How many people should we have in the guild? I think we could stand to have at least one more person. 7's the best option, 8 at most, Lil Tato answered. 9's too close to 10 for my liking, and the minute we reach the double digits, then we're really painting a target on Fairy Tail. Well, Meanie would make 6, Bambietta pondered. We'll be sure to go find her once we get the Harvest Festival all finished up. After that, I think Bazby would be our next best option. Oh, you're just saying that because he was the best guy friend you had back home. Candace told her. Fuck him. He shot me, Lil, Meanie, and that bitch Giselle in the back to get a shot at Ichigo. To be fair, from his point of view, he was probably mad at us for letting Giselle turn Bambietta at all, Lil Tato answered. Yeah, he worked with the both of us once we decided to go kill Wywak, but he was still giving Giselle glares when she wasn't looking. You don't have to be smart to tell he was pissed. Bambietta's eyes widened slightly with surprise. Really? He did? I mean, I know we were friends and all, but I just figured he'd get over it like the others. To hear that he cared that much to defy Wywaka's orders on infighting before his betrayal. She couldn't help but smile a little. You really were a good friend, weren't you, Bess? Hope you're doing alright, wherever you are. You know, when you put it like that, I guess I really can't blame the guy. Candace admitted. That probably really did look bad in retrospect. Odds are he's already in a guild knowing him, so I'd probably cross him off the list, Lil Tato spoke, breaking Bambietta out of her thoughts. Right now, we can't afford to be too picky. As long as it won't cause any internal strife, I say we take whoever we can. Let's try to make sure they're at least as strong as a lieutenant. Anything less won't cut it. Yeah, I guess that's fair enough, Bambietta admitted. With that matter taken care of, she raised her arms in a stretch, suddenly wishing this vacation could have gone on for just a bit longer. But she knew that all good things came to an end, sooner or later. Anyways, we've been gone for a bit. Probably best we head back before people start to wonder. Thus, the three of them did just that, only to have discovered that their fellow guildmates were already about, apparently looking for the former prisoners from the tower who had seemingly vanished. Luckily, Rukia and Ulquiorra had quickly picked up on their riotsu and had informed Urza, who had already headed out, Rukia coming along to ensure she would find them. Wanting to make sure she was doing well, the three quickly caught up with her. You think something's wrong? Bambietta asked Urza as they made their way towards her old friends. I don't know, but I'd rather be safe than sorry, Urza said as they made their way through the beach. But, I may have an idea as to what's going on. And that is? Candace asked. Urza, however, simply said nothing as her old friends came into view. Do you really think we can make it out there all on our own in the outside world? Wally asked the others as they prepared to board the small boat they had managed to find. It's been so long since we were out there. I mean, for real, anyway. Meow. Miliana said with some sadness. We have to try, Simon answered. I know that it's terrifying, given how long it's been since we've had freedom, but I've been separated from Kagura for far too long. I can't just sit down and relax in some guild until I know she's safe. He then looked back at Wally. Don't you feel the same way about your brother? Well, yeah, of course. Wally shouted back before he became timid again. It's just, really daunting at the same time, yeah, no. Truthfully, he was as dead set on this as the rest of them, but this was one of the few times he had allowed his fear to break through his mobster-like character. Simon has the right idea, Sho chipped in. Besides, we've burdened Urza for far too long as it is. She spent the last several years trying to find a way to save us, and now it seems she has even more on her plate with trying to find the one who controlled Jelal, the last thing we need to do is add to more of her troubles. There you are. Their eyes widening in surprise, the group of four turned around to see none other than Urza Scarlet, accompanied by Bambietta, Lil Tato, Candice, and Rukia. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sho spoke up first. Oh, you found us. That's kinda embarrassing. Yeah, sorry about that, but for people like me, Candy, Lil, Rukia and Ulquira, it was really easy to track you guys down, Bambietta told them. Urza took a few steps forward before Sho looked away. Please don't try and stop us from leaving. We've all made up our minds. All we've ever known was the inside of that tower. Now we're adults, and we don't know a single thing about the outside world. He then looked back at them. This is our chance to get out there and see it. For the first time in our lives, we're free to do what we want. But we also want to follow our dreams just like everyone else. We just feel like it's something we have to do on our own. We want to know what it really means to be free. We appreciate your offer to join Fairy Tail, we really do, but there's something I have to do before I even consider joining a guild, Simon told her. I know that with your guild we would be able to travel to some extent, but not nearly enough for what I need. Above all else, I have to try and find Kagura. I have no idea how she's been these last few years, or if she's even alive. I just couldn't spend my time in the guild without knowing. Please, try to understand Urza. Oof, that's rough, Bambietta couldn't help but mutter. Bambietta could tell that Urza wanted nothing more than to spend more time with her friends, to help them the same way that Fairy Tail had helped her, herself, and everyone else that had made Fairy Tail a part of their family. But yet at the same time, Bambietta understood exactly how they felt. The years she had spent with her father had been an utter hell once her mother had died, and Bambietta wished for nothing more than to go about in the world to see it for what it really was. Lil Tato was of similar understanding. While she hadn't been a slave for nearly as long as they had, her time spent in shackles had been more than enough to allow her some sort of empathy. Who was she, or any of them in fact, to tell them what they could do with their freedom now? With the death of her sister, she had lost much of her drive for life once she had arrived on the farm. It had only been once she was taken into the Wandenreich that she could begin to even remotely feel like she could have dreams of her own once again. As much as I'd like for them to stay for Urza's sake, it wouldn't really be freedom if we stopped them now, would it? Song of Choice, Kizuna, Fairy Tail Ost. /F5 Psycha UMUC. Urza closed her eyes before she spoke. Well, I have complete faith in you, and I know you'll do fine out there. I'm not worried. Her body shined for an instant before it was now adorned in armor that no one had ever seen her in before. Adorned with a furry red cape, and a white and blue armor with yellow decorated about it, Urza stood proudly before them, wielding a flag with the Fairy Tail emblem within. However, there are 3 rules that any member who chooses to leave the Fairy Tail Guild must abide by. Her friends were taken back, not just by her new choice in wardrobe, but her words as well. Wally protested, "What do you mean, leave? We never officially joined it." Bambietta was about to ask that same question but quickly stopped herself before she smiled. "Oh, I get it. This isn't about following guild tradition per se now, is it?" "No, she just wants to say goodbye in the best way she knows how." Lil Tato had a similar realization, but she saw into it even more than Bambi did. "No, it's not just a goodbye, is it, Urza? This is your way of showing them that you still consider them your family. They may not have officially joined Fairy Tail, but they were always part of Urza's family." It was the best way to convey this message while remaining strong for her friends. Candice looked like she was about to say something, but Rukia held up her hand, no doubt coming to the same conclusion, silencing the Quincy as Urza continued to speak. Number 1. Never share sensitive information about the guild with anyone so long as you live. Number 2. Never contact any clients you've worked for while in the guild for your own personal gain. Number 3. Although our paths must stray, promise to live the rest of your lives to the fullest. That means you must treat every day as though it were the last in this world. Tears began to fall from her face then as she continued, her old friends looking on with tears of their own forming in their eyes. Never forget your Fairy Tail friends. Treasure them as long as you live. Simon, Sho, Miliana, and Wally all began to weep, and even the three Quincy's and Rukia felt themselves getting a bit teary-eyed from seeing their friend's normally stoic self turn into something more vulnerable. However, she did not let this deter her before she looked over at the fairy tale mages. Let the fairy tale farewell begin now. Quickly catching on to what Urza wanted, Bambietta grinned. Oh hell yeah. Let's make this a farewell ceremony for the ages. She tossed up several orbs of Reishi into the air, each one cracking into an explosion much like that of a firework. More and more did she fire into the air, wanting to do what she could for Urza in the moment. I'm not gonna let you take all the thunder, you know. Candace cried out before she began to throw some lighting into the mix, the two elements clashing into a bright light show that would have awed any onlookers into silence. Not wanting to have nothing to contribute to what was no doubt one of the most important moments in Urza's life, Lilt Otto formed her bow and took aim, firing off a massive arrow that quickly exploded into the shape of the fairy tale guild mark into the sky. She had never tried this before, but with her skill as a Quincy, it had proven to be surprisingly easy. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki, Rukia cried out as she activated her Zanpakuto, the Soul Reaper also wanting to do what she could for Urza as well. Some no mai, Tsukishiro. A massive pillar of ice formed onto the beach before shattering, instantly providing countless snowflakes that caught the explosive lights and dazzled as they gently fell to the sand below. As the boat with her former friends began to take sail, Urza still spoke to them with a slight tremble of sadness but still filled with a sense of pride. May all of your journeys bring you joy, and may calamity steer clear of you all. I wish that we could stay together forever, but deep down I know I'd only be holding you back. I don't want that. After all the years you spent in that tower, you deserve to finally be free in the way that you want. We'd never think you'd hold us back. Miliana cried out in full-blown tears. If we were to stay with ya, we'd do nothing but remind you of painful memories. Wally added. But I have so much more than just painful memories with you, Urza reassured them. Besides, what we went through made us stronger. It brought us closer. I will always hold on to those memories, both the good and the bad. I wish you the best of luck and happiness in your new lives. This isn't goodbye forever, I know that we'll see each other again. We'll miss you, sister. Sho called out. Hope to see you soon, Urzi Wurzi. Miliana added. We'll meet again sometime, I can guarantee you of that. Wally said before he used his scarf as a makeshift tissue paper. I'll do whatever I can to keep them safe, I promise you, Urza. Simon shouted. I'll be waiting for you all, Urza said with a smile as Bambietta's fireworks finally finished. She slowly turned around then to face her fellow mages. For what you four have done today, you have my thanks. Bambietta smirked. How many times do we have to go over this? You've done more than enough to get this kind of help from us, Bambietta reminded her. Ain't that right, Lil? The small blonde nodded her head. Yeah. All of this? It's the least we can do, Urza. Yeah, a little light show like this is nothing, Candace chimed in. The original Rukia Kukaki had friends much like yours. Only they died before Renji and I ever made it to the academy, Rukia spoke up. To help out with something like this, I consider it an honor. I appreciate it all more than you can know, Urza said. For the first time in so very long, they can be free. And I can as well. No longer a prisoner of the tower even outside its walls, and no longer making my heart a prisoner of my own armor. Well, if you really want to make it up to me, you and I can always before Candace could even finish what was likely a comment of some sexual variety, Rukia stomped on her foot. Fuck. Hey. Time and place. The Soul Reaper told her with an annoyed expression. Now's neither. Candace simply stuck her tongue at her while Bambietta walked over to Urza. That had to be tough, watching them go, I mean. Gotta say, I don't think I'd be capable of doing the same. She then shot Urza a smile. 'Cause nowadays, my friends mean everything. Don't say that, Urza said. I'm sure they meant the world to you in your old home. We've all just gained more even as we lost some of them. Maybe even some, for good. One of them. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that bridge has been burned, Bambietta said as an image of Giselle briefly flashed through her mind before she shook her head. But that's in the past now. Can't spend every day dwelling on it. I may not have been part of your fairy tale farewell, but that last rule of yours, I think that sounds like the kind of life I'd like to have. That's a very you answer, isn't it? Lil Toto said before she smiled. But, I can't say I disagree with it either. She then looked back at Urza. Anyways, are you good to head back home? The train leaves at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. I'll be turning in for the night soon, Urza said, smiling a bit. I just need some time, that's all. Well, alright, Lil Toto said, the group beginning to depart back to the hotel. Urza turned to look at the ocean then, eyes seeing a ruined tower of heaven for a moment before the clear horizon took its place. She took a deep breath, hearing the footsteps on the sandy shore as her guildmates departed. She was unsure if she should ask, but Urza steeled herself and did so anyway. Bambietta Basterbine, if you would stay a moment. Sure, Bambietta said as she turned around. She looked at Urza then, looking slightly concerned. Is something wrong? I don't know. Urza wrapped her arms around her torso, hands clasping at those very arms. The last time we stood on the beach back on Galuna Island, Bambietta Basterbine, I told you that I did not believe I had made any mistakes. But I have been so very wrong. Not about you, but about myself. Bambietta's face quickly became one of bewilderment. What on earth are you talking about? Urza, you're practically everything I want to be. You're strong, you're smart, and you're one of the most beautiful women I've ever known. Urza shook her head. I have worked so very hard to help you find a family in this guild, Bambietta. To show you a path that does not always follow nothing but bloodshed and violence. And I don't believe any of that was a mistake, but you have shown me a path I should have walked as well. I've what now? Bambietta asked dumbfounded. How the hell have I done something like that? For her to even consider the possibility that she had done something like this for Urza was mind-boggling to her. We both lost so much when we found new families in the darkness, Urza said. You with the Wandenreich, myself with my friends in the Tower of Heaven. However, when we were betrayed by those we were closest to, I blinked whereas you did not. You wanted fairy tale, you wanted the bonds it could offer. The friendship. The family. And I only accepted it so much. You wear your emotions on your sleeves, and for that I envy you. I joined fairy tale, I did my best to help those within it, but I could not fully embrace it. I locked my heart away behind armor, refusing to let it be hurt again after Jalel. And you would not let Giselle do the same to you. Lucy, Levy, Wendy, none of them you kept at arm's distance like I have. Yeah. I guess that's true, Bambietta said as she gave Urza a small smile. But, honestly, it took me a while to see fairy tale the same way you did. When I first joined, I just thought all that family talk was a bunch of nonsense. That you'd all bail on someone if it meant saving your own lives. But when I saw you all stand up for Lucy when Phantom Lord came, I knew it was real, and once it was all over, I started to think of it as my own family. My first real family. She then took hold of one of Urza's hands. But it doesn't have to stay like that for you, you know? Honestly, I'd love it if you'd be willing to hang out with me more outside of our training. We could work together on smaller jobs, not just the big ones, and we could just, hang out. This whole time I've kinda just viewed you like a role model, but after all this, I just want you as my friend. Urza felt the hand on hers then, though she did not look at Bambietta at first. All she could see was the Tower of Heaven across the waters in her mind. All I've been seeing is the past, Urza said, in both my real eye and the one poor Lyosica gave me. I never saw a future. And when I went to confront Jalal, I was ready to kill him and die myself. I did not think I had a future. But Levy told me, you chose Lucy, all of fairy tale, over your revenge. And you fought me for me atop that tower, Bambietta. You and everyone else. Just as we all did for Lucy. Urza looked to Bambietta then, tears falling from not just her true eye, but the very one poor Lyosica had given her long ago. I want you as my friend too, Bambi. Bambietta smiled. That means the world to me, Urza. It really does. Honestly, if we work together, I don't think there's anyone we can't beat. I know that this upcoming war is meant to be fought just by people like me, but knowing that you'll have my back gives me more confidence than anything else. My Quincy powers, my shrift, hell, even that power you saw me use on Jalal, none of it really compares to having you. Urza's ceremonial armor faded away in a burst of light, leaving her in nothing but her blouse and skirt. There was no armor then, and she embraced Bambietta. Thank you for everything, Bambi. You, and all of Fairy Tale. Chapter 74, The Jovial Sword Demon. To say that the last 7 days had been chaotic within the Magic Council would have been an understatement. How could it not, with the information that their former chairman, Crawford Seam, had been working alongside the likes of Tartarus. Furthermore, Seagrain Fernandez, former 6th Wizard Saint and member of the Council, along with Altair Milkovic, had also been traitors from the very beginning. With such shocking revelations, the Magic Council immediately launched the most in-depth investigation of its own branches since its inception. The entire scenario was unprecedented. Not once in the 145 years since the Magic Council had been founded had the organization suffered such a breach of security. However, the worst part wasn't simply that they had been infiltrated by dark mages, but that they had fired the Aetherion, the most destructive spell of the modern era, through the traitors' devious scheming. Had it not been for the efforts of Urza Scarlet, half of Fiori could have been wiped off the face of the planet. Or potentially even worse, the resurrection of Zeref. While initial investigations had turned up little in the way of finding further spies that the Balam Alliance had used to infiltrate their ranks, one thing was beyond clear. The Magic Council, at least as it currently stood in its Fiori branch, was finished. Recent polls in all of the newspapers and wizarding magazines had made it clear that the trust that Fiori's citizens once had in the establishment had been completely shattered. As far as the public and even many of the guilds under its sway knew, there was little that could be done to quickly prove that the rest of the council had not been compromised. Further complicating matters was none other than the 8th Wizard Saint and heir to the throne, Hiswai Fiori. The princess had echoed the voices of the public and, through the power of the royal family, had decreed that almost all of its members were to be thoroughly investigated for any ties to the Balam Alliance. However, such an investigation would no doubt take time. Time in which the citizens of Fiori would grow more and more restless. The ruling emperor of Bosco had been overthrown a mere 6 days ago with the assistance of a powerful rebel army that had successfully overpowered its forces. What was to say that the Wizard Saints wouldn't try to usurp power under the current situation? Or that the Balam Alliance would use this as a chance to spread the flames of chaos? As things currently stood, it seemed less like a possibility, and more of an eventuality. Thus it had been unanimously decided amongst the council that almost all high-ranking members of the Magic Council would step down from their positions to ease tensions in Fiori and to restore proper trust in the council once more. Of its original members, only Org was allowed to remain. This wasn't a result of some kind of political favor or bribery, but simply one of factual evidence. Org possessed a bat-shaped ornament, normally suited for purification, that would fly away should the wearer harbor evil in his soul, thereby forcing him to abandon any and all malicious intent from his heart and mind. When his ability to still use such magic was showcased to Princess Hiswai and the rest of the members of the council, it was unanimously agreed that he alone would remain to guide the newer generation of the Magic Council. However, one of the prospective members of its next generation had surprisingly shown up at their doorstep, with knowledge that she had considered of the utmost importance that needed to be delivered post-haste. While normally they would have ignored such an intrusion during these trying times, the person in question was one who had gone above and beyond to prove herself worthy of their time. The Magic Council hereby recognizes Mifone Long to the stand. Org spoke as the 7th Wizard Saint made her way over to the podium located in the center of the gathered council before smiling. Allow me to offer up my most sincere gratitude for allowing me but a moment of your time. I understand that things are quite tumultuous right now, with the recruitment of an almost entirely new Magic Council. After what you did to uncover the traitors within our ranks, it's the least we could do, Yahima told her. The Magic Council owes you a fair bit after that. A small part of her, one that has despised the self-serving corrupted bureaucracy and incompetence, wanted nothing more than to laugh in their faces at how things had turned out. But she restrained herself. Not only was she above such childish antics, but she was more than well aware that most of the blame fell under Crawford's seam. It's a shame that Yahima and Belno have to step down. Unlike the others, I know they truly put the wizarding world above their own petty needs. Hopefully, the new members of the council will be more like them and less like the others. While Org hadn't done anything wrong in her eyes per se, his disdain of Fairy Tail for its rampant destruction and blatant disregard for the rules was well known. She couldn't truly begrudge him for it, as she perfectly understood why he felt the way he did, and even agreed with it to some degree. Nevertheless, it left her a bit uneasy. Leiji was simply there, someone she didn't have any care or distaste for, and Michello. Well, the less she said about the self-aggrandizing and crotchety old man the better. Well, what is it that you found so important that you demanded our presence? We're very busy, as I'm sure you're well aware, Michello spat out. Michello, I know that the situation has been rather nerve-wracking, but that's no excuse to speak so crudely to one of the wizard saints, Belno chastised him. Please, tell us what it is that you've discovered. Miphone nodded. Very well. Seeing as time is of the essence, I'll get straight to the point. I have come here today to prove the innocence of Jalal Fernandez. The sound of glass shattering echoed throughout the otherwise silent chamber as Leiji had dropped his cup of tea out of pure shock. The others fared hardly better, with jaws agape and eyes wide open. Quickly regaining his composure, Org collected himself before he spoke. Forgive me, Miss Long, but I believe we must have misheard you. Did you, truly just say that dash? That Jalal Fernandez is innocent? Yes, you heard me correctly the first time around, Miphone interrupted. I understand that this is quite the revelation and hard to believe, but I've dash. That's absurd. Michello shouted. You came to the Magic Council to warn us of Jalal's treachery, yet now you're trying to tell us he was innocent all along. Correction. Miphone pointed her index finger upwards. I merely uncovered Crawford's betrayal and ties to the Balam Alliance. I honestly never had even the slightest clue that either Seagrain or Altair was part of the conspiracy. That all simply came down to coincidence. Regardless, what I have today will undoubtedly prove that not only is Jalal innocent of all crimes that he's been convicted of, but that the true mastermind behind all of this still lingers out in the world. Well, if she truly has evidence, I see no reason to not at least hear her out, Leiji spoke up. Nor do I. Miphone was always a well-meaning young lass back when I was in Fairy Tail. I sincerely doubt she would be wasting our time if she didn't have significant proof. Yahima gave Miphone a small smile to the former member of Fairy Tail. Belno quickly nodded her head in approval, and Org, wanting to be as impartial as possible, also agreed. Faced with the overwhelming odds, Michello relented. Once more granted permission to proceed, the wizard saint began. As you are well aware, we have Urza Scarlet to thank for not only preventing the resurrection of Zeref, but also to thank for the stopping destruction of at least half of Fiori. However, when I spoke to Miss Scarlet personally about a week ago, she revealed to me several revelations in regards to what happened. We've already deduced that Seagrain was merely a thought projection of Jalal, but from the testimonials of not just Urza Scarlet but also Bambietta Basterbine, I have discovered that for this entire time Jalal Fernandez was possessed by the true mastermind of the Tower of Heaven. And you expect us to simply take the words of Urza Scarlet and her friend at face value? Org asked. It is true that we owe Miss Scarlet for what she has done, but it's well known to the members of this council that Urza was formerly close friends with Jalal. Don't you suppose it's possible she's merely lying to prevent her old friend from being slandered in the pages of history? Miphone found herself clenching her fists with anger, her body trembling slightly as she fought the urge to frown. How dare he even suggest she would lie about something like this after all that she's. Fortunately, years of being a wizard saint, leading Celestial Blade, and her time as the former Titania of Fairy Tail had given her enough self-control to remain composed. No. He has a point. It's fine. It'll all become clear soon enough. I assure you, Urza would never lie about something as important as this, Miphone insisted. She has spent the last several years of her life with the sole purpose of becoming strong enough to liberate the tower and defeat Jalal. I find it very hard to believe that she would find a change of heart just now. Leiji shook his head. Improbable, but not impossible. Miss Long, I know you well enough that you didn't come here thinking that mere testimony alone would be enough to prove Jalal's innocence, Belno added. If you have any evidence with actual weight behind it, I suggest you bring it forth now. Very well. Mifone sighed as she reached into her dress. She had a feeling it would come to this, but she simply wished to make her case before she had to resort to this. Taking out a small white container, the box slowly and carefully opened itself on its own, revealing a brown eye within Mifone's palm. And just what is that supposed to be? Michello asked out of disgust. That is the artificial eye of Urza Scarlet, Mifone explained as she placed the eye on top of another small device retrieved from within her dress, looking much like a small projector of sorts. She gave this to me when I told her that it was possible to play back the memories of what had transpired atop the tower as proof of Jalal's innocence. This device here will allow me to do just that. I wasn't so sure if it would work at first, but she insisted upon it. So, still think she's just lying now? Before anyone on the council could respond, Mifone pressed a button on the small device, projecting a large-scale image of the events that took place atop the Tower of Heaven. Within the span of a mere 10 minutes, the Magic Council bore witness to everything that had transpired. As the images faded, Mifone turned to the remaining council, her voice small. Now do you see? I believe the footage we just witnessed is more than enough proof. What if it was all an act, some last-ditch attempt to dash? Michello tried to speak out, but he was swiftly interrupted by one of his colleagues. To what? Sacrifice Urza? To revive Lord Ziref? If that was his intention, I very much doubt he would have sacrificed himself to prevent the tower's eruption, Belno spoke. I find it very unlikely he would change so much and give up his own life to merely salvage his reputation. Yahima nodded in agreement. I would have to agree. Giving up his own life would hardly do anything to benefit his desire to revive Ziref. The fact that he chose to resurrect Lil Tato in place of the Black Wizard speaks volumes in and of itself. But how do we know the footage isn't simply the result of them using some sort of spell to simply project the story they wish to tell? Leiji asked skeptically. For all we know, what we're seeing could be nothing more than an illusion. As much as I'd hate to admit it, it's hard to disagree with the facts as things stand, Org added. The proof we need is that Miss Lampard still lives. The Tower of Heaven requires the sacrifice of a wizard comparable to that of the Wizard Saints in order to be used properly. With Urza Scarlet still alive and well, along with Miss Basterbine and Lampard, the only logical outcome would be what has transpired before us. I'm glad to see that you're all willing to listen to reason, Mifone replied with a small smile. So, should I presume we're in agreement that Jalal Fernandez should be stripped of any and all charges of treachery? More than just that, Org said. While he may have joined the Magic Council and became a wizard saint under the influence of someone with malicious intent, the fact remains that Jalal was merely a young boy trapped within his own body for many years. Yet, when he had the chance to enjoy his freedom, he instead sacrificed his own life, not only restoring the life of someone he had taken moments ago but also saving the lives of millions. I hereby use my power as acting chairman of the Magic Council to grant the title of Wizard Saint to him posthumously. Well, that ought to make Urza happy, Mifone thought. Truthfully, considering what he had done, she more than agreed that it was an appropriate way to honor his sacrifice. You have my thanks, acting chairman ORG. Still, if Jalal wasn't the one behind all of this chaos, then who was? Yahima asked. I'd hate to imagine what they're up to now. Yes, now that the Tower of Heaven has been destroyed, I'd hate to imagine what someone this cruel would stoop to next, Belno added. I think I can shed some light on this inquiry. If you'll allow me, that is. Once more were all eyes upon Mifone Long. You're saying you know who the culprit behind all of this is? Leiji asked her. Mifone shook her head. I'm not saying I know anything. I merely just wish to propose a theory as to whom we're looking for. Well, you've been nothing but helpful so far. Very well, you may speak. Org said. Giving a slight bow, she began. Many thanks. Now, my hypothesis, and it's very much only a hypothesis at the moment mind you, is that the one whom we're looking for is none other than Altair Milkovic. Altair? That's preposterous. Altair was killed when she caused the Etherian cannon to collapse in on itself. Michello shouted. You're suggesting that we chase after a dead woman? Yes, supposedly, Altair perished when she destroyed the Etherean's control tower, Miphone admitted with her eyes closed. However, the fact remains, the body was never found, was it? Met with silence, she continued. Altair may not have been counted among the wizard saints, but she possessed a high level of magical power regardless. For her to die from falling debris seems highly unlikely to me. If anything, her being assumed dead would grant her far greater freedom to act in the shadows. Not to mention the fact that, in order to properly control someone of Jelal's level of strength, split or not, one would require constant close contact, and as I recall, the two were almost always seen together. Once they were separated, Jelal was finally able to break free, though admittedly after the beating Urza gave to him. It all adds up when you look at it like that. If that's true, then we have a major problem on our hands. Belno's brow furrowed. Altair was privy to some of the Council's most important intel, such as the locations of Face. Should any of it be given to the Balam Alliance? Enough. Fear-mongering will get us nowhere, Yahima spoke. For now, it'll be up to the next generation to help solve the problems that we could not. It's beyond clear we're not up to the task at hand. Speaking of which, Org, since she's present, don't you think it's about time we've informed her? That got Miphone to raise a brow as curiosity followed through her. Oh? A surprise for little old me? Do tell. Org sighed. Yes, I suppose that there's no point in delaying it any further. Miphone Long, for all of the dark guilds that you have put away, and for uncovering the traitor Crawford Seam from our midst, on behalf of Princess Hiswai and myself, you are hereby nominated for the position of Vice Chairman of the Magic Council. Do you accept this highly auspicious position? Miphone found her mouth dropping for only a moment before she firmly replied, I do, the words leaving her mouth with determination and resolve. Excellent. The coronation will occur 1 week from now, Org informed her. The citizens of Fiore are expecting great things from you, Miss Long, as are the rest of us. We pray that you'll do your position proud. I am deeply honored to have been given this grand opportunity. Miphone bowed. I swear, on my pride as a wizard saint and on my family name, I won't let you or the people of Fiore down. As to be expected from you. You always did put the good of the people before your own. Belno said with a small smile. Now, I'm afraid we have much more work to do before your coronation. You'll have to take your leave now, I'm afraid. Of course. You all have quite a bit on your plates. I'll leave you to it. Miphone made her way towards the door before quickly turning around, a sudden thought emerging. Oh, one last thing before I go. If I'm the vice chairman, then who exactly is it that'll be taking Crawford's position? Princess Hiswai and I deliberated on the topic for a whole evening before we decided that Grandoma would be the best fit to ensure that what happened last time will never happen again. Miphone nodded thoughtfully. Grandoma, you say? Well, while the man is a bit too much of a stickler for the rules to be flexible in my eyes, I can't deny his strong sense of justice and impeccable track record. He'd sooner die than take any sort of bribe. He may not have been Miphone's most ideal choice for chairman, but she was nonetheless more satisfied with the result than perturbed. I believe that's an excellent choice, and I look forward to working with him soon. Well, thank you all for your time. Take care. She made her trek through the room, but as she opened the door, she smirked. Well, it's a bit sooner than anticipated, but it looks like everything is going according to plan. Grandoma might be a bit of an obstacle, but I'm positive I'll find a way to get around him sooner or later to enact Operation Stardust. After all, I can't afford to fail. Makarov could hardly believe that he was attending yet another meeting in regards to appointing the next wizard saint. Originally, he had come to Era to meet up with his old friend and former member of Fairy Tale, Goldmine, to catch up on old times. Apparently, his old friend had something important that he wanted to share in person. That plan had been promptly thrown out the window when he had received a letter informing him he had been summoned for yet another wizard saint appointment. It wasn't unexpected per se, given Seagrain's betrayal, but it was the timing of it all that threw him off. Still, ever the diligent member of the Saints, Makarov knew that he couldn't refuse, and quickly wrote a magical letter to Goldmine to explain the situation before heading out. It was far from the first one he had attended. In fact, in the 43 years he had been among the saints, Makarov had attended up to around 11. But the span in which these took place had been quite different. Most had simply gone into retirement, as had been the case with Warod, Hyperion, and Wolfheim, with the likes of Jushiro Yukatake having to relinquish his title as the former fourth due to his ailing health only a few years ago. Death was the second most common reason, but that was rare. Once every 20 years or so, kind of rare. But betrayal? He could scarcely recall any time it had happened in the history of wizard saints prior to 4 years ago. Yet in the span of those 4 years, they had lost Jack Bo, Jose Porla, and Seagrain Fernandez. Admittedly, Jack was a result of mind control, with Mifone highly suspecting Jose's circumstance to have been of similar origin, but even so, these were turbulent times indeed. As he entered the chambers of the wizard saints, he could hear Jura echoing these same sentiments as himself. 3 wizard saints gone within the span of 4 years. It's practically unheard of, Jura lamented as he sat down at the round table specifically made for the wizard saints within the Magic Council. It's quite concerning, to say the least. Yeah, no kidding. In my 145 years among the saints, the worst I've ever had was 2 gone in the span of 10 years. To see something like this, really is something else, Elizabeth Hartcruz added as she too took a seat. Sometimes I forget just how experienced a mage you really are, his wife commented, the princess having arrived moments prior along with Jugram Hashwalth. You've seen quite a bit during your tenure, I imagine. It's a shame then that all that experience has just barely kept you as the 9th wizard saint. Mifone teased the elf as she entered the room. To think that you were at one point considered the strongest mage in all of Ishgard. Elizabeth huffed as she blushed with embarrassment from the playful joke given by one of her closest friends. Oh, you be quiet. I'll have you know I held the rank of number 1 for over 50 years till I went into the blacksmith industry. That's what happens when one neglects their training for their own company, Hashwalth added. Perhaps you'd still be among the 4 gods of Ishgard if you hadn't. The weapon forger rolled her eyes. I'll have you know, in my prime, I was about as strong as Serena is. Quickly remembering something, her attention turned back to Mifone. Oh, speaking of which, Mifone, do you know why he hasn't arrived yet? I know that Robert is too busy conducting the Rune Knight's investigation into the whole Jalal and Crawford fiasco, so he can't attend, but what's Serena's excuse for being so late? With his speed, he should have easily been here by now. The 7th wizard saint sighed in slight annoyance. I'm afraid he won't be able to attend this time around. After everything that transpired, he told me he wants to take down at least 10 or so dark guilds. He wants to stand as a symbol of hope until the new council is formed and the new wizard saint is appointed. I suppose that's the right course of action. The people can always use a symbol to inspire them, his wife praised. Speaking of the new council, I take it you were informed of my decision regarding your rank as vice chairman. Vice chairman? Makarov asked as he looked over to the former member of his guild. She always did want a position in the Magic Council. To think you'll be vice chairman. I'm so proud. He then offered her a small smile. Congratulations on your new position. Mifone. I know you've always wanted this for some time. Mifone gave a nod with a smile of her own. Indeed. It's a little nerve-wracking, thinking about it all, but I'll strive to do my best. I for one believe that they've made an excellent decision, Anohana chipped in. I've seen plenty of my fair share of individuals not properly prepared for roles they were suddenly thrust into. But from what I know of you, I think you are more than capable of the role. Try to not let the anxiety overcome you. Just think of it as an extension of your duties as a guild master and wizard saint. I'm sure you'll learn the tricks of the trade in no time. As much as I'd like to give my own advice and compliments to Miss Long, we can't afford more idle chit-chat, Hashwalth said. The princess and I have other obligations to which we must attend. I suppose he's right. So, does anyone have any suggestions? Elizabeth asked. Yuki's a decent fit, but she'd rather stick with me than leave my service. Well, the problem isn't a shortage of capable wizards. Fairy Tale alone has at least 4, as well as 3 members of my own guild. No, the issue right now is trying to find one not currently from a guild that already has a member among the saints, Miphone clarified. In that regard, I suppose Jenny Reelite could qualify, but she would only just barely make the cut, Jura proposed. I think after everything that's happened that we need to be more careful than just picking someone who just meets the criteria necessary, Hiswai added. We need to find someone who can inspire, not just act as a mere placeholder. I have to agree with the princess, Makarov said. With how many members of the Wizard Saints we've already lost, we can't afford to lose another. Otherwise, the faith in the Saints will plummet. Given the current state of the Magic Council, that's the last thing we need, Miphone chipped in. Hashwalth, I'm well aware that the Silver Cross Knight Guild you run is full of quite capable warriors. Would any of them dash? The second Wizard Saint shook his head. I'm afraid not. They're all as powerful as the average A-class wizard with several S-class mages to boot, but none of them are what I would consider worthy enough to be a member of the Saints. That said, his attention then moved towards Anohana and was just about to bring up another recommendation when the doors to the room unexpectedly began to open. Every one of the Saints turned their eyes only to be met by none other than the Guild Master of Quattro Cerberus, Goldmine. Goldmine? What are you doing here? I was positive that my letter should have gotten to you by now, Makarov asked. I promise you we'll catch up once this is settled, but... No worries Makarov, I got the letter. If anything, it's exactly why I'm here. Goldmine slowly made his way into the meeting. With all due respect, Goldmine, this is a meeting that only the Saints and their prospects are allowed to participate in. I know that you're good friends with Makarov, but that hardly gives you any right to just come in here unannounced, Hashwalth chided him. The guild master in question waved his hands placatingly, having fully expected this response. Look, normally I wouldn't have dared thinking about barging in on you guys like this. I get it, I'm a big fish from a small pond finally making it to the ocean compared to you guys. That said, I think I can help with your problem. If you're about to nominate Bacchus, you can forget it. Elizabeth crossed her arms in a huff. Last time I had the unpleasant experience chatting with that drunkard, I gave him a concussion for slapping my ass. Miphone nodded in agreement. I know that he's around Urza's level, at least with her lesser armors, but strength aside, he's lacking in any of the traits needed to become one of the Saints. He's rude, lecherous, and an alcoholic. Unless you're here to tell us he's completely reformed, he's entirely unworthy of the title. Goldmine quickly shook his head. No, I wouldn't even think of wasting your time if I was thinking of him. The fact of the matter is, as of 6 months ago, he's not even the strongest member of our guild anymore. He's only number 5 now. No, the one who I'm talking about is going to be the new guild master 1 week from today. That caught Makarov's attention. You're retiring. Well, Goldmine had said he wanted to talk to him about something important. Even so, it was almost hard for him to believe. You must have found one heck of a replacement if you think he's worthy of being in the Saints. He wanted to ask more questions, but he figured that would be better served in a more private conversation. Goldmine smirked. Oh, trust me, he's more than worthy. Frankly, Makarov, I'd be concerned about you possibly losing your spot as the 5th. If I'm to be honest, the best comparison I can make to this guy is Gildarts. Miphone whistled in approval. The best comparison he can make is Gildarts. This I have to see. Now I've heard everything. Well, don't keep us in suspense. What's his name? Well, he said his name was Kenpeke. Anohana's eyes suddenly lit up and quickly interrupted him. Kenpeke, you say? Tell me, does he wear an eye patch with shiakusho and a tattered white haori? Goldmine shook his head. Well, he doesn't wear an eye patch, but he does have a haori. Why do you ask? Smiling, Anohana rose to her feet. Well, that's a shame. Still, as long as it's not some of the others. Gentlemen, I believe that we've found our replacement. You're that certain after just hearing his name? How can that be? Jura inquired. Back where I'm from, the name Kenpeke was given out to only the strongest warriors. I would know because I used to be one of them. As a matter of fact, the 9th Kenpeke is Mermaid Heel's acting guild master while I am away, and is currently its strongest member aside from myself. Had Tamura not been part of Mermaid Heel, I would have easily recommended her for the Saints. However, with Quattro Cerberus having no presence among us, I believe that we've found exactly whom we're looking for. Hashwalth can verify that the Kenpekas are all worthy of the position. At least, in terms of power. Hashwalth quickly nodded. Indeed. All of the Kenpeka match the power criterion to become one of the Wizard Saints and then some. Although, depending on the Kenpeki in question, they might not have the personality deserving of the Saints. That is a fair assessment, Unoana reluctantly agreed. Out of the 11 Kenpeka she was aware of, the 3rd, 5th, 8th, and 10th were completely out of the question. The 3rd had been a powerful social Darwinist who eventually led a revolt, while the 5th was little more than a bloodthirsty murderer who killed men, women, and children alike for the sheer pleasure of it. The 8th, while well-intentioned, and far from evil, was nonetheless an enigmatic loose cannon with such a strong sense of justice that he couldn't be fully trusted to follow orders from the Magic Council, and with his power, she wondered how they would be able to take him down. Whereas the 10th was simply lazy and apathetic to a fault. I don't think you'll have to worry about that, Goldmine insisted. If you want, you can come on down to Quattro Cerberus yourselves if you need proof. I'm sure he'd be more than willing to fight any of you just for the hell of it. Mifflin laughed. Well, it's not like I had any plans for the rest of the day. I suppose I'll see what all the fuss is about. Naturally, as one of the former Kenpeki, I'll wish to partake as well. I'm sure Tamura can keep things in check just fine back in Mermaid Heel for a while longer, Unoana added. Well, we did promise to catch up about everything. Stopping by Quattro Cerberus wouldn't be such a bad thing. Makarov stood up from his chair. Besides, I'd very much would like to see the wizard you're speaking so highly of. I'm afraid I'll be unable to attend. I'm very sorry, but I've very little spare time with everything that's going on thanks to the whole debacle with the Magic Council. Hiswai bowed in apology. Still, if the rest of you find he's more than capable, then consider my vote cast in his favor. As you are well aware, the princess' safety is my highest priority, so I'll also have to decline, Hashwalth spoke. But consider my vote cast as well should he live up to our expectations. Elizabeth sighed. I'd really like to come along and see another Zanpakuto, really I would, but Urza's armors aren't going to fix themselves overnight. I gotta hurry back to make sure I have them all ready by the Harvest Festival. She said something about wanting to possibly use them during the parade. Speaking of the Harvest Festival, are you sure it's wise to spend more time away from the guild while they prepare? Mifflin asked Makarov. I know they're probably used to it by now, but with Urza currently gone. She trailed off, not wanting to openly mention Lax's attitude in public, if mostly for Makarov's sake. You needn't worry. I've left a thought projection back in the guild to keep an eye on things. Makarov told her. Hardly has any magic power in it, but it'll at least keep everything in line until I return tomorrow. Jura, will you be joining us as well? Mifflin asked, to which the 10th Wizard Saint shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot. Our guild master is finding it harder to run the guild all by herself, even if she'll never admit it. She needs as much help as she can get until she retires. I can't say that I blame you. Frankly, I'm surprised she's still able to run the guild in her current condition, Mifflin replied. Very well. I can have my guild members bring my ship here in due time. I estimate it'll take us an hour at most to get to our destination, so be sure to gather your things everyone. Well, I believe that means we've officially finished our business. Princess, let's be on our way. Hashwalth said. The green-haired royal nodded in agreement. Yes, let's. Everyone, I wish you a safe journey. With that, everyone began to go their separate ways, though Makarov made sure to stick close to Goldmine as they departed. Are you really sure that you wish to retire, old friend? I know that Quattro Cerberus means the world to you. Goldmine turned his head downwards as they continued down the hallway. I'm afraid so. I'm getting old, Makarov, we all are. As much as we'd like to keep doing this forever, you and I both know that's just not going to happen. It's time we started putting faith in the next generation to lead themselves. And you're certain that he's the one? Goldmine nodded his head. I'm positive. The minute he joined, he managed to whip the whole guild into shape, from a bunch of thuggish pricks to mages with strength of character. It was really something to see. It was almost like he had done this sort of thing before, ya know? Hell, if I didn't know better, I'd say he's been at it longer than I have. I can't think of better hands to leave the guild in. Well, I suppose I'll just have to see him for myself, Makarov replied, though deep in his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if he should start looking for a new guild master himself. Quattro Cerberus, a guild created by Goldmine approximately 35 years ago, was once considered to be among the most powerful, taking up residence in Mahagoni, one of the largest cities in Fiori. However, as its older members had begun to enter retirement, the strength of this once fearsome guild slowly began to wane. While still considered to be within Fiori's top 10 most powerful guilds, this was mostly due to the renowned skill of its former ace, Bacchus Grow. The rest of the guild, however, was filling up with middle-of-the-road mages. It seemed that Quattro Cerberus' time in the sun had come to an end. At least, that had been the case, until 4 of its newest members joined within the past year. Each of them stronger than Bacchus himself and capable of felling entire hordes of monsters by themselves. It was thanks to these new warriors that Quattro Cerberus was entering into a proud new era. As Makarov Driar, Mifon Long, Retsu Anohana, and Goldmine made their way through the city of Mahagoni, one of Fiori's largest cities, the guild hall of Quattro Cerberus came into view. Its appearance was rather different from most guilds, the architecture more resembling that of ancient Greece than the castles and wooden buildings that most guilds preferred. The most notable feature of all, however, aside from the guild mark being proudly chiseled into the main door of the guild, was the 4 dog heads jutting out from the guild's roof, each ferociously baring its fangs. It's a little tacky, but it's certainly an attention grabber, Mifone chuckled. Goldmine shrugged. Well, when you're trying to stand out from the competition, you gotta do whatever it takes. We're not exactly the only guild here in Mahagoni. Well, Fairy Tale's new guild hall finished construction a few days ago, Makarov said. It took a while to get the funds necessary, but with the damage the old one took, I decided that we needed something a bit more sturdy. The old master couldn't help but chuckle. I imagine Natsu and the others will be quite surprised when they return. As the foursome entered the building, its interior much more like that of the average guild, many of its guild members' faces lit up upon seeing their master. Hey guys, Master Goldmine is back. Welcome back, Master. You're the best, old man. Anohana smiled as she looked over at Goldmine. It seems to me that the guild respects you quite a fair deal. Have you told them about your retirement yet? Goldmine shook his head. I haven't found it in me to tell them, not yet. It'll break their hearts, but it has to be done. A good leader puts the needs of their subordinates ahead of their own. You're making the right decision. Anohana reassured him with a nod. Well shit, old man, I didn't think you had enough game to land 2 wizard saints. You're a lucky son of a bitch. Goldmine scowled as Bacchus strolled over with both of his hands in his pockets. That attitude right there is exactly why you're never going to become Guild Master, Bacchus. Wizard saints or not, right now, they're our guests. Show some respect. Makarov's sweat dropped. Now I understand why Elizabeth gave him that concussion in the first place. Bacchus, however, merely rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever. If either of you 2 ladies want some real fun, you can come visit my room later too. Whatever Bacchus was about to say was quickly turned into terrified gibbering as Anohana simply closed her eyes and smiled. It wasn't her face that was terrifying per se, but the aura she was emitting was another story entirely. His legs shook as he felt his entire body freeze over from the sheer intimidation he sensed from her. Now Mr. Grow, didn't your mother ever teach you it's not polite to make such lewd comments to women you've met for the first time? I think it would be wise to choose your words more carefully the next time you encounter a person of the opposite sex. Understood. Why yes ma'am, Bacchus muttered before he took off running. What the hell was that? No, you know what, fuck it, I have a party to go to anyway. By the gods, she's terrifying. Goldmine yelled internally as he felt the color drain from his body. Makarov's thoughts were of similar regard. All of these years and I'm still not used to how she can just strike the fear of God into anyone. It should be of no surprise given her title as the third most powerful within all of Ishgard, but even so, she's truly something else, Miphone thought with a slight shudder. Upon regaining his composure, Goldmine looked sheepishly at his female guests. I'm terribly sorry about that. Bacchus is a talented young man, but he tends to let his vices control him more than he should. I swear, if I wasn't retiring, I'd think he'd end up giving me a stroke with how much trouble he's caused. That's because the little runt doesn't know how to address his superiors. I can beat him down again if you want, old man. The ground slightly trembled as the four of them could hear heavy footsteps as a large man, over 7 feet tall, made his way towards them. He had brown skin, black hair in the style of a mullet, and a large beard with 2 spiked piercings below his lip. The large man wore a shiakusho and white haori, complete with a sheathed katana. Goldmine shook his head. No, I don't think that'll be necessary this time around. He faced the wizard saints then before continuing. Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to Kenpeka Kigenjo. He's one of our newest members, as well as one of our most powerful. So, this is one of the other Kenpeki, is it? Miphone was less than impressed. The man may well indeed have had the power needed to be a wizard saint, but his appearance left much to be desired. Not in an attractive sort of way, she'd never even consider that as a requirement to be a member, but rather, well, his hygiene. His hair was a mess, and his fingernails were unkempt and chipped in places. Still, I suppose if he's truly as powerful as Goldmine says he is, then... I see. So, this is the man you want as your replacement, Goldmine? Makarov asked. He wasn't quite sure what he expected, but this was somewhat lacking. No, it's not him, Anohana quickly interrupted before she looked up at the 10th Kenpeki. It's been a while since I last saw you, Kigenjo. Tell me, have you finally kicked that lazy habit of yours after losing the title of Kenpeki to someone else? Kigenjo scoffed. Man, even after we both end up here, you're still going to hound my ass on that, huh? Look, I'm still plenty strong as it is, so I don't exactly see the need to get stronger anytime soon. That Zaraki punk only killed me because I didn't even get a chance to unleash my Shikai. If I ever see him again... Anohana let out a bark of laughter, startling those around her before she stifled her mirth. If you ever saw him again, you wouldn't even be worth the effort to swing his sword with how strong he's become. Even back then, even with your Bankai, you would have lost regardless. It would have been a much more prolonged and challenging battle, and nothing more. But fine, don't heed my warning. However, if you fall again in battle... Anohana slightly opened her eyes as her lips curled upwards, her deadened gaze sending chills down Kigenjo's back. It'll only be your own fault. Maybe I can do a little training here and there, the large man admitted. Good. I would so hate to see the Kenpeki name go to waste like this, Anohana agreed, her smile not ceasing for even a moment. So, I take it he's not the Kenpeki you were telling us about? Miphone asked Goldmine. She had a suspicion after witnessing his lazy attitude, but she wanted to be certain. Yeah, that's right. Don't get me wrong, Kigenjo packs one hell of a punch, but right now, he's only the 3rd strongest member of Quattro Cerberus, Goldmine admitted. Yes, I can sense the other Kenpeki nearby, Anohana stated. Make no mistake, Kigenjo is powerful, enough to likely defeat Juro with his full power, but the one we're after is far more worthy of the role. Speaking of which, ya have any idea where Kuro Yoshiki is, Kigenjo? Goldmine asked. It's kinda important, so I'd like to see him as soon as possible. The 10th Kenpeki rolled his eyes. Yeah, I know where he is. You'll find him out back drinking with the others. He's having another one of his celebrations for finishing a 10-year quest. A 10-year quest, you say? My, that's no small feat, Miphone admitted. Even I haven't finished one of those. Makarov stroked his beard. If that's the case, then perhaps his comparison to Gildarts wasn't so far-fetched after all. The most Laxus and Mistogan had been capable of completing were SS-class missions, and even then they typically required a prompt visit to Por Lyosica as soon as they arrived. To complete a 10-year quest was, well, it was something only he, Master Precht, and Gildarts had ever accomplished. I'd very much like to meet this man myself, Makarov admitted. Sure thing, I'll take you out back. Goldmine led the way, Keegan-Joe deciding to follow after him as the others joined. The backyard of the Guildhall was not quite what any of them had expected. Rather than a chaotic and unkempt backyard, the back of Quattro Cerberus looked more like a Japanese-style garden. It was far from perfect, with several bushes in need of a bit of a trim, and nowhere near as majestic as the ones seen in the Cookaki Manor, but nevertheless, all of the wizards sans Goldmine were taken aback. Well, this is certainly unexpected. Goldmine, I didn't take you for a gardener, Makarov told his old friend as he looked out over the greenery. Oh, this wasn't my idea. Kuroyoshiki said something about wanting to bring back some of the atmosphere of his old home for when he had his sake parties, so he got this commissioned after a few missions. I wasn't so sure about it at first, but now I've kinda grown to love it. Anohana nodded her head. I had one created for Mermaid Heel as well, though admittedly ours is a bit more extravagant and well kept. Still, it pleases me to see that he valued his time as Kenpeki as much as he had to want to keep something like this as a way of remembrance. Finally, the five of them entered the center of the garden where several members of the guild had already convened, Bacchus among their number. However, the person they were looking for was dead center in the middle of it all. Like Keegan-Joe, he wore a shiakusho and sleeveless white haori. His hair was a long, spiky, dark brown mane that went slightly past his shoulders, and his similarly colored eyes were set beneath thick brows that seemed to add to a naturally sinister air about the man, a feeling only somewhat alleviated by his unshaven stubble and laid-back smile. That said, despite having the Kenpeki title, he didn't seem bloodthirsty at all. Rather, he looked quite jovial as he shared a laugh with one of his guild members, clanking his cup of sake with his fellow guildmate before taking a sip. However, just as he turned around to gaze over at the new arrivals, his eyes widened as he promptly dropped his cup of sake, the cup shattering upon impact and prompting the man to finally stand up. Well, I'll be damned. I never thought I'd see you here, Retsu. I mean, I heard someone with your name was one of the saints, but I just thought it was a coincidence. He walked over to them with a wide grin. Still, it's been too long. Tell me, how has Kiraku been? She smiled. That's right, you two were quite close friends, weren't you? Well, unfortunately, the last I saw him, he was promoted to head captain after the Quincy started their attack, Anohana informed him. I'm afraid he wasn't in the best of spirits. Wait a minute. You're actually telling me that head captain Yamamoto died? The hell kind of war did I miss? He asked, partially from shock, partially from excitement. Hundreds of years after you died, the first of two Quincy invasions resulted in half of the Godii being wiped out, including the head captain and Kojiro Susikaib. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend the remainder of the war. It's how I ended up here. Shit, you're telling me a Quincy killed old man Yamaha? Must have been one hell of an enemy. I take it he's the one who took you down? Kuroyoshiki asked. Anohana shook her head. Not quite. You see, the one who took my life was the one who deserved the title in the first place, with all due respect. As a matter of fact, he's the one who took Keegan-Joe's title, with a single blow no less. Kuroyoshiki instantly broke out into a laugh. Ha ha ha. That's so? Well, he must be one hell of a Kenpeki to have done that. Man, what I wouldn't give to meet that guy. I'd love nothing more than to share a drink with the man who brought glory back to Squad 11. Oh fuck you 7th. Keegan-Joe yelled at him. At least I didn't get killed by a guy who held the title for only a year. You say that like you'd have done any better. Which you wouldn't. Kuroyoshiki rolled his eyes. Look, Keegan-Joe, buddy, I'm not saying you're not weak for a Soul Reaper. Not at all. You would have probably been fine as the captain of Squad 7 with how strong you are. But as a Kenpeki, you're completely lacking in what it takes, and frankly, I'm not sure if even Retsu here could have beaten the guy. It certainly would have been an interesting bout, Anohana replied. The truth was, not even she was certain she could have defeated Kenpeki Oz's hero. It wasn't his Ryotsu that was the problem, but rather being able to land a hit on him at all before she fell. Ahem. The two former captains quickly turned their heads at Mifone, who had decided to grab their attention. My apologies for interrupting your trip down memory lane and potential bouts, but I'm afraid we're here on urgent business regarding you, Kuroyoshiki. Kuroyoshiki raised an eyebrow at that. Really? Now what could 3 of the wizard saints possibly want with little old Miha? He chuckled. I'll take a gander and guess. You want me to replace that sea-grain fellow, am I right? That's a fairly accurate summation, yes, Mifone answered him. Goldmine and Retsu hold your strength in very high regard, so it seemed that you were the best choice. Will you accept our invitation? An invitation to the wizard saints, huh? Kuroyoshiki said as he held a hand to his chin. Well, I'm certainly not opposed to the idea that I meet the criteria, but I've already got the title of Kenpeki as it is, so I'm not sure I really need to be one of the saints. And frankly, I'm not much for politics, even if it is more on the minor side of things. That said, I'm willing to make a deal. A deal? What would you propose? Makarov asked. He was more than a little surprised that the man didn't just jump at the opportunity as anyone else would have. Does the title of Kenpeki really hold so much weight that he wouldn't even consider joining us? Well, ever since I've come to Fiori, I've been struggling to find any real sort of challenge. Minus the creature I fought in the 10-year quest, everything else has gone down in just 1 or 2 blows. That said, from what I can sense from you two, Kuroyoshiki said as he eyed Mifone and Makarov, narrowing as he looked at each. I can tell you guys are at roughly the same level of power as a captain. So, if one of you two can give me a good enough fight, I'll join. A fight you say? Mifone replied. I see. Normally, I'd be more than willing to oblige, but considering we can't afford to waste any more time on recruiting someone else, I believe it would be wise to simply leave it in Makarov's hands. One of the Quattro Cerberus members scoffed. Please, you're going to have that old geezer try to fight Kuroyoshiki? You must be out of your damn mind. He's fucking invincible. Hey, none of that now, Kuroyoshiki chastised him. I'm not going to deny I'm strong, but back where I was from, there are plenty of people out there who are just as strong, or stronger, than I am. Retsu over there is just one of them. Not to mention that you should never judge how strong your enemy is just off looks alone. You do that and you're already setting one foot in the grave. If he's a wizard saint, then you should show him the proper respect, got it? Why yes sir, the mage quickly replied. Turning around to face Makarov, Kuroyoshiki grinned. So, what'll it be, old man? You willing to throw down or what? Makarov wasn't sure how he wanted to respond. Unlike many of the members of his guild, Makarov wasn't overly fond of fighting. Oh, he had certainly been a part of his fair share of guild brawls when he was younger, but that was simply him getting caught up in the moment. However, he knew that the citizens of Fiori needed to find a new symbol of hope, and soon. Very well, I'll accept your proposal Kuroyoshiki. But I'll warn you now, us fairy tale wizards aren't known for our restraint. Kuroyoshiki grinned. I wouldn't have it any other way. That said, I'd rather we take this elsewhere. I'd rather not wreck the place by accident. There's a secluded rocky terrain just a few miles out of town, I say we head there. Makarov smiled. That's perfectly fine by me. I'd rather not accidentally add to my guild's infamous reputation of destruction of private property. Lead the way. With the use of flash step and magic, getting to their destination took little to no time at all. With word quickly spreading that one of their own would be challenging a wizard saint, the entirety of Quattro Cerberus got together to cheer the strongest member of the guild on, the lot of them bringing all sorts of food and drinks alike to properly enjoy the occasion as they say about on the rocks, turning the once desolate wasteland into a makeshift arena. Heh, been a while since I've seen the guild so fired up. Kuroyoshiki really knows how to light a flame under them. Goldmine said. Yes, it seems that you've found a more than worthy enough successor for Quattro Cerberus, Mifone stated before looking at Makarov. Thankfully with how far out we are, you truly won't have to worry about damaging Mahagoni. You two should be able to fight all out to your heart's content. Be that as it may, I doubt it'll come to that. Makarov told her. While he may be strong enough to become one of the saints, this is still nothing more than a sparring match. I'd rather not go too far and wind up hurting him more than I should. Anohana however couldn't help but quietly chuckle to herself. While your desire to restrain yourself for his safety is completely understandable, it's also entirely unwarranted. There's absolutely no need for you to hold back on his account, I can assure you. Is he truly that powerful? Makarov asked. Anohana closed her eyes. He is indeed. With the sole exception of myself, he was Kenpeka to hold his title for the longest time. Almost 300 years to be exact. Not only was he given a recommendation to join Squad Zero, for creating one of the most deadly sword styles in all of Soul Society, he also killed a Vastolord. Which, just so you're properly aware, is a monster on par with the Wizard Saints. Wait a minute, he's 300 years old? How the hell does that work? He looks like he's in his early 30s at most. Goldmine shouted in shock. And here I am retiring at 75. Makarov sighed. It's a long story. I'll be sure to fill you in once this is all over. Finally, Kuroyoshiki stood in the center of their makeshift arena before turning around to face Makarov. All right, looks like everyone else is all set and ready to go. I'm really hoping you can give me a fun fight, Master Makarov. Because for me, fighting is when I feel the most alive. I assure you, I'm more than capable of showing you what a member of the Wizard Saints can do. Makarov answered as he slowly walked into the makeshift arena. Kuroyoshiki nodded his head. Well, I certainly hope so. If one of the strongest wizards in the country can't give me a fun fight, then I really am shit out of luck, huh? In fact, to make things a bit more interesting. Kuroyoshiki smirked at Makarov before he stretched his hands out wide. I'll let you get in the first shot, free of charge. Makarov raised an eyebrow at the man's words. I wasn't born yesterday, I'll have you know. If you think I'll just hit you to give you an opening, then dash. Oh, this ain't no trick, I'm being sincere as can be. Kuroyoshiki interrupted. This is entirely for your benefit actually. I gotta see what you can really do before I start. I'd hate to accidentally end things too quickly after all. So come on, give me a good slugging. Makarov wasn't exactly someone quick to anger, so long as his family and friends were safe from harm, but he couldn't help but feel a slight bit insulted by Kuroyoshiki's actions. Still, Anohana's words from earlier quickly reminded him that his current foe was not one to be underestimated. Very well, just remember that you asked for it. Without warning, Makarov cocked his right hand back before his hand and arm stretched out and grew greatly in size as it sped towards Kuroyoshiki. The former captain's eyes widened with surprise just before the attack connected, the limb stretching out 15 or so feet before crashing Kuroyoshiki into the ground. Well, that's what he gets for being cocky, Mifone said. Regardless of your own strength, allowing your opponent a free hit at the start of a battle is bound to end poorly. Much to her immense shock, however, the fist that had crashed into the ground was promptly tossed up into the air as Kuroyoshiki grinned at Makarov. His Hyori and Shiakusho were slightly scuffed, but otherwise, the man looked absolutely fine. Hey, that wasn't a half-bad punch. That's only the second time anyone here has managed to knock me off my feet. Makarov, however, was far less jovial as he looked at his opponent carefully. I hit him almost as hard as I could, yet he's not hurt in the slightest. You've truly found quite a mage, Goldmine. Kuroyoshiki clapped his hands with excitement. Well, after that I can see this is at least going to make out for a good chance to stretch out my muscles. Alright, I'm game. Just be careful, old man, just like you fairy tale wizards. I'm not so great at pulling my punches. Song of Choice, Fierce Battle Against a Mighty Foe, Dragon Ball Super Host. Just then, an immense pressure began to emanate from Kuroyoshiki as he flexed his Ryutsu. Almost instantly, every member of Quattro Cerberus fell to their hands and knees as the earth beneath them cracked. Even Goldmine and Bacchus struggled to get up to their feet as the pressure intensified. Only Kiganjo was unaffected. I see. It seems as if he was one of the few able to keep all of his power intact after all. Anohana thought before she smiled. Excellent. You still do the title proud, Kuroyoshiki. This pressure. I've never felt anything like it. Mifone thought as Kuroyoshiki's Ryutsu filled the air. Makarov, please, be careful. I see. So this is the power of one with the name Kenpeki. It seems Retsu was right after all. I needn't worry about restraining myself. Makarov thought. Let's go. Before Makarov could finish speaking, Kuroyoshiki vanished completely from his line of sight before the seventh Kenpeka quickly kicked him hard across the face with his left. Tiny old man was sent careening away before he quickly used his flight magic to stop himself mid-air before launching himself forward. Now seeing just how strong his foe really was, Makarov's left hand stretched out with his most powerful punch, just as Kuroyoshiki cocked back his own and countered, resulting in a powerful shockwave that sent most of Quattro Cerberus flying away. As the dust cleared, the two stood in a massive crater about 4 feet deep. However, far from finished, the two shouted out before their fists clashed, again and again, the ground beneath them continuing to give way with each exchange before the pair found themselves 20 feet under. Not bad, old man, Kuroyoshiki proclaimed as he dodged under one of Makarov's blows, only to just barely stop the wizard saint's massive right hand. But you're going to have to do a lot better than that if you're going to really impress me. Moving to the left to dodge yet another punch, then a right, the former captains reached forward with his left hand to grab under the massive wrist before flinging it in Makarov upwards, sending the guild master high into the sky. However, thanks once again to his flight magic, Makarov was able to stop himself mid-air before 3 magic circles of light formed around him. Very well, in that case, I suppose I'll take the kid gloves off after all. Kuroyoshiki jumped into the air, intending to land another blow on Makarov, but just as he closed in, the 3 circles of magic fired large beams of light into him, crashing him down below. As the trio of lights continued to bury him into the ground, Kuroyoshiki grinned before he punched one of the lights away with his left hand, and destroyed the remaining 2 by swatting them away with his right. However, just as he did so, Makarov had already flown down to his level and, with a single finger pointed at him, fired a powerful blast into his chest. Kuroyoshiki felt his feet dig into the ground as he was slowly being blasted back before he swatted away the beam of light. Yeah. That's more like it. Using Flash Step, Kuroyoshiki closed the distance and appeared above Makarov, kicking him into the earth and was just about to deliver a powerful blow with his right hand before a magic circle blocked the attack, then blasting him away with another beam of light. However, just as he was sent flying back, both of Makarov's hands grabbed onto his shoulders before he tossed Kuroyoshiki to the ground and began to repeatedly punch him into the ground. However, after 10 or so punches did the 7th Kenpeki rush through the onslaught of fists, punching Makarov hard in the face before 5 magic circles surrounded him and blasted him with light once more. Well, Goldmine, I must admit, you've truly found a person more than worthy to carry the title of Wizard Saint, Mifone admitted. So far the fight has been quite even if neither are truly fighting at their best. I told you he was more than fit for the job. Still, it's kinda crazy seeing Makarov struggle like this. I haven't seen that in years. Goldmine admitted. Yes, it would appear Kuroyoshiki has come to Earthland with his full power intact. Anohana declared. Makarov is certainly putting up a decent fight, even if Kuroyoshiki's barely trying at this point. Wait, are you serious? Goldmine asked. What he was seeing right now had been the most effort he had seen his successor give in a fight. To think he had even more power to show was astounding. However, just before he could inquire any more, he was distracted by yet another powerful shockwave. The surrounding 5 miles had been utterly destroyed, as the 2 warriors clashed fists one last time. Makarov slowly floated above his foe, before smiling. Even now, after everything he had thrown at him, Kuroyoshiki had at most suffered only a few minor scratches. I must say, Goldmine is truly fortunate to have someone of your caliber in Quattro Cerberus. Kuroyoshiki smiled back. Yeah, and Fairy Tail is really lucky to have someone like you as its master. You've easily been the most fun I've had since I've come here. It was far from the more extreme battles he had had back home, but at the moment, he found that he didn't care. Right now the fight was as entertaining as he needed it to be. I see. Well, I'm happy to hear I'm finally living up to your expectations. Makarov said. So will you take up our offer? Kuroyoshiki shook his head. Not just yet. I said I was having fun, I'll admit that much, but I'm still far from showing you everything I got under my sleeves. Far as I'm concerned right now, this has been nothing more than a warm-up. In that case, Why don't you start using that sword of yours? Makarov asked. I have a Soul Reaper back in my guild, so I already know how most of your power comes from that blade. Kuroyoshiki sighed. If I did that, the fight would be over before I'm satisfied. With all due respect, I doubt you'd last even a minute once I started using this thing with just the sheath. You'll find I'm more than capable of taking whatever it is you can dish out. Makarov shouted as he took to the air as 10 magical circles surrounded him. If getting you to use that sword is what I need for you to join, then so be it. It was more than just that though. While the fight had initially been nothing more than a means of testing and appeasing a prospective member of the Wizard Saints, Makarov now couldn't help but feel the desire to win overcome him, one he hadn't felt since he was a young man. For the first time in years, he felt young again. Kuroyoshiki was about to take off in a sprint, but before he could, 5 of the magical circles surrounded him and blasted him with light while the 5 in the air began to let down blasts of their own. The Kenpeicha grunted as he found himself in the center of the barrage of light, the rapid attacks making any attempt at escape almost futile. Closing his eyes as he saw no other choice, Kuroyoshiki quickly drew his Zanpakuto, with his right hand, the blade still within its sheath, and with a single swing, destroyed the 5 magical circles surrounding him, as well as all the surrounding boulders and rock formations. Quickly using Flash Step, he emerged from the crater. Welp, you've made me actually draw my sword. That decade quest aside, this is the first time I've had to use it. He narrowed his eyes as he looked up at the old man. Unfortunately, that means I'm going to have to put an end to things. Before Makarov knew what happened, the 5 magical circles surrounding him had been completely shattered before he felt Kuroyoshiki's sheath Zanpakuto crashing into his head, crashing him down into the ground. The Wizard Saint quickly got up to his feet and created about 10 more circles of light before firing each of them at Kuroyoshiki. It was a fruitless endeavor however as every single one of his blasts was batted away with casual ease by Kuroyoshiki. As he closed the distance, Makarov promptly formed all 10 of the circles to create a barrier of light, only for the sheathed sword to slash through it with little effort. Before he could contemplate his next move, Makarov was hit on the back of his head, crashing through several rocky pillars before crashing to the ground. See what I mean? Not even a minute. Kuroyoshiki told Makarov before he shook his head. Real shame too, I was starting to actually consider joining your dash. However, before he could finish his sentence, the Wizard Saint got right back into his feet and began to grow. 5 feet. 10 feet. 20, 40, Makarov continued to grow and grow till he stood well over 150 feet tall. Most men would have been utterly terrified of the prospect of fighting such a massive foe. Almost as many would have instantly given up. But the 7th Kenpeicha wasn't most men. Rather than horror and fear being etched into his face, his lips curled upwards into a massive grin. You cheeky bastard, you were holding back this whole time? You should have used this in the first place. It wasn't out of disrespect that I didn't use this power from the start. Makarov said as he took a single step, the ground beneath them cracking and giving off a slight tremor as he did. It is because I only ever use this power for those with evil filling their hearts. But now you've made it clear that anything short of my best won't be enough. So prepare yourself. Song of choice, like a whirlwind, quick as lightning. Fairy tale oast. Letting out a battle cry of utter elation, Kuroyoshiki ran forward and leapt into the air, preparing to strike Makarov's head, only to be instantly swatted out of the air as Makarov backhanded him with casual ease. Not one to let something as simple as that keep him down, the former captain quickly rose back up to his feet just in time to stop Makarov's right foot from utterly crushing him. A massive burst of magic and riot so filled the air as the two yelled at the top of their lungs, the tremors created by their attacks reaching out past Mahagoni and several of the nearby towns before with a mighty shout, Kuroyoshiki managed to swing his blade hard enough to push Makarov's foot off of him, only to revive a powerful kick which sent him flying. Kuroyoshiki tried to get up, but Makarov tried to step on him again and again, the former Kenpeicha just barely managing to roll out of the way of each step. Kuroyoshiki finally managed to get up, and just as Makarov delivered another kick, the former captain countered with a sword swing, causing the giant to step back. However, just as he was about to strike again, Makarov was surrounded by several magical circles, each one blasting away at Kuroyoshiki. He attempted to parry the first blast, but it was too powerful, the force of the blast knocking him into the air before two of the other circles blasted him into the ground. Slowly he got up to his feet, only for Makarov to grab onto him and tossed him into the air with one hand before swatting him down with the other. Laughing with complete and utter joy, Kuroyoshiki leapt into the air, his Zanpakuto clashing with Makarov's fist before the wizard saint's power overwhelmed Kuroyoshiki's own and bore deep into the earth. Letting out a mighty shout, Kuroyoshiki forced Makarov's fist off of his body, only to quickly use Flash Step as he attempted to dodge an oncoming barrage of light blasts. This guy really is something else, huh? Kuroyoshiki thought as he used Flash Step quickly to rapidly strike at Makarov across his body. However, after the 10th hit, Makarov was able to move his right hand fast enough to finally grab onto the 7th Kenpeka before letting go, only to headbutt him into the ground and kick him away. To think that Makarov had this much power, Mifune spoke, her eyes wide. She had always known his strength had greatly exceeded her own, that was never in question. But this was the first time she had ever seen him at full power, and it was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Naya him aside, no one else from my guild comes even close to matching this kind of power. I must admit that Makarov has managed to surprise me, Anohana admitted. In his current state, I'd believe that he's about on par with Konomura Saijins with his Bankai. Most Soul Reapers would desire nothing more than to reach this level of power. It's just a shame then, Anohana said as she closed her eyes as the 7th Kenpeki rose to his feet. That he's only now beginning to fight remotely seriously. Hee, ahahaha. Yeah, this is it. This is just the kind of fight I've been waiting for. Kuroyoshiki declared with an almost bloodthirsty smirk. What did you say your rank was? He asked before just barely blocking the next attack with his Zanpakuto. There's no way in hell you're the 10th. Out of all the saints, I only hold the title of 5th. Makarov answered before attempting to kick Kuroyoshiki once more, only for him to use Flash Step to dodge out of the way, the former captain now appearing one of the few remaining rock formations left. 5th, huh? Okay, consider my curiosity piqued. I'll join the saints. But not until we finally have a winner in this battle. He then narrowed his eyes. But that said, I gotta know. Is this everything you got? Truly. For the most part, yes. What you see before you is my full might. I do have an ace in the hole so to speak, but it is a spell that can only be used properly. Against those who are considered their enemy. As this is merely a sparring match, I doubt that fairy law would have any effect. Really? Well, that's a shame. I really wanted a chance to see you at your true best. Kuroyoshiki said with a shrug. Well, can't be helped I suppose. In any case, I guess it's best I stop holding back myself. So you're going to release your Zanpakuto? Makarov asked as he took a fighting stance. Kuroyoshiki shook his head. No, I'd rather not. Like that spell you just mentioned, it's not exactly a good fit for sparring matches. It's not that my Shikai wouldn't work on you, if anything that's the problem. Even with Anohana over there, I'd rather not take the risk of hurting you too seriously. You're one of Master Goldmine's old friends, and I'd rather not accidentally go too far. That said, for someone like you. His left hand grasped his Zanpakuto then as he took a typical stance one would typically see in Kendo. I'll have to use all of my own power. You're kidding me. Makarov's giving him everything he has, and his response to going all out, is just using both of his hands. Bacchus asked. I wouldn't have expected you to understand what it means. Keegan-Jo scoffed. Using two hands with a sword means it'll hit a lot harder. Well no shit, that's kinda obvious, Bacchus yelled back. But that's hardly going to be a game changer. You're wrong, Keegan-Jo said as he narrowed his eyes. You don't realize just how much of a difference it actually makes. Song of Choice, Rules of Nature. Metal Gear Rising. Makarov had to admit he was slightly perplexed at Kuroyoshiki's idea of taking things up to the next level. However, knowing that it would be unwise to proceed without any precaution, several magic circles formed around him before he cried out, each of them firing massive beams of light that stretched out for miles. Then let's put an end to this. I hear ya, let's make this one to remember. The former captain yelled. Kuroyoshiki ran forward, barely dodging underneath one of the blasts of light, and quickly using flash step to avoid another, before swinging his sword several times to deflect the blasts that he had no time to properly dodge. 1, 2, 3 blasts of light nearly hit their mark, but each and every one of them was sent skyward as Kuroyoshiki used his sword to deflect them. Any normal mage would have been struggling to just defend, let alone run forward, but Kuroyoshiki was having the time of his life. However, just as he deflected the last blast, Makarov had jumped into the air and punched downward, fully intending to hit him with his most powerful punch. Only for Kuroyoshiki to stand his ground and block the incoming attack with his sword, though his feet skid against the ground. Letting out a powerful battle cry, the 7th Kenpeikai moved the giant fist to the left, before grabbing onto the massive fist with both hands while still clinging onto his Zanpakuto before he tossed the massive giant into the air before leaping up into the air himself and prepared to strike. Makarov reached out in an attempt to grab him, but it was futile, as Kuroyoshiki grabbed his Zanpakuto with both hands once more before swinging his sheathed blade as hard as he could, shattering and breaking the bones within Makarov's right arm as they fell to the ground. The giant managed to somehow land on his feet, took a few steps back, before he then fell to his knees and began to pant. It had been decades since anyone has managed to hurt him like this. However, just as he was about to stand back up, he noticed the potential wizard saint putting his sword away. "Okay, I think that's more than enough," Kuroyoshiki said with a grin. "I think we've got a pretty good idea how things would keep on going if we continued. So I think it's best we stop before you're too hurt for Retsu to fix you before that festival of yours." Had it been almost any other member of Fairy Tail, they would have no doubt attempted to continue the fight, but Makarov knew a losing battle when he saw one. This wasn't a battle to protect his family or innocent lives, but merely a sparring match that had begun to get slightly out of hand. Shrinking down back to normal size, he looked at the Soul Reaper. Typically it's not the Fairy Tail way to accept defeat, but given you still haven't released your full power, I must admit I know when I'm beaten. "Yeah, well, I gotta admit you gave me way more of a workout than I was expecting," Kuroyoshiki said as he walked over to the small old man before extending his right hand and smiled. "That was really something. Tell you what, anytime you or members of your guild want to stop by, you are more than free to attend one of my drinking parties. It'll be on the house. I kinda doubt any of them will end up drinking more than Bacchus anyway. I'll be sure to take you up on that offer." Makarov agreed before shaking Kuroyoshiki's hand. "And welcome to the Wizard Saints." "Well, after a fight like that I can't wait to see what the others are like," Kuroyoshiki said, taking out a bottle of sake from his shiakusho as Mifune and Anohana approached before he took a drink. 4-2 especially. "I already know that Retsu over there is one hell of a terrifying woman, so I want to see what the saints under her are like." Anohana couldn't help but chuckle. "Actually, while I'm honored that you place my strength in such high regard, I'm only ranked 3rd, Kuroyoshiki." Sake immediately spewed from his mouth the minute he heard that. "Are you serious? You're only number 3? The hell are the other 2 like?" "Well, the number 1 just so happens to be my fiancé," Mifune admitted. "From what I've seen, I think the 2 of you will get along just fine." "Fiancé huh?" Kuroyoshiki said as he slowly eyed Mifune. "With as beautiful and strong as you are, he's one hell of a lucky man." Quickly turning his attention back to Anohana as she began to heal Makarov, he spoke up once more. "Okay, I gotta know now. Where do I rank in all of this? Given how you didn't release your Shikai or Bankai to defeat Makarov, I'd say you managed to knock Robert out of the 4 gods of Ishgar." "4th huh? Well, can't complain about that. Still, sorry for knocking you down to 6th. Kuroyoshiki told Makarov. "Think nothing of it. I'm actually relieved that we're getting more powerful mages such as yourself in the Wizard Saints. I'm getting up there in age now, so it's good to know that I can truly start leaving the future in your hands. Well, I'll see what I can do. In the meanwhile, I think now's a good time for some R&Roi, itchy nose, give this guy a cup of sake. He's more than earned it." "Right away, Captain." The 4 of them heard before a man with short black hair, brown eyes, wearing a sleeveless shiakusho with a hood and back appearing with a cup of sake before offering it to Makarov. "Here you go, Master Dryer. I must admit, I've never seen someone give the captain such a hard time since we met up again. Oh, so your true memories managed to return to you at last? Anohana asked. True memories? What are you talking about? Mifune asked. Anohana sighed. When Kuroyoshiki died against Soya-Aza's hero, Ichi-Nose didn't take to it very well. He completely refused to see the 8th Kenpeki as his captain, so he was originally going to be sentenced to the maggot's nest. However, Aza's hero saw potential in him and instead went to the Kido Corps to see if they could come up with a spell to alter his memories. The result was that he was made to believe that Aza's hero was always his captain, and the spell would be later modified to Tamura and Kiganjo. His memories were warped so that they could simply continue to use him? How utterly cruel. Makarov thought. The mere notion that one could lose their former guild masters and be forced to take orders from the one who took their lives, it was sickening. He wanted to have words with Anohana in regards to this revelation and the succession of the Kenpeki title, but for now, he decided to keep it to himself. There were, after all, 3 members of its lineage in his presence. When I was brought to this world, I came with my original memories intact. Ichi-Nose said. I was beyond elated when I could work with my old captain once again. Quattro Cerberus had been quite good to us, hasn't it? Yeah, you could say that again, Kuroyoshiki admitted. Hell, give yourself a few more years and you might end up surpassing Kiganjo. Still, it's a shame my old vice-captain isn't here. Ashido really knew how to handle himself in a fight. Taking another cup of sake from Ichi-Nose, he looked over at Anohana, Mifune, and Makarov, who now also had cups of their own. Oh well. Cheers, towards new allies and new adventures alike. Cheers. Everyone else similarly echoed before taking a sip of their drinks. It was a time for celebration, for Kuroyoshiki's unofficial promotion into the 4 gods of Ishgar. Makarov himself couldn't help but feel he made the right choice coming here. With how busy the harvest festival usually was, having a little break like this after such an exhausting bout was just the sort of thing he needed. If only he knew of the chaos that would accompany one of Magnolia's oldest and greatest of traditions. Chapter 75, Reunion and Clash on the Railway. No. Not that. Anything but that. The scream of dread came from Natsu, who was currently being dragged across the ground by his scarf by Urza Scarlet walking across the train station platform, earning plenty of confused stares from bystanders. Despite his flailing about and terrified pleas to avoid using the train, Urza effortlessly carried her guildmate towards the train. Eventually, she had enough and yanked him up, promptly punching him in his stomach to knock the wind out of him before then slinging him over her shoulder. Natsu, I understand that this is going to be uncomfortable for you, but you're acting unbecoming as a mage of the guild. Now please, try to bear it for just a while. She says after slugging him in the stomach, Happy snarked. Everyone else followed behind, some amused at what they witnessed, some nervously uncertain with Urza's display of strength, and some unfazed at all. Jade was one such person in the latter category. It amazes me how he can face some of the most deadly opponents with no care in the world, but when it comes to vehicles, he loses his mind. Ulquiorra walked next to her as he replied, everyone has strengths and weaknesses. He needs to do something about his weakness with motion sickness, Gray stated, having only a pair of boxer briefs on. Cause Urza's right, making a display like that is just plain humiliating to everyone. Even though she wasn't looking directly at him, Levy could see his state of undress from the corner of her eyes and answered with her own teasing remark, you don't have room to talk since you're currently walking around in nothing but your skippies. That's your weakness, causing the ice mage to panic. Gray as he noticed his lack of clothing rushed back to where he saw a pile of his clothes before trying to dress up right away and quickly joined up with everyone else by the time they had already purchased their tickets. You going to be okay with that missing eye of yours? Lil Tato whispered to Urza. The others hadn't noticed yet, given Urza had decided to cover it with her hair, but even so, she couldn't help but wonder. Urza nodded her head. I'll be fine. It's only temporary after all. I'll be sure to see poor Lyosica once we arrive. Ah, crap. Bambietta exclaimed, stopping right in her tracks. I almost forgot I wanted to get some of the ice cream they have here. I've heard it's some of the best out there. She may not have had Lil Tato's endless appetite, but the brunette always could appreciate a good dessert. Wendy's eyes lit up as she looked at Bambietta with glee. Oh yeah, I've heard that too. It's a special brand, they don't make it anywhere else but here. I've been meaning to get some, too. Lucy, you wanna join? Rukia asked. Well, maybe. Lucy said, looking at Urza since she knew they had a schedule to keep. Do you think we have time? Uncertain at first, Urza looked at one of the clocks at the station before she made her decision. All right. I suppose there's enough time for a snack. But be quick. The train will leave in about 5 minutes. Glad to have been given permission, the four went to the ice cream shop across the street, and thankfully the line only consisted of one person. However, something about this person caught the Soul Reaper's eyes. Their clothing consisted of what appeared to be similar to a Soul Reaper's hold-on, a shiakusho? And a zanpakuto. She muttered to herself before stepping up to the woman and grabbing her shoulder. Excuse me, miss. The woman turned her head, giving Rukia a curious look. Her skin was fair, her eyes were brown, and her black hair had most of her bangs swept to her left side with 2 strands at her temples going past her chin while the rest was pulled into a bun held in tied cloth. She almost dropped the ice cream cone in her hand when her eyes met with Rukia. Ms. Kukaki? You're here too. Rukia almost needed a moment to process who it was she was seeing. Lieutenant Hinamori. She shook her head, still surprised it was a fellow Soul Reaper. Well, actually, you should know I'm not the real Rukia Kukaki. I'm a Regei. But how are you here? Oh, well, I'm actually a Regei, too, the woman named Momo said with an upbeat yet easygoing demeanor. I've been in Earthland for almost 2 years now actually. Ever since I came here, I've learned all about the kind of world this is. The fact it has magic, similar to Keto in some ways, but radically different in others, really fascinated me. So, I learned all kinds at a magic university in Oaktown. I like to think I've grown into a capable enough practitioner with it and be even more capable in a fight than I already was. Bambietta's attention was on Momo the whole time, her eyes wandering over the Regei's form. Her fighting ability is not all she's grown. Her Ryutsu is higher than I last remember. Not exactly sure by how much, but it's definitely higher. But even more noticeable than that, she thought when looking at Momo's chest and waist. I feel like I would have noticed if she had been that stacked when I last saw her. I know for a fact her breasts weren't that big before, and her hips weren't that curvy, either. 2 years couldn't do that much, could it? Just, damn. The sound of the train whistle went off with Lil Tato at the caboose rail shouting, "Hey dumbass! You guys need to get on the train, now." Bambietta nearly swore before she, Lucy, and Wendy took off running, the last one frantically scooping her feline friend into her arms. Rukia was just about to join them before the Regei looked over at Momo. "I'm so sorry. We'll have to catch up later. Our train is about to leave and our friends are waiting for us." Just as Rukia caught up to the others with flash step, Momo appeared beside her. "I'm actually supposed to be heading on that train to the next town too. I'm sorry to have kept you." "You needn't worry," Rukia said as they got on the station platform. "But I'd rather we make it on time instead of making this a short chase." Bambietta moved right away with her Hiran Kyaku to scoop Lucy up in her arms and came to the caboose platform of the train. Momo and Rukia simply used flash step to close the distance. Seeing the train begin to pick up speed, Carla quickly escaped Wendy's grasp and grabbed onto her dress before flying her over to the train. "Goodness, child. I don't know what you'd do without me," the white cat said with a sigh. "Sorry Carla," Wendy murmured. "Cutting it kind of close, weren't you?" Lil Tato said with a disapproving glare before raking note of the newest member of the party. "Say, aren't you one of those lieutenants from the 13 court guard squads?" "Hinamori, right." She was almost tempted to make a snarky comment about her being Aizen's vice captain, but she thought against it. There was no need to start something that could cause an issue. "Not exactly. I'm a Regei like Miss Kukaki," Momo said to her with a soft smile. "Still, it's nice to meet you." Lucy was just about to properly introduce herself when she noticed that she was still being carried bridal style. Face instantly lighting up, she began fiddling with her hair as she nervously smiled at her carrier. Bambi? You can let me down, now. Lucy's behavior only emboldened Bambietta, giving her reason to reply with her own coy grin. Ah, come on. You don't want me to carry you like the princess you are. Get a room, you two, Lil Toto said as she opened the door to the cart. The others are waiting, so let's get inside where it's nice and cozy. I hope that was worth your ice cream. Remembering why they were almost late in the first place, Wendy almost bawled. Oh no. We didn't get any. You just spent a whole week at a resort. More ice cream is the last thing you need, you'll get cavities. Carla chastised her best friend as she settled back into her arms. Rukia felt bad, trying to cheer her up as she patted Wendy's head and walked with her into the cart. Oh, there. Maybe next time. Besides, they have ice cream inside on the trolley. Just as the seven of them made their way inside of the cart and within view of the others, the unseen member of the party within Jade's mind found his attention grabbed. I see. A reggae of my former vice captain, How nostalgic. He'd never admit it out loud, but in his 10,000 years of isolation in the Mookin, he had found he actually missed her company. Should I introduce you? Jade couldn't help but ask him in her own mind. No, that would result in something quite unfortunate, Eisen informed her. I'll elaborate on it once we arrive back home. Soon afterwards, Momo was quickly introduced to the rest of the party once they found seats in the last cart. Finding a common ground, the others from Momo's old world began detailing their adventures since they had arrived in Earthland. There was much to tell, probably more than 1,000,000 words worth. While she had initially been understandably uneasy at Ulquiorra's presence, the others had quickly reassured her that he was entirely trustworthy, allowing for more pleasant conversation, foremost. Natsu, however, could hardly enjoy the retold exploits of his friends due to lying in a slump by the open window with a sickened face, like he was gonna throw up at any moment. While Momo had expressed concern, the others had reassured her that this was quite natural for him. So, you're all wizards of fairy tale. I've heard about you all. It's great I finally get to meet you. What kind of magic do you use? Momo asked, sitting at the edge of her seat with eagerness. Finding new magic in this world was a sort of pastime for her now. Well, when the pink-haired guy over there isn't in such a sad state, he's able to use Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Gray pointed at Natsu before opening the palm of his other hand, which created a small magic circle, causing a nice sculpture of a tiny bird to emerge. As for me, I have ice make magic. Mine is water body magic, Juvia said when waving her hand around, causing droplets of water to waft in motion with her movement. I can produce water for attacks, but most notable of all, I can even turn any part of my body into water. It makes physical attacks entirely useless against me, and even most magic doesn't harm me. Urza smiled, brushing some of her hair aside when looking around her end of the seat and getting Momo's attention. I don't have elemental magic like those three, but my requip magic is known as the Night. Weapons, armor, and even regular clothing are all able to be called at my will, and when not in use, I have most of them stored within my own personal space and my spares at my room in Fairy Hills. Aye sir. She can even change armors while fighting. Happy added. Wow, that's so amazing, Momo said before laughing as though she were embarrassed. Unfortunately, I've been so invested in learning about so much magic since I got here, I haven't taken the time to master just one. Rather, I've decided to learn a variety of them. If I find a spell I find interesting, I can't help but pick it up. I know what you mean, Levy said as she looked behind her seat before using her magic to spell out the words fire, stone, wind, and water, all of which were made of the element she had written, before vanishing. My solid script magic lets me create something when I spell it out. I have to study the use of it though by reading and writing about it. Good thing reading and writing are my hobbies. Oh, you're an avid reader? Momo asked as she looked at Levy with an exuberant expression, her eyes beaming with joy. Me too. I can find myself lost in a good novel for hours. Though that tends to also happen when I'm in the mood to draw something. Levy's own joy increased, happy to have found a fellow book lover. She responded in kind. Oh, I think you and I are gonna get along just fine. It's always great meeting somebody else who shares your interests. Heck, Lucy over there is an aspiring writer. Lucy blushed from the praise. Well, I'm trying to be one. I'm still not happy with how my first novel is coming out. It takes time to get it right, sometimes even years. I'm sure you'll get it where you want it eventually though, Momo encouraged her. There's no rushing perfection. Yeah Lucy, yeah just gotta give it some time, Bambietta said as she put a hand around her girlfriend's waist. Lucy smiled in thanks before giving Bambietta a quick kiss on the cheek. You're right. Thanks everyone. Meanwhile, in another cart near the front of the train one lone man walked out. He was a tall, broad-shouldered, and bulky muscled man with a shaved head and a cleanly trimmed black mustache and wore brown pants and a black shirt. The most distinguishable feature was the tattoo on his forehead that looked like a vertical, slanted, red eye. Lastly was the green fist-shaped guild mark adorned on his chest. He wasn't alone either, as he was accompanied by a fair-skinned swordsman with black hair and eyes, and a muscular brown-skinned, blonde-haired woman along with countless other people dressed in purple and black clothing. He walked to the next cart where the conductor and other train staff normally were. As expected, there was a sign on the door with a warning that only authorized personnel were allowed beyond that point, but he ignored it, slamming the door open. Just as he entered, an alarm went off with light flashing throughout the room. 4 people with ID tags around their necks approached him, one of them growling with anger, "Hey, you're not allowed to enter back here. We're mages from the Dwarf Gear Wizards Guild and we've been hired to keep this train safe. So you'd better turn around before we make you, got it?" The sizable man only narrowed his eyes at them before purposefully inhaling through his nose, clenching his abdominal muscles as he did so. In a forward lunge of his upper body, the man exhaled, and from the tattoo on his forehead emerged a thin beam of superheated air. Upon coming into contact with one of the 4 guards, a fiery explosion engulfed and shook the entire cart, the 4 mages' charred corpses littering the floor. The mysterious man walked down the rest of the cart and quickly switched the alarm off. Just then, more people entered the cart after him, each sharing a guild mark resembling a green fist on their chests. "We're in. The train is ours," he told them before he looked at his 2 strongest mages. "Mabry, Brenda, go stand guard while I make the broadcast. I'll have the others join you soon." He was certain they were more than up to the task. They were the most powerful subordinates under his command after all, having proven themselves in the past as being capable of besting the average guild's B-class wizard in a single blow. Mabry, the dark-haired swordsman, nodded his head. "Whatever you say, boss." Brenda slammed her fist into her palm in agreement. "Here's hoping some dumbass tries to save the day. Hopefully, I'll get a chance to bash some skulls in." Meanwhile, a few moments earlier, back in the cart where the Fairy Tale Guild members were, Bambietta had just finished telling the newest addition to their group about the time she saved the guild masters of Fiore from a demonic flute. Enjoying the generally peaceful atmosphere, Wendy looked out the window with a smile. "This train ride is so relaxing. It's nice we can take it easy and enjoy ourselves after everything that's happened, even if it is only for a little while." Natsu gurgled, still leaning a bit out the window, wailing as though he was in agonizing pain. "Speak for yourself, I feel like I'll die any moment." Candace, bored out of her mind with nothing to do, quickly noticed the way Natsu almost leaned towards her where she sat and scooted back in disgust as much as she could. "Oh no. You'd better not fucking puke on me, or I swear I'm going to shock you into a dem crisp. I mean it." Just then, before Bambietta could chastise Candace over her language in front of Wendy once again, an alarm went off for a few seconds before it suddenly stopped. "What was that?" Happy asked. Bambietta shrugged. "Who knows? Someone probably just tripped and caused the alarm to go off. It happens." Everyone cringed at the sound of the speakers making static before somebody spoke from them. "Attention all passengers. This is the leader of Vulcan's Fist. My guild and I have boarded the train and have taken control. If you all fully cooperate, you'll be able to leave it with your lives. All we wish for is for you to hand over your valuables to my guild mates as they enter your train car and you'll be free to go. However, any mages on this train who wish to play the role of the hero should know that the members of Dwarf Gear who were assigned to protect this train have been killed, and we've taken the conductor and the crew hostage. If I hear any sort of commotion, they die. Understood? I do hope so, because if not, you'll have a lot of blood on your hands." All the guild members turned pale, Natsu momentarily overcoming his motion sickness, while Ulquiorra kept his composure and quickly noticed the passengers were starting to panic. So much for taking it easy and having a relaxing train ride back to Magnolia. Juvia, however, was the most worried before she spoke up. He said he was the leader of Vulcan's Fist, a mercenary guild. It must be Conleith Tacito. Sounds like you know the guy. Ex-boyfriend? Bambietta asked. Juvia shook her head. No, but I tried to apprehend him once a year ago, back when I was in the Phantom Lord Guild. When we battled, he completely overpowered me. None of my water spells were strong enough at the time. Honestly, if Arya hadn't arrived in time, I don't know if I'd be here at all. Totomaru could remember the day he heard about that back when he was also in Phantom Lord. She looked disheveled when Arya brought her back and a little bit scared. To see one of his closest friends like that was infuriating. At the time, he simply chose another mission because of the pay it offered, but now. He looked back at Juvia before he spoke. I should have been there with you, Juvia. I'm sorry. Juvia only smiled back weakly, giving a nod to silently say she accepted his regretful acknowledgement before looking back to the others. Now what do we do about the hostages? Isn't it obvious? I say we get over there and kick all their butts. Natsu's bravado immediately vanished as he realized he was standing again, making the motion of the train more easily felt, and thus he toppled over on his side. Ugh. Don't be stupid. Lucy chastised the Dragon Slayer, looking down at him. They just said if we try anything the hostages will be killed. That's right. Doing something like that is risky for the innocent people on this train, Levy said before looking at Jade. Say, what if you used your illusions to make a more subtle approach? Before Jade could answer, however, Eisen spoke with her mentally. I'd advise against that. Your powers currently aren't anywhere near full capacity. Why? Jade asked with annoyance. Your body is still recovering from when I took over at the Tower of Heaven. Using them now would likely result in your illusions fading without your permission and risk being found, putting every one of the normal passengers on board in mortal danger. Jade sighed before she finally responded, speaking apologetically. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm still a bit worn out from the fight with Dispute, and if I'm not in optimal condition, I could mess it up for everyone. Well, what about you? Think you could go in there and save them? Bambietta asked the Aaron car. You're a real fast son of a gun. At this moment it's difficult to tell. The Aaron car answered. Most of their members are nothing more than trash. However, without having any more information to work off of, I'm not certain that I could render them all unconscious in time in my current state. The underbelly's effects are still lingering even now. Things seemed to be getting worse and worse. As strong as the Fairy Tale Guild members were, pushing through wasn't going to work this time. Not with the chance of the hostages being killed. As the lot of them began to think of a strategy as quickly as possible, Rukia noticed an absence. Hey, has anyone seen Lieutenant Hinamori? She was sitting near me, just a second ago. Bambietta promptly looked around and closed her eyes, sensing for her energy before she quickly sensed it. The Quincy couldn't help but smirk. Oh, you cheeky little sneak. Now all by herself and making her way through the train at a slow pace, Momo began to head towards the front of the train as carefully as possible. While she suspected none of the members of Fairy Tale had a means of successfully sneaking up on the hijackers, she herself had the perfect means of which to close the distance. It was all thanks to her Kido, specifically Bakudo number 26, Kyoko, allowing her to bend the light around her, practically making her invisible. Just as she arrived at the semi-final cart, she took extra care to move at a slower pace and silenced her breath. The door to the front of the train had a small window and Momo carefully peered in it, giving her a view of the crew in charge of the train. The lot of them were all tied and gathered in the middle of the room while other Vulcan Fist members stood around them. More troubling though was something else she saw in the room. A handy little thing she learned about in her time in Earthland for the university security, but a complete determinant to her rescue efforts. Motion sensing lacrima. Darn it, they've set up the motion sensing security. Even with Kyoko, I wouldn't be able to just stroll in there. I'll need to come up with a change of plans. The clone of the lieutenant thought for about a minute about how to proceed before she finally came up with a plan. It was a bit risky, but it was the best she could come up with on short notice. Momo stepped back, undoing her keto to initiate her plan. Can't say I'm a big fan of this idea, but I'll just have to be careful MMRF. The Reggae soon found a cloth of fabric coming down over her head and beginning to secure itself over her mouth. She tried to pull forward, but there was a force to it that prevented her escape. What do we have here? Some kind of wannabe samurai? A man with black hair and eyes with a sword strapped to his back asked as he pulled tight on the gag, tying it together behind Momo's head. No, I'm thinking it's a new hostage. She stomped down, catching her attacker off guard as her heel smashed into his foot. Not giving him a moment, she flipped him over her shoulder and down onto his back. He grunted as he hit the floor hard, dazed. Satisfied, Momo reached up to her face to rip the cloth gag off of her, but that arm was ensnared in the grip of another Vulcan Fist Guild member. Irritated, Momo reared back her non-dominant hand, intent on incapacitating the mercenary. Unfortunately, her assailant grabbed that arm, who turned out to be a surprisingly tall and well-muscled woman with dark skin and blonde hair. Nah, cutie, she said rather brusquely. We won't be having any sword play here tonight. Weapons are a total no-no on the train except for my friend, don't ya know? So let's get rid of that and remove the temptation right and proper. As Momo struggled, the Vulcan Fist woman grabbed her obi, ripping it off and taking both sword and sheath with it. Incidentally, without her belt, her hakama grew too slack, falling down around her hips and legs to the floor, her top falling open as well to reveal a lacy turquoise bra. Oh, look at that. The swordsman on the other side whistled in appreciation. Pretty fancy for a samurai girlie. Let's see some more. The woman shouted, pulling Momo's top back over her arms. She used the black fabric to tie it around Momo's arms from elbow to wrist, binding it so tightly and efficiently that the Reggae had to imagine this was not the first time she had done such a trick. Look at that, the Vulcan Fist lady said, peering over Momo's shoulder. The boss is gonna love this present. Momo tried to pull away, the Reggae trying her best to resist. The woman pushed her forward then, forcing her into a stumble. Momo looked back at her in frustration then, and charged at her in defiance. Curse Fmayu. I don't think so. The swordsman said, tripping Momo in mid-stride. In one swift move, he had caught her ankles with his foot and slipped around her, grabbing Momo by the head and forcing her to the floor. Hey, don't go damaging my present. Mabry, the woman hissed. I want to enjoy torturing her before we dispose of her. You always had a thing for that sort of thing, Brenda, Mabry said, tossing Momo up over his shoulder so that she was left looking backward as he walked through the train car. Personally I think it's a waste. MRRRF. Munfand PHME, you big fox. Now, be quiet, Brenda said as she walked behind her cohort, gently tickling Momo's chin. This is what you get for trying to play the part of the hero, you foolish little cutie. Momo's eyes glared at the woman, making the Reggae wish that looks could at least cause great harm if not kill. Being stripped down to her underwear bound and gagged was not how this plan was supposed to go. DMPHYMPH. She said with a glare. What? You trying to set me on fire with your mind or something? Brenda laughed. Sorry, cutie, but you'll have to take a picture. It'll last longer. Hey, boss, we've got a present. Mabry said as he unceremoniously dumped Momo down on her backside. Amoof. Momo grunted as she landed hard, Brenda walking past her and dropping her belt and hakama on the floor towards the front. She was armed with only this, Kinleith. Mabry took the sheath Zanpakuto and looked it over for a moment, beginning to draw the sword just enough to see the blade. This is some fine craftsmanship. A lovely sword. He looked at Momo then, the Reggae glancing at him with fear as she felt lust practically ooze from his eyes. For a lovely lady. His eyes took it all in, the delightfully perky curves contained with lacy turquoise underwear. Momo blushed, not ever considering anyone would ever see her rather daring choice in what she wore beneath. Why did I ever think listening to Ranjiku's old suggestions was a good idea? Like we said earlier, pretty nice undergarments for a samurai girl, Mabry said as he knelt down in front of Momo, one knee up so as to prop his arm as he leaned in close to look her in the eyes. He could see the blushing evident on Momo's cheeks, but it was her eyes that caught Quincy's attention. They were not looking into his own, but at the sword in his hands. "Oh, you want this?" Mabry stood then, holding the Zanpakuto above his head. "That hurts, samurai. To be disregarded for a sword in its sheath. How naughty you must be if that's what you want over a man's man like me." He then looked back at his boss. "Brenda wants to torture her for fun, but I say we sell her off to some slave traders. I think we could get a pretty good price for her. Don't ya think, boss?" Quincy was quiet, still looking down at Momo with indifference. Despite her current bound position and rattled behavior, something told him there was more to this woman than met the eye. "No, just kill her. Now. We warned her and everyone else on this train and we'll make her an example in case anyone else tries. Besides, we're on a job, no time for pleasantries." "That's a shame." "Oh well," Mabry said as he drew his sword. "Well, beautiful, I'll try to make it quickly." Just then, the Regai managed to fire a crackling yellow rope from her hands that lashed out towards the mercenaries. Quincy dodged beneath the energy just in time, while Mabry and Brenda managed to move to the left and right to avoid the spell. The other mages had no such luck however and were all gathered into a jumbled pile, bound by the Kido-made construct. Now seeing an opening, Momo took the chance to use Flash Step and grabbed not only her weapon but also her clothing to leave the cart and got dressed as quickly as possible. Just as she finished, the door to the front cart opened with Quincy, Mabry, and Brenda strolling in. "Did you really think you could escape?" Quincy asked. "Yeah, I only let you off easy because of your looks. You won't get off so easy this time," Monty added. "Oh no, you don't," Brenda added. "I want to kill this bitch myself." "You're misunderstanding. I wasn't trying to escape. I just needed my clothes back on," Momo said as she faced the trio. "The fact of the matter is that you two only managed to capture me because I wanted to be captured. You expect us to buy that?" Mabry screamed at her. "You're just trying to intimidate us, that's all." Momo narrowed her eyes. "Believe what you want. Far as I was concerned, it was the best way I could deal with all of you and get past the motion-sensing Lacrima without endangering the hostages or taking the chance you'd take more." She then frowned and blushed with embarrassment. "But stripping me down to my lingerie was entirely unnecessary. You have absolutely no shame." Yeah, you can talk about shame all you want in the afterlife," Mabry said as he drew the sword at his side. "But I'm one of the best magic swordsmen out there. I'm known as Mabry of the Speed Cut because I killed over 30 mages in the blink of an eye and you'll be no different." He took off then, faster than the eye could see, blade drawn, and fully intent on cutting Momo completely in two, only for Momo to place a hand on her Zanpakuto's hilt and drew her sword faster than he could perceive. His own blade cleaved in two before she brought the flat of her blade against the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious as he slammed against nearby wall before slumping onto the floor. "Sorry, but you're not exactly much of a swordsman in my eyes," Momo told him, the disgust from his lechery earlier still on her mind. "Damn you!" Brenda screamed as her body quickly became more and more muscular by the second until she was 8 feet tall and took a single step, shaking the entire train car. "I'll make sure to pulverize you into a pulp. With my muscle magic, I can lift over 100 tons with just one hand. You'll be nothing more than a pulp on the floor by the time I MURK." Before she could finish her sentence, Momo had used Flash Step to close the distance, her sword's hilt jamming against Brenda's toned stomach. The dark mage let out some bile as she fell over, her eyes completely white from the overwhelming power she was hit with before she completely crashed to the floor. "Impressive," Quincy stated as he looked at his defeated henchman. "But my strength far surpasses theirs. If you think that I'll go down just as easily, then you'll be in for a world of hurt." "I suspected that would be the case," Momo said as she looked at him. "This one's a lot stronger than the others. He's at least as powerful as a Jillian-level Arrancar. Probably even an Aegis. This isn't good, I can't use anything too powerful while on this train or else I might cause it to derail. I'll have to proceed with caution." She then pointed a finger at him before narrowing her eyes. Hado number 4, Byukarai. Song of Choice, Against Magic. Fairy Tale Ost. A quick bolt of lightning came out of Momo's fingertip towards Kinleith. The man quickly moved to the left before charging at her with his fist reeled back. Momo jumped back to barely avoid the hit, but as it made contact with the floor, a massive hole was left in its wake, causing several seats to fall through. Well, not a bad dodge, but I haven't even begun to use my mag dash. Bakudo number 30, Shitosu Sansen. Out of one of Momo's palms came a burst of crackling yellow energy which she used to draw an inverted yellow triangle generating solidified energy in the shape of smaller triangles from its 3 points. The smaller triangles fired forth and hit Kinleith, pinning him against the wall as the Kido spell pieces slammed into his wrists and his stomach in a perfect triangle shape. Sorry, but you'll find something like this can't dash. But just as he tried to move his hands in an attempt to break free, he found that his arms couldn't budge. Try as he might, Kinleith could barely move, like he was paralyzed. What kind of spell is this? Water Ray. Instead of using Kido again, Momo cast a magic circle from her left palm that released a concentrated beam of water right at Kinleith, dousing him all over. Plitra Sonata. Another magic circle came from her right hand, this time creating a giant fist from plaster that punched right into Kinleith, causing him to cry out in pain. However, with a burst of power emitting from his body, the Kido completely shattered, with Kinleith charging straight at the Regei. He's fast. Opting to get some distance, Momo decided to use her flash step to vanish from his sight before appearing behind him, preparing a more powerful Kido spell. I don't like escalating this fast, but I'm not being left with much of a choice. Hado number 31, Shakkeiho. A fireball fired from both of her hands and crashed into his body, covering it with flames. Momo narrowed her eyes as she sensed his power hadn't diminished nearly as much as she hoped, as when the dust cleared, Konleth was not only unharmed but he now also had his arms, legs and chest covered in iron. He smirked. Iron body magic. Sorry lady, but you're leaving me with no choice but to take things up a notch. After announcing his spell, Kinleith inhaled deeply to begin his counter-attack. Combustion shot. Sensing his power rising and seeing the area around her quickly deteriorating as an invisible attack of some sort hurtled towards her, Momo placed both of her hands in front of her to cast her next spell. Guard Shadow. Erupting from her own shadow, several shadowy hands formed into a protective dome around her. However, while she had successfully managed to cast the spell just in time, the power of the blast was greater than she had expected, the invisible explosion shattering it in several windows throughout the train and sending her tumbling back to the end of the cart. Kinleith sneered as he walked toward Momo. She was battered, her clothes and hair slightly disheveled from the recent exchange as she panted. Now then, I think it's time I finished you dash. However, Momo quickly got up and in a surprising move, tackled him through the nearest wall outside of the train car, and then through several trees before he finally forced her off, rolling across the forest floor before he slowly got up to his feet. Why you little dash. Stormbringer. Not expecting her to launch such a powerful spell, Kinleith felt a rush of wind beneath him before he was sent flying up, caught in a tornado that blasted him up high into the sky. Momo quickly stood up and quickly opened both her arms wide before she cast her next spell, Prominence Typhoon. A column of swirling fire quickly surrounded the tornado then, before the two elements seemingly combined, creating a massive explosion that would have leveled an entire city block. The others heard all the noise from their cart and saw a massive explosion from their window, the members of Fairy Tale witnessing Kinleith soar over the horizon after the large blast, Momo appearing to be jumping high in the air before she began to follow after him. That wind spell, that was one of that wannabe Reaper's moves. Bambietta spoke. Shit, she really did learn magic alongside some Kido, huh? Not just Aragorn. Bambi wouldn't know it, but that fire spell was one of that sleazebora's spells. Lucy thought internally. Bambi, Miss Hinamori is in trouble. We've got to help. Wendy said, getting up from her seat and about to run until Urza stopped her. Hold on. We shouldn't all rush off this train. Some of the other members of Vulcan Fist might still be on board. You all stay here, I'll go after her. Count me in too, Bambi said when she stood. If just two of us leave, The rest can keep this train safe. Besides, Bambietta grinned. I want to see what this Soul Reaper can really do. Nodding in agreement, Urza and Bambi quickly headed to one of the exits of the cart and chased off in the direction Momo went. Urza quickly reequipped into her flight armor with Bambietta using Hiran Kyaku to keep up with her. Kinleith crashed out in a grassy field, deep into the forest and creating a small crater. He slowly stood up and groaned before he growled. This damn bitch. Who does she think she is? I've never been pushed around like this by anyone, not even those uppity mages from Phantom Lord's Element 4. If this keeps up, I'll have no choice but to use that. That was the last thing he wanted, a method of last resort that, while certainly powerful, had certain side effects that were undesirable. Still, if it came down to it. Song of Choice, Genakairo Ashina, Sekiro Ost. Before he could ponder any further though, his opponent soon appeared, her sword drawn. I would yield if I were you, she spoke calmly. Please, I'd rather not have to fight any more than Nessus, but before she could finish speaking, Kinleith used his combustion magic to propel himself forward, striking her across the cheek and through several trees. She quickly got up to her feet and managed to bring up her sword just in time to block an incoming strike from his iron-clad fists. The forest shook from the impact as the ground beneath crumbled into a large crater. Kinleith attempted to strike her again, and Momo, not having the time to prepare a spell, countered with her blade yet again, creating a shockwave that sliced through entire acres worth of trees. Again and again, the two clashed, each strike creating a similar shockwave. Kinleith attempted to strike Momo's head then, but the Soul Reaper dodged underneath the strike and swung her sword, striking him across the chest. While the blade only managed to leave a shallow cut, the force of the blow was just strong enough to cause him to go back 15 feet or so, giving her more than enough time to launch a proper counter-attack. At least, that was the plan. Kinleith began to build up more and more power around him as the ground itself began to shake. That's it, woman. You want to die so badly, then it's time I showed you what I can really do. Combustion eruption. A massive, powerful burst of explosive power built around him as he took a deep breath before he shouted out, creating a massive burst of power that shot out from all directions. Sensing that an incredibly powerful attack was about to be unleashed, Momo quickly braced herself for the worse. Bakudo #73, Tozansho. Momo quickly surrounded herself in an inverted pyramid made of blue energy, the barrier shaking and shuddering from the blast as it destroyed well over 50 acres of forest. When the attack faded, the land looked barren and devoid of life, with the exception of Kinleith and Momo Hinamori, the protective barrier managing to hold out long enough to allow her to survive the blast. The Dark Mage couldn't help but smirk. Well, I'm surprised that you managed to survive that. But I'm sure you understand exactly what you're dealing with now. I can use attacks like this for quite a while. But you? You look like you just barely had enough to withstand that. So how's about you stand down and let me get back to work, and I'll let you live. Momo stared at the mage before she shook her head. I can't do that. Whatever it is you are planning to do, innocent people will be hurt. I didn't gain these powers to show off, I gained these powers because I wanted to do good, to make a difference in the world. If I just ran away to save my own skin, then everything I've done will have been for nothing. Kinleith sneered. Brave words, but what will bravado alone do for you? Surely you've realized by now that you don't have what it takes to win. You're right, I don't, as I am now, Momo answered him. I didn't want to use this because I wasn't sure you would survive, but after seeing that, I think it's time I stopped holding back as well. She pointed to Biome at him before the sword began to change. The katana's blade straightened and became double-edged before it produced 3 jut-like prongs along its length at various intervals. I'm going to give you one last chance, Momo warned him. Stand down. Now. Kinleith, though somewhat perplexed by Momo's blade changing shape, ultimately thought nothing of her sword's transformation. So your sword's transformed, so what? It hardly changes a thing. Now, let me show you what true power really is. Combustion eruption shot. Concentrating the power of his previous attack into a near-invisible projectile, the attack made its way toward her at incredible speed. However, just as the attack made its way towards her, Momo swung her Zanpakuto, firing out a massive fireball that overpowered his attack and collided with his body, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire forest and left a giant smoldering crater even greater than the last one. As the smoke cleared, Quincy stumbled out from the dust, his iron skin now damaged and destroyed, revealing the first-degree burns underneath. He fell to his knees then as Momo slowly made her way over to him. "You told me earlier that you can use attacks like that multiple times. I'm sure you could manage up to 30 or so on that level. But for me, I could use attacks like this for hours on end and still keep on fighting." She finally walked down to the bottom of the crater and she pointed her blade at him. "Well, do you want to keep going, or not?" Bambietta and Urza could see the pair in the distance as Momo slowly made her way towards the dark mage. "Well shit. She's gotten way stronger than when I ran into her in the war," Bambietta said with a grin. "Renji and Sasuke beside, I'd say she'd be the strongest lieutenant from what I saw." "She is rather impressive," Urza admitted. "It's clear that her array of skills is vast and varied, not to mention the power that she has to back them up. I believe that she'd make an excellent addition to any guild that would take her in." "You think this is over?" Quincy muttered as he slowly got to his feet as he stared at Momo. "You think that I'd surrender just like that?" He ran towards her, firing blast after blast of his magical power, but each and every single one was countered by a casual swing of her Zanpakuto, the dark mage just barely dodging through most of her fireballs before he got in close and tried to punch her right in the stomach, only for Tabayam to block his strike, and with a casual swing of the blade, he was sent tumbling away. "Don't you understand now?" Momo said before she noticed him getting back up and sighed with annoyance before she cast another spell. Bakudo number 62, Hyaporin Can. Creating a bluish-white hexagonal rod in her hand, Momo tossed the construct before it multiplied into several, pinning Quincy down to the ground before she sighed. "I've been holding back this entire time. I've never really had a chance to properly fight since I've come here, and the last thing I wanted to do was get the passengers caught up in our battle. Now please, just stop. I'd really hate to hurt you any more than I already have." "No. Damn it all!" Quincy shouted as he struggled against the binding Kido that kept him pinned to the ground. "I refuse to let it end here, you understand? I promised I'd bring ruin to the Hartfilia family if it was the last thing I did." "The fuck?" Bambietta uttered. "The hell does this guy have against Lucy, or her father for that matter?" Yelling out as loud as he could, Quincy proceeded to generate enough power through his right arm to prepare a combustion blast, destroying the Kido and grievously injuring his arm in the process, his entire limb covered in burns. But before any of them could begin to ponder what on earth Quincy was attempting to achieve with such a brazen move, he reached into one of his pockets to reveal a small white pill. Quincy briefly stared at the pill in his hands before his mind flashed to 3 weeks ago. "I must admit, I never thought I'd find myself a volunteer for one of my experiments," a pink-haired man said, wearing all white, his yellow eyes clearly visible through the rectangular glasses he wore. "Not that I'm complaining, but surely my compatriots warned you of the risks involved." Quincy couldn't help but find something about the scientist off, not to mention his entire guild. Los Noches was a relatively new addition to the Dark Guilds in Fiore, so much so that he'd wager that the Magic Council considered their mere existence anything more than a myth. But while the members of the guild were certainly unsettling, even for him, the powers they displayed when they offered to take Vulcan's fist under their protection had been rather impressive, so much so that there was a rumor going around that they had enough power to become the 4th member of the Balam Alliance. If he could possess even a fraction of the power some of their stronger members possessed. "I'm well aware of the risks," Quincy answered. "But with the wizard saints becoming more active as of late, I'd rather have as much power as I can under my disposal." "Wise words, though I'm not so sure you'll feel that way after you take this." The scientist handed him a pill. "This will no doubt give you the power you're looking for, but I'll warn you now that if you take it, you'll more than likely go on a destructive rampage slaying enemies and allies alike. While I personally couldn't care less about your guild or its well-being, Lord Berrigan wants to amass as many dark guilds as he can under his thrall, so I'd consider only using it as a last resort." Quincy nodded as he looked down at the pill in his hands. "A last resort, huh? Let's see if the need ever arises then." Shaking in fury, Quincy snarled and quickly swallowed the pill, eager to make the woman before him pay for his humiliation. At first, it seemed as if nothing would happen, but that theory was swiftly swept away when Quincy began to scream in absolute agony as a mysterious white substance began to cover his face, vile riots pouring off of him. Momo gasped, taking a step back at the sight before her eyes. What is this? Bambietta narrowed her eyes before they quickly widened with realization. It's holofication. You have to stop him right now, Momo. Hearing the Quincy's words, Momo prepared a massive fireball onto Byam's blade, but just before they could make contact, a pillar of Ryotsu erupted from Quincy's body as his screams similarly peaked, the Kido binding him shattering completely. As the pillar of Ryotsu subsided, the three women could now see Quincy had completely transformed. His formerly iron body was covered in a silver-like substance, and his face now obscured by a white mask. The mask held a toothy grin that stretched across its face, and a third eye hole adorned its forehead. Orange lines similar in design to the lines surrounding his third eye tattoo traveled up and down the mask. Fuck, that's not good for her, Bambietta thought as she sensed the holofied mage's power. Momo shuddered as she looked at the monstrosity before her eyes. This Ryotsu. Right now, it feels as if I were facing Renji with his Bankai, just more sinister. The Regai couldn't help but bemoan her current predicament. Prior to this transformation, she was positive victory was in her grasp, but now she wasn't sure if she could win without resorting to more drastic measures. Song of Choice, Emergence of the Haunted. Bleachost. Quincy slowly looked over his body, almost as if he was taking in his new form, right before he took off with such an incredible burst of speed that she was only just barely able to raise Tobiam up in time to block the blow, though she was quickly thrown through the air, the blow sending her flying. However, just as she stopped herself midair, she felt a hand on her shoulder, prompting her to turn around only for him to punch her hard on the stomach and send her crashing to the ground below. Momo repeatedly coughed, quickly shaking her head as she tried to get up, only to instinctively roll to the left as she sensed her opponent come crashing down. The ground quaked in the spot he punched, drilling through the rock with absolutely no resistance. That was too close for her liking. Had she not thrown herself to the side at the last moment, her body would have met the same fate as that bit of rock. He dashed at her again, Momo casting Bakudo number 8, Seiki in quick succession to help lessen each blow as he swung wildly at her. It wasn't enough to stop them completely, however, not nearly enough. In fact, rather than actually repelling his attacks, the light blue orbs she conjured were merely slowing down his fists before they ripped right through the constructs of Reishi. Still, it was just enough to prevent the blows from inflicting mortal injuries, and Momo would take what she could get right now. She soon used Flash Step to appear up in the air before she rained down fireballs with Tobiam, but while the fire was able to scorch his silver skin, Quincy soared through the barrage with little resistance. Before Momo could begin to contemplate her next move, she noticed a red light beginning to glow in the palm of his right hand. A Zero? She realized before the ray of light fired from his palm. Hado number 58, Tenran. Her Zanpakuto floated in front of her before it began to spin rapidly, firing off a small cyclone in hopes of deflecting the spell. It was not to be, however, the Zero barreling right through the spell and blasting Momo out of the sky. The singed woman struggled to rise to her feet as Quincy floated down to the ground. Incredible. So this is the power of holofication. I should have used this far sooner. With power like this, I could do anything I want. His eyes narrowed at the struggling Soul Reaper before he licked his lips beneath his mask. I think I'll start with devouring your soul. After that, I suppose the next town over would make for a decent dessert. He then blinked beneath his mask. Wait, what am I saying? And what is this insatiable hunger I'm feeling? I feel so empty. Is this why I want to feast on the souls of others? It seemed that the scientist from Las Noches was right. This power was slowly eating away at his humanity. I'll have to finish this quickly before, whatever this power is takes over me. I won't let you, Momo murmured as she took up a stance with her sword. I've seen more than enough massacres in the Rukon districts at the hands of hollows. I cannot know, I will not let you bring that sort of evil to this land. Bakudo #. Tired of her spells, Quincy instinctively blasted Momo with a bala, the quick blow of riot so strong enough to make Momo fall to her hands and knees before Kinleith picked her up by her hair and kneed her hard in the stomach, the Reggae puking up blood right before he delivered a powerful blow to the side of her face, another 4 swiftly following before he used his enhanced combustion magic to send her flying through several trees. "I've seen enough," Urza said as she prepared her swords. "Bambietta, let's dash," but just before she could say anything else, she was surprised to see Bambi placing out her left hand to block her off. "What are you doing, Bambi? Listen to me, Urza. I know this might sound weird given how things are going, but I think she can still win this," Bambietta told her. "How can you say that? She's clearly dash." "Still fighting," Bambietta told her. "Look, I know how this looks, but I can tell she still has more to give. Do you see that look on her face, Urza?" Bambietta mentioned just as Momo got up to her feet once more, the Reggae glaring at the hollow-eyed mage, her determination evident. Battered and wounded as she was, there wasn't a single hint of fear to be seen. "See that? That's not the face of someone who doesn't think she can't win. She still thinks she's got this. From what I remember, she's the kind of person more than willing to have someone else take over a fight if it's needed. But she's still fighting. If she was really, truly helpless, she'd come to us for help. This isn't just her fighting to save the people on the train. She's fighting to prove how much stronger she's gotten. Not to you or me, or that jackass, but to herself." Urza's eyes narrowed. "So, you're saying we let her die to keep her pride? I never thought you'd suggest such a thing." Bambietta shook her head. "No, not at all. That's the last thing I want right now. But I think we should really let her have a shot at this. It'll do her self-esteem some good, and trust me, after what she went through in our world, she needs it, Reggae or not." Seeing Urza wasn't quite convinced yet, Bambietta continued. "Look, if things start looking really bad, I promise I'll step in." "Okay." Urza looked back at Momo and then to Bambietta before she closed her eyes. "Very well. The Tower of Heaven has shown me that you are capable of making decisions like this. I've decided to trust your judgment on this matter, Bambi." Momo was starting to sweat and pant from exhaustion as Kinleith slowly floated towards her. "If this keeps up, I'm not going to be able to win. I need to be able to think of something that can put him down, but what? I'd rather not use my trump card unless it's absolutely necessary, but if I use it, then Miss Basterbine and Miss Scarlet would get hurt too. Wait, what if I? Well, it's worth a shot." Kinleith appeared behind her and placed both of his hands in front of himself, Ryotsu and magic charging within them. "I think it's time I finished this. Say goodbye, you worm." Combustion Zero. The newly dubbed Zero, now cloaked by the combustion magic from before, erupted outwards with cacophonous force that enveloped the Reggae and even more of the once pristine landscape, wiping them away with enough power to destroy an entire town. The dark mage couldn't help but cackle at the destruction as he floated above the ground. "Ahahaha. Now do you see what happens when you mess with the might of Vulcan's fist? You could have never hoped to have matched my power." Song of Choice, Dark Magician Theme, Japanese Yu-Gi-Oh! Ost. However, just as the dust from the explosion cleared, while the landscape had become just as ruined as he had expected, what he didn't expect were the two tall, thin, black constructs that were now standing before him. They looked like a wardrobe with 3 cabinet doors lined in front with large yellow question marks on them. Almost like a box used by a magician during a vanishing act. One of the boxes opened, revealing a charred and burned tree stump as it fell to the ground, while the other opened up, revealing the unharmed Momo Hinamori, who let out a sigh of relief. "Phew. I wasn't so sure if that was going to work. I've never had to use Fate Swap so fast until now, but I'm glad it all worked out." Kinleith just glared at Momo as he clenched his fists. He knew that spell fairly well. When people had the capacity for magic, but not enough for the perils of guild work, many found themselves entering the entertainment business. They mostly consisted of simply taking rabbits out of a hat, minor illusions, and simply swapping places with other objects. For her to have used such a low-level spell on him was beyond insulting. "She evaded my most powerful attack, with a mere parlor trick." Beyond furious, he prepared yet another Zero to fire at the Regai. That spell she had just used needed time to be prepared in order for it to be executed, such as having a proper substitution ready to take her place. There's no way she could hope to survive this next attack with that same spell. Yet, with a mere wave of her hand, a giant red and white top hat with question marks emerged over Momo, quickly concealing her before moving side to side, after images of the large hat appearing until 4 were set in a row. His eyes narrowed at seeing yet another low-level spell. You damn bitch. These parlor tricks are only delaying the inevitable. He cried out as he blasted the hat farthest from the left with his Zero. Unfortunately for him, underneath it, there was nothing but a ruptured pile of grass and dirt. Now even more furious, Quincy smashed the closest hat on his right side, but just like before, there was nothing. I'll get you, you hear me? And when I do, you're history. He fired off one more blast at the last hat to the left before only one remained. Looks like there's nowhere left for you to run now, you dumb dash. Just then, something fired from underneath the last hat. Yellow energy in the form of a very thick rope bound Quincy's upper body from his waist to his neck. Momo soon emerged from the last hat with her Zanpakuto drawn back and smiled. You're correct that normally these kinds of spells are just simple parlor tricks, but I've found uses for them in battle as well. They may not hit hard, but they're more than good enough in buying time. While you were blindly blasting away at me, I was preparing a full incantation of Bakudo number 63. You're not going to be able to muscle your way out of Seijo Sabaku easily, even with all the power you have. Now. I think it's time I finally end this, Momo declared with a fierce look in her eyes. Quincy began to struggle with all his might, doing whatever he could to try to break free, but his combustion magic could only make small cracks in the fully enchanted Bakudo. Still, he was certain that he could break free eventually. All he needed was a little more time, and then he would be able to rip her to shreds. However, he'd never get the chance, as she quickly took a stance, preparing to swing her Zanpakuto in her right hand and her sheath in her left as the pair began to slowly envelop in light. Oh, Sword of God! Bloom in glory! Gleam with blood! Blade of the ring, cast off the light of heaven! Ring of light, unbound by metal, spread to the horizon and lay prostrate my headless foes. As the light reached its zenith, she cried out, Heido number 78, Zhang Aaron. Just as Quincy broke free and fired off his most powerful Zero yet, fueled by desperation and anger, Momo released a giant ringed blade of golden Reishi with a swing of her sword and sheath, the golden ring clashing with his blast before quickly cleaving it in every nearby tree in twain. Bambietta and Urza ducked underneath the attack just in time to avoid the Heido, but the mercenary had no such luck. The spell struck Quincy straight in the chest, cutting through his iron skin, and nearly cutting him in half, the remnants of the blast shooting off to a nearby mountain, carving a deep cut into it before fading away. Choking in pain as blood erupted from his mouth, Quincy fell back as his mask shattered just before he hit the ground, unable to rise. Momo panted heavily before she too fell to her knees, exhausted. Bambietta and Urza came to her side quickly, the Quincy having a smile on her face. Man, that was awesome. You really showed him a thing or two, huh? I'll admit that you showed some truly admirable skill back there. Even so, are you going to be alright? Urza asked. Momo smiled back at them. I'm fine. I just need a moment to catch my breath. Looking behind, the Soul Reaper could see just how badly hurt the mage really was before she slowly crawled over to him. Oh no, it looks like I shouldn't have used a full incantation against him after all. I'll need to heal him real quickly if he's going to make it through this. Bambietta looked at her like she was crazy. Not that I'm going to complain, given my guild's policy and all, but I'm surprised you're willing to heal him after all that. You're a soldier first and foremost after all. Momo looked back at Bambietta as she began to use Kaido. He's a mercenary, right? Odds are that he was hired by somebody to hijack that train. Given how many men he brought along and the strength he possessed, I don't think he and his group only wanted money, Momo said. With this sort of power, he could have chosen a much more profitable target, like a bank. No, someone paid him for this, I'm certain of it. Best we take him in alive to get more information out of him. She's right. Something tells me this was a planned attack. Call it intuition, Urza said, thinking about who could be responsible and for what reason. However, just as Momo reached out for Kinleith, the man's eyes shot open. He pulled her down and clamped his free hand over her mouth, keeping her from being able to speak any more spells. Bambietta and Urza were momentarily stunned by his consciousness, let alone his actions, only to notice Kinleith's body start to glow white with a magic circle rotating under where his body lay. Sorry, but I'm afraid this is where we all die, once and for all. He had to do this. Not just for the client, but for his own pride. Well. Duke Janelle Suwar, I never would have thought that someone of your social status would ever think of hiring mercenaries like us. So, tell me, what is it that you want? Kinleith said as he entered the Duke's office. The man he spoke to had a short stature and a face only a mother could love. Kinleith was certain that, were it not for the money he had inherited from his family, the man would have no place in higher society. Frankly, even looking at the man disgusted him. It's quite simple, Kinleith, Janelle said with a jovial smile. You see, I was promised to be wed to Lucy Hartfilia, the daughter of Jude Hartfilia, in exchange for helping the Hartfilia Railways expand southward. But for some reason, he went back on the deal. And I had my sights set on making that gorgeous young woman my bride. A more impish smile was displayed on Janelle's face as his voice became more salacious sounding. That beautiful face, lovely hair, and incredible body of hers was all so perfect. How I had my sights set on her. Upon realizing how less formal he sounded, Janelle cleared his throat and spoke again. So, to get back at him for spurning my generous offer to help him, I want you and your group to wreak havoc upon all the Hartfilia Railways. Be sure nobody else finds out about this, though. Not even your other guildmates. I can't afford possibly losing my reputation and influence by having it be known I was the core reason Jude's most renowned source of income. Do you understand? Yes. Of course, Duke. It shall be done, Kinleith said with a terse nod. With a quick turn, he left the office and took off into the air with successive bursts of combustion magic before finally finding his two adjutants, Mabry and Brenda, waiting for him outside of their guild hall. Gather the men, we have a new mission in order. I still don't get why we're working for some rich asshole, Mabry asked the guild master. Frankly, I don't like working with someone that'll let only the head honcho know who's even hired the lot of us. I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's a lot of money, but we could be making a hell of a lot more if we just took everything right under this guy's nose. I don't get why you want to play nice with the guy. I agree, Brenda concurred. I say we kill him and ransack the place, it'll be easy. Kinleith however shook his head. It's not about the money, not this time. As the trio finally exited the mansion, he looked at the pair. My father was the only means my family had to get some real income. My mother was deadly sick, and I was just a child. He took any kind of guild work he had to pay the bills, even the more unsavory kind. When that bitch Layla Hartfilia put my father away, I lost everything. My home, my mother, it was all ripped away from me. So I swore one day I'd get back at her. Unfortunately, she passed away a few years ago, but now, well, now I have a chance to hurt her husband where it really hurts. Up until now I thought that attacking the railways would be too risky, but right now the Magic Council is too preoccupied with the betrayal of Crawford seem to pay too much attention to something like this. He then smirked. This operation, it's only the beginning to help the Hartfilias squirm. As long as we're on the same page, I see no reason to kill him. And if you get caught, then what? Brenda asked. I mean, I know that the last thing you want is to be caged up like some animal. Are you really willing to dash? Kinleith quickly answered her. I won't die in a cell like my father. Not in a million years. If I lose, I'll be sure to take that whole railway with me. Momo panicked, trying desperately to escape Kinleith's grip as his body was glowing with brighter light each moment. However, as much as she bucked and struggled, his arms were simply too powerful to break free in her exhausted state. Luckily, she wouldn't have to. Together, Bambietta and Urza moved in. The latter used her Heaven's Wheel armor to cut across what remained of Kinleith's armor while the former grabbed the freed Momo to use her Hyron Kyaku so they could get away. Pitying that there was no time to save his life, Urza quickly re-equipped into her giant's armor and tossed him high into the air. No. Damn you, Titania. Damn dash. His body exploded in a mushroom cloud of light, the force of the explosion sending the three women gliding across the grassland and tumbling even at the distance they gained. Fortunately, thanks to Urza's quick thinking, they were out of the blast zone, seeing the last of the lingering explosions fill the horizon. Bambietta let out a sigh of relief before she smirked. Well, we may not have found out who hired him, but at least we won't have to deal with a guy like Sparky Boom Man anytime soon. Still, she had to admit, his magic had been rather powerful for a dark mage. Glad we didn't have to deal with that guy along with Death's Head's caucus. She'd rather not imagine how a fight with Levi, or Wendy before obtaining her new power, going against that man would have gone. Urza and Momo looked at her with raised eyebrows before the Reggae Soul Reaper spoke up, I think, Combustion Man, sounds more fitting. I agree, Urza said bluntly. Sparky Boom Man, just doesn't cut it. Shrugging with a coy grin, Bambietta replied, cooler sounding? Yeah, I'll give you that. More fun to say? Not so much. Hey, you guys. The voice belonged to Natsu, who was being carried by Happy as he flew. Beside him was Wendy, carried by Carla, doing the same. Once they regrouped and Wendy began to heal Momo, the three quickly explained what transpired to the two dragon slayers before they went back to the train, much to Natsu's chagrin. Meanwhile, back at Duke Suwar's mansion, the proprietor of the humble abode clenched his fists at the events he had witnessed through his crystal ball. To think that my efforts to undermine the Heartfilia Railways would be derailed by some unknown interloper. He took a long, deep sigh as he tried to compose himself. It was supposed to have been a simple operation. Steal the belongings of all the passengers aboard, then crash the train off a nearby cliff, killing everyone aboard. While this alone would hardly have been enough to cause the fall of the Heartfilia Railways, it was merely meant to be nothing more than the opening act to a series of similar tragedies. Now? Well, now he'd have to hire a more competent guild to get the job done. But he'd have to be much more thorough as to whom he'd employ next time. Unfortunately, he'd need to spend at least the next few weeks narrowing it down. However, that didn't mean that he didn't have other options. Well, I suppose I'll have to rely on Plan B to make Jude suffer before I bring ruin to his fortune. He slowly turned around on his swivel chair then before looking at the other occupant in the room. Do you believe you can bring her to me, Miss Guel? Giselle smiled as she laid down on a large sofa, looking at a photo of none other than Lucy Heartfilia before looking back at her new employer. Oh, don't you worry about a thing. I'll make sure she'll be more than willing to fulfill your every desire by the time I bring her back. This may have had nothing to do with the mission old man August had entrusted to her, but at the moment it wasn't like she had anything else better to do until her superiors back in Alvarez informed her otherwise. The Quincy looked back at Lucy's photo then as her mind began to wander. Oh yes, you and I are going to have so much fun, right Lucy? After all, she had her own plans for the blonde. Once they arrived at the next town over, Urza quickly explained to the authorities of the town what had happened mere moments ago. The Fiori Royal Military soon arrived and took the rest of Vulcan's first into custody. Fortunately, the passengers on the train were all safe with the exception of the dwarf skier mages. Their passing would no doubt be mourned by their guild once news arrived. With everything said and done, Bambietta looked over at Momo with a huge grin. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't you join Fairy Tale? Everything you did on the train was really impressive. She then looked at Lil Tato. I mean Kido like hers could come in real handy with stuff down the line, you know. Are you sure about that? Lil Tato asked Bambietta as she gave a subtle side glance over to Jade. I mean, I think she's got more than enough power and skill for what we need, but there may be a certain problem in the guild to deal with down the line. Quick on the uptake of what Lil Tato was implying, Bambietta answered, while trying to cover her tracks. You mean Laxus? That's just one jackass out of the whole guild. Not like the 13 court guard squads was full of saints anyways. Besides with the rest of us here I think it'll all work out fine. Besides with what's coming, we can't be too picky, yeah no. Well, I suppose you got a point there, Lil Tato responded. While Lil Tato had initially hoped for someone of a captain's power or equivalent to join their side next, she knew that Bambietta was right. They couldn't be too picky with whom they allied themselves. Besides, Momo wasn't that far behind her captain-level standard anyways. She would catch up, sooner or later. I think that's a great idea. You've always been a good Kido practitioner, but the way you described using your Kido to rescue the hostages is easily greater than any of the other lieutenants. You'd be such a valued member, Rukia said in delighted agreement. You'll probably be able to learn more magic at the guild, too. All kinds you wouldn't get at a university or just roaming the land. Really? Momo asked, almost speechless at the prospect of not only learning more magic, but also being able to spend time with people she had come to enjoy the company of. She quickly turned around to get a view of the other fairy tale members to see what they thought. They all seemed to agree with the expressions they shared. Even Ulquiera nodded tersely. Well, all right. In that case, I'll come with you all to the guild. I enjoyed our time together anyway. Nobody seemed happier than Natsu, always eager to welcome a new member to the guild, who offered a hand to her when stepping up. Well, all right. Looking forward to working with ya. Welcome to Fairy Tale, Momo. Thanks, Momo said, accepting the handshake. But I'm not in yet. At least officially. Let's get to your guild, first. I can't wait to meet everyone. It's going to be a bit of a wait, I think. Levi spoke up. Odds are the Rune Knights are going to want to carefully inspect the train before we take off, so we'll likely have at least an hour or two of waiting till we can get back aboard. Still, glad to have you with us. Rukia looked like she was about to say something once more, but it was only now that she finally noticed Momo was much more in doubt. It was kind of hard to miss given all of the damage her Shiakusho had sustained throughout the whole ordeal, the garment not doing nearly as much to hide her figure as it usually did. Rukia couldn't help but scowl a bit as she placed her hands over her own chest. What in the world? How is that fair? Even Lieutenant Hinamori is bustier than I am, the petite Soul Reaper quietly ranted to herself. Not quietly enough, apparently, as a certain Quincy took notice. Well hey, you've got a nice ass at least. Who doesn't love peaches, am I right? Candace said with a sly grin, putting her hand around the Soul Reaper's waist before she yelped in pain from having her foot stomped by Rukia. Ack, fuck. Seriously, again. Everyone minus Candace couldn't help but chuckle before Bambietta began to chastise her for her language in front of Wendy. As this was going on, Sosuke Aizen couldn't help but smirk at the recent turn of events from within Jade's mind. You've grown quite a bit now, haven't you, Hinamori? I never would have imagined that you had what it takes to become stronger than most of my Privaran Espada, yet here we are. I wonder, will you eventually reach a captain's level of strength? I suppose only time will tell. Regardless, things had gotten much more interesting. Just as things were wrapping up in the realm of mortals, little did Momo Hinamori realize that she was being watched from afar. For up in the divine realm was a goddess, the one who chose the Soul Reaper as her champion, watching her progress with great interest. The goddess in question had short black hair, brown eyes, and wore a simple white dress. Her name was Iris, the goddess of devotion. But whereas Sylphia and Anxarum stood at nearly the top of the deity hierarchy, Iris was more around the norm of what was to be expected of a deity. In layman's terms, one could equate her power with that of the average captain of the 13 court guard squads. It was for this reason that she and many other gods had been unable to choose the more powerful warriors available, as the gods were allowed to choose simply by order of strength. But while Iris did have the potential to choose warriors more powerful than Momo Hinamori by the time she was able to choose, the goddess had found a kindred spirit with the woman. Both of them were compassionate individuals with a desire to learn more, and both dearly valued their comrades, but more than anything else, they had incredibly powerful levels of devotion, which had led the both of them down a path of heartache and despair. With Momo, it had been the betrayal and 2 near-death experiences at the hand of Sosuke Aizen that had nearly broken her. For Iris, it had been her former lover and mentor, the god of knowledge, Orez. For the first few centuries that she had known him, Orez was a kind, patient, and inspiring mentor. What had started as mere mentorship on how to do her duties as a goddess quickly turned into an intimate relationship. Those 400 years had been the best of her life. But Orez had one thing, despite all of his vast knowledge, that he could never solve. When he was created into the world, he had been born without sight. For hundreds of years, he had tried to cure his blindness, and while the setbacks at first were initially seen as minor annoyances, as hundreds of years passed, he became more and more desperate to gain sight. Yet no spells of healing, or even creation, had been successful. And as he experienced failure after failure, his madness began to slowly rear its ugly head, resulting in more and more desperate measures, until he came upon a potential solution, to take the eyes of a god for himself. Or in this case, hers. Had it not been for Sylphia's timely arrival, she most likely would have died. Sealed away within his divine palace, Iris was unable to see her former lover ever again. At first it seemed impossible, and she nearly lost the will to live, but with Sylphia's company, she persevered, and eventually moved on with her life. Now, it was her turn to return the favor, even if it was for a clone of the original. She smiled then as she looked down at her warrior. I was worried that you'd spend too much time learning new magic, that you'd find yourself unable to ally yourself with new camaraderie, but it seems that I needn't worry. You've found the best place possible for your future. Now, go and thrive, my champion of devotion. Ah, so she's the one you chose as your warrior, Iris. A fine choice indeed, if I do say so myself. Iris turned around and smiled, knowing that voice very well. Well, of course you approve, Sylphia. If I recall correctly, she was among your other choices for our champion along with Masaka Kurosake, Nozomi Kyujo, and the Shininjo, Senna. They were the ones most compatible with the divine power of our champion after Miss Basterbine, Sylphia admitted. But I'm glad to see that Miss Hinamori ended up in good hands. Although, I have to wonder. You seem confused, Iris spoke. What troubles you? If I recall correctly, when you chose Momo, you were only able to boost her power by a little bit. Yet from what I saw, her power was at least double what she should normally be capable of. Not to mention her changed physique. I'm merely wondering how this was done. The goddess smirked. Oh, it's really simple, Sylphia. I found a loophole. Sylphia couldn't help but smile at her friend's revelation. Oh? Do tell. Most of the Regei were simply repaired by Cage Rosa after they were defeated in battle. In most cases, he never made more than just one. But Momo Hinamori was one of the few to have two of her in existence. Thus, since they are essentially the same person, I decided to fuse the two together, resulting in what you've seen today. But while her power has increased drastically, the most important aspect of this fusion is that her potential for growth has also skyrocketed. She already had the potential to become vice captain. But now? I think it's safe to say she'll eventually become capable of rivaling a captain's power. I see. As for her body, just a side effect of my fusing the two of them together, nothing more, Iris innocently answered her. So, what brings you here? I doubt you just came by to see whom I chose as my warrior. Sylphia's happy smile quickly faded as her face took on a more somber expression. I'm afraid that I don't come bearing good news. This morning, I decided to pay Orez a visit. You what? Iris spat. He's forbidden from interacting with any of us, and for good reason. Even someone with your power has no business breaking his punishment of solitary. Make no mistake, Iris, I didn't go see him out of some sort of misplaced compassion. Sylphia quickly corrected her. Were it up to me, I'd rather he spend the rest of his days all alone for what he tried to do to you. However, given his vast knowledge, I unfortunately felt that his assistance would have been necessary in discovering Waiwaka's whereabouts and how he came to this world, but. But what? Did he ask for his freedom in exchange for his cooperation? Iris asked bitterly. Well, forget it, he can rot in that castle for the rest of eternity for all I. Orez is dead, Iris. In a fraction of a second, her demeanor changed from bitter to utter shock, his eyes widening like saucers. He's, what? He's dead. Or to be more specific, he's been dead for about 20 years, Sylphia informed Iris. When I went inside of his castle, I found the inside in utter disrepair and his decaying body sprawled across the ground. I went to speak with Kronos to see if I could get him to use his power to play back the events of the past to find out what happened. After going back 20 years, we saw it. The goddess took out a crystal ball then, replaying the events that took place over 20 years ago. Finally, after all these centuries, I'll finally be able to see the world with my own two eyes. I just never suspected that the answer would lie in a realm outside of our own. The one speaking was none other than the god of knowledge, Ores. Despite this, he almost looked like an ordinary man, with short purple hair, pale skin, and wore a red cloak with metal pauldrons on his shoulders. The only thing that really stood out about him was how his eyes seemed permanently closed. The god had to resist the urge to laugh out in glee. There would be plenty of time for that later. Nevertheless, however, he couldn't help but find himself filled with joy. For so many centuries he had spent his existence, with all of his vast knowledge, trying to come up with some manner of giving himself the one thing that had been robbed of him since the start of his existence, his sight. For centuries, he had performed all sorts of experiments on himself, from forcibly growing eyes onto his body, to transplanting the eyes of humans or demons into his own, but each result ended with his own body rejecting the implants. So desperate to achieve his sight, he had even tried to take the eyes of his former lover. Now banished to his own castle for that last attempt for the last 50 years, Ores had thought the rest of his existence would be spent alone and blind. But as luck would have it, his fellow deities had found themselves in a conflict for the sake of humanity, and thus, not wanting to throw away even the slightest chance of victory away, he had been approached by the gods who wished to imprison humanity and to siphon off of their essence to maintain their own. Ores, having lost his sense of morality over 80 years ago, easily agreed to these terms, unbeknownst to the other side of the conflict. He had quickly been made aware of the situation and the rules involved, as well as the one being he had to avoid at all costs. Supposedly, this being had enough power to threaten them all. A being whose ambition knew no bounds. At first, he had heeded their warning. After all, he was quite certain that he could find a warrior more than fit to be his representative, but then, one day, he had heard just why exactly this Wywak was feared. It was his eyes. Eyes that could allow him to see any and every possible future and to control them at will. With eyes like that, Ores was beyond certain that he could at long last achieve his goal. Of course, he didn't proceed with reckless abandon. No, he knew that with how much the gods feared this man that every possible precaution would have to be taken. Thus, Ores had summoned this supposed god-killer into his castle abode before casting a barrage of spells. The most powerful of sleep spells which would cause its caster to dream for thousands of years, countless magical chains that could each easily bind a dragon, a spell that conjured gravity 10 times greater than that of Earthlands, and finally, a spell that weakened its target to less than a quarter of their total strength. It seems that the summoning was indeed a success, Ores muttered as he sensed the unconscious being's presence. He had luckily been able to sever the Quincy Kaiser's connection with the being known as the Soul King. Had he not, then he knew that even all of the spells he had just cast would not have been enough to hold him for even a mere 2 seconds, let alone enough time for him to extract his eyes. Thankfully, it seemed that Ichigo Kurosaka's final blow, along with the still silver arrow, had weakened the bond just enough for it to be possible. The Med God sneered as he began to walk towards the being he had summoned. To think all of the others feared you so much, yet here you are powerless as an ant in the palm of my hand. His right hand reached out, inches away from ripping out the Emperor's eyes. But fear not. You won't feel a thing as I send you to oblivion yet agagurk. Ores immediately lurched forward, a searing pain emanating from his torso. The god moved his hands to his chest only to feel cold steel protruding from his front and back, rivulets of what must be his blood running down the blade to his hand. What? But how could you? Did you really believe that you could steal my eyes after sealing away only 3/4 of my power? How foolish. If he had the sight he so strongly desired, Ores would have been able to see Wywak wide awake, a perpetual frown in his face before he narrowed his eyes and kicked the god away. He easily snapped the chains that held him and casually overpowered the gravity spell placed on him, these restrictions nothing before the progenitor of Quincy. I know not how it is that I still breathe, nor why you have decided to steal my eyes. At this point, it is irrelevant. Though you erred greatly in your efforts to use me for your own benefit, it seems that I owe you for my resurrection. Thus, I shall show you my thanks with a swift death. Orez weakly got up to his feet before snarling. Don't get so cocky. You're nothing more than an emperor without a kingdom, while I am a god. Darkness Stream. Song of Choice, 100 Years. Berserk Host. A massive collection of dark energy coalesced and fired from Orez's hand before rushing to engulf its target, the Quincy Kaiser simply bringing up his sword to block the attack. His feet were initially pushed back, but a swift flick of his wrist cleaved the beam in two, along with emitting a powerful shockwave which burst through and shot off one of Orez's hands. Grayayag. The god howled in pain as Wywak slowly made his way towards him. How interesting. That attack wasn't compromised of Ryotsu at all. It seems this world you've summoned me to use is a different power altogether. He then closed his eyes, preparing to access his almighty eyes, only to find, to his immense shock, that his eyes remained the same. His eyes widened briefly in surprise before he smirked. I see. So, it seems that I am unable to access my power while I have less than half of my strength. Your powers truly are intriguing. It seems I'll have much to learn before I dash. Abyss Typhoon. A dark blue cyclone burst around the Emperor, blasting out beyond the castle's wall and stretching out farther than the eye could see. Orez smirked before he began to gloat. I'm no ordinary deity. I'm the god of knowledge. While I may not possess the ability to cast every spell in existence, my knowledge of them all still gives me a vast array of abilities, the likes of which you could never dash. An arrow of light burst through the cyclone, dispersing it and hurtling towards the deity. Orez was just barely able to dodge underneath the arrow's trajectory, using the sound the attack emitted as a guide, only to feel a powerful slash across his back. He fell to the floor in a swiftly growing puddle of his own blood, groaning. He slowly turned his head once he heard Wywaka's footsteps before they stopped, the god killer presumably right behind him. My apologies. It seems with the amount of strength that you've taken from me that I won't be able to give you the swift death I had promised. How unfortunate, for a supposed god. Orez tried to get up only for Wywak to kick him on the side of his stomach, sending him across the room and breaking through one of its many pillars. He struggled to even breathe, let alone stand, gasping for breath before he heard Wywak speak up once more. If you truly are considered a god in this world, then it seems that I have little to fear. Your power is just barely that of the average captain's. There is little doubt in my mind that most of my stern ritter would have been more than capable of dealing with the likes of you. Orez staggered to his feet and created a purple magical blade, swinging it at the Emperor, but every one of his swings was deflected with casual ease by Wywaka's own blade. Orez prepared to cast yet another spell before Wywak grabbed him by the throat and slammed him against the wall, destroying it as he impaled the god with his blade once more. The god yelled out in torment before Wywak squeezed his throat, silencing him before the veins in his hand glowed and began to spread throughout Orez's body. Now then, given how you tried to rip away my eyes with your bare hands, I believe that it's only fair that I take from you all of your power and knowledge. As the veins continued to spread throughout Orez's body, causing immeasurable pain to the once haughty deity, Wywak gazed deeply into his sightless eyes. Now sleep, god of knowledge. Choking on his own blood, Orez futilely tried to remove the Quincy's hand from his throat, but it was no use. Every spell he cast simply did not have the firepower to remove Wywak from his death grip. As his arms began to slacken, Orez knew that this was the end. There was nothing he could do that could save himself, no spell that would vanquish this foe. No, that wasn't quite true. There was one last spell that he could use. One that could work on beings vastly more powerful than its caster. A spell that used up its caster's own life force and usually resulted in their deaths. At least, for the humans who used it. There was little doubt in his mind that casting this spell in his current state was risky, but he was positive he could at least survive the attempt. He was far beyond the mere humans who had died casting it after all. Sure, he would likely be without power for about a century, but at least with this, his assailant would no longer be a threat. Abyssal removal. As soon as he choked out the words, a massive, black sphere surrounded the two, Wywak simply narrowing his eyes in response. A last-ditch effort, Admirable, but ultimately useless. He flared up his riot suit, preparing to disperse the energy surrounding them, only for it to fade into the darkness as the sphere grew. Waiwaka's eyes widened in surprise as he sensed his power being siphoned from him. What? What is this? What have you done? He demanded. Orez weakly chuckled. Abyssal removal. It's a spell of the dark arts that siphons away the strength of its target to less than 1,000th of what it once was. Of course, it also has a significant drawback: my own life force is required to cast the spell. I have no doubt that I'll be severely weakened after casting it. But you will soon be no more powerful than a mere Quincy. Infuriated, Waiwak attempted to stab him through the heart before the spell was fully completed, but just before he could land the lethal blow, Orez blasted him right on the chest with Darkness Stream, blasting his attacker across the room. The weakened Quincy swayed upon getting to his feet as his body was now covered in blood from the many lacerations his body received from the attack. Not wasting any time, Orez pressed his remaining hand to the floor as Waiwaka's power continued to diminish. Now, to send you to the mortal realm, where you will never be able to achieve your dream of controlling the divine. A circle formed below the Quincy as his strength neared that of a simple soldat. Furious, he refused to let this so-called god have the last laugh. As the portal began swallowing his body, Waiwak summoned up his bow and let loose as powerful an arrow as his wrathful yet weakened form could manage, the arrow escaping its drawstring just as his body vanished to the mortal realm. Weak as Orez was now, the arrow pierced right through his heart, embedding him into the wall of his once pristine castle before he left out a cough of blood. And no. Damn it all. Not like this. I can't perish like this. I am the great Orez. His head slumped forward as the wall gave way, his body crashing down to the floor below, sprawled out in a pool of his own blood. Iris clenched her fists and spoke through gritted teeth. That damn fool. The reason all of the gods were informed that Waiwak was off limits to be chosen as a warrior was because he was a threat to us all. How could he have been so half-witted to have thought things would have gone his way? His wealth of knowledge always did give him a greater sense of superiority than was deserved. Sylphia said with a shake of her head. At least now we know how he arrived in Earthland, even if it was in a much weaker state than he is now. Nevertheless, it's dealing with him now that concerns me. Not to mention the fact that the Quincy had clearly managed to siphon off at least some of Orez's knowledge of their world. How much, however, had yet to be ascertained. She doubted it was much, given how quickly he had been pushed away, but even the tiniest amount could prove deadly depending on what knowledge he had acquired. I'm more concerned with how he survived at all, Iris told Sylphia. You saw his injuries. With the power he had left, those wounds should have undoubtedly been fatal. Yet he still roams Earthland. How is it possible? He has no means to heal himself. That is a rather perplexing question, Sylphia agreed. But right now we must focus on finding his location. With the sole exception of when he had emerged in Fiori for the first time to confront Seagrain, I have yet to sense his pressure since. Perhaps he has created another Schittenbereich to hide his presence from us like he did with the Soul Reapers 1,000 years ago. Well, once you do find him, I say we gather up all of the gods and take him out right now. Iris demanded, tears falling from her eyes. Even though she had grown to hate the deity that Orez had become, it didn't change the fact that, for several hundred years, she had still loved him. It seemed she hadn't moved on quite as much as she had hoped. If we attack him all at once it'll cause irreparable damage to the human world, killing us all in the long run, Sylphia finished for her. No, a direct confrontation must be avoided with him at all costs. Furthermore, upon seeing how easily he dealt with Orez, I believe that only the strongest of us hope to stand even a chance at defeating him in battle, even without the powers of the Soul King. Were it not for that last spell Orez used, I believe Waiwak would have conquered all of Earthland already. Right now, we simply have to hope that Aizen will be able to fulfill the task we've asked of him. So Suke Aizen, Iris growled as she clenched her fists. If he tries to do anything to Hinamori, I'll . He won't, Sylphia informed her. Right now, he needs to play his cards right, and hurting her would irrevocably damage what little goodwill the members of Fairy Tail that are aware of his existence have in him. Besides, he said it himself, their assistance is quite necessary to defeating Waiwak. Not to mention the fact that there's nothing to truly gain by hurting her. I agree that the way he treated her original counterpart was absolutely unacceptable, but the fact remains most of it was only done to further his plans. I see no benefit in him trying to hurt her ever again. I pray that you're right, Sylphia, Iris said as she looked back down at the smiling Momo. For her sake, I truly hope you are. Check the description for the links to the author.